I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder. Me and you, girl, you and me, jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you want, make me feel way, girl. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I don't need that, I'll be able to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need that, I'll be able to have fun tonight. Some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you gotta be able to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you gotta be able to have fun tonight.
start this. All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to what is actually the very first panel of IGEC 2020. I am super excited to be hosting this all new virtual format. If you guys are interested in attending, check out inventglobal.com/IGEC. There's all sorts of instructions and ticket information and all that. But without further ado, let's just get into our first panel. So this panel is all going to be about esports careers. Particularly how to get over the hurdles that you may have encountered. I know when I was first starting, there was all sorts of things that I wish I knew and I wish I didn't do, and hopefully through this panel we can help get some of that. So why don't we just have our panelists introduce themselves? Wade, do you want to start us off?
I am Wade Dreadnought Penfold. Probably know me best from the Heroes of the Storm scene if you're a fan there. I'm an ex-professional player and team captain for Temple Storm way back in the day. I later moved on to be a commentator for the HGC, and then after that kind of went down, moved over to games like Battlerite, Apex Legends, and Rocket League. And now I work as a senior employee at Wisdom, being a content coordinator and manager, and building competitive ecosystems.
Nice. And Kevin, you're up next with the intros.
Cool. Hey guys, my name is Kevin. I do product and scholastic partnerships at Twitch. I basically help build high school and university gaming esports programs. I like to say my TLDR, I build stuff I wish I had in school. Nice to meet you all.
I like that. I build stuff. You know what? I often find whenever I visit colleges now, they're so cool. There is so much esports stuff happening. I'm like, where was this when I was around? Dominic, Dominic, welcome to our panel. Can you give us a quick intro?
Sure, yeah. I support PC gaming and esports on college campuses across the country by leading the G4 student program at NVIDIA. I really focus on building better leaders, advancing awareness of gaming technology, and fostering experiences, especially for students within the exploding gaming industry. Prior to NVIDIA, I worked at Blizzard as well as ESL.
Cool. And Gene, okay. First of all, before this call was live, Gene flexed on us a bit, and I hope that Gene can talk about that flex because I want to call him out for it. But Gene, can you please give us an intro, man? How are you doing?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Gene Shorba, and I am Senior Developer Relations at Riot Games. I work with the ecosystem of anybody who wants to build a business or become a developer or do anything around Riot Games to make sure that they can have a full-time job building things around the gaming industry.
Yeah, and Gene, when he first got his job in esports, he was just paid off the spot. Like he was just bam, his first job in esports. So actually, I think that's a good segue into kind of our first topic, right? Many people view esports as a passion, career. These are one of the dream careers. Oh, if I only have a job in esports. And because of that, a lot of people do a lot of work without being paid. Or a lot of people do all sorts of work when they're not necessarily compensated for it. So, Gene, how did you, I suppose, start off, a legs running with a job in esports that paid? What do you think are some advice you can give to people who want that?
So Kevin and I were actually having a discussion about this before it started, and the number one thing is if you want to move into esports is my recommendation is have a job elsewhere first. Have done a few years or even a full career, like 4 or 5, 6 year cycle someplace or some industry where you've learned things like product development, engineering, in the tech industry or whatever. And then you can come over to the esports industry a lot easier and basically dictate a salary and a position that you really want to do. Yeah. That being said, there is definitely an appetite and a reason why there are people in this industry who work for free or for less because it is so much a passion. But you should always you should always be looking for the opportunity that is going to get you paid, because you never because it's still so much of a nascent industry. We have a lot of people who are trying to take advantage or be like, hey, you gotta show that you really care about this industry before you move into, and moving from another industry into it gets you to shortcut that a lot of the time.
So Kevin, you work with a ton of students, and one of their biggest hurdles, and I know from experience being a student before, was just lack of experience, right? Like maybe they haven't even had a job, but they want to get off a ball running. So what would you say to Gene's advice, which I do think that's good advice, but how would you maybe advise someone who doesn't really have any experience to even get a job, but they still, they love esports, that's all they know. Can you please give us some insight on, that college or academic perspective?
Yeah, I guess like my favorite advice to give is to kind of go map out a drawing board of the different types of jobs that are exciting to you first before you kind of take anything. I think from there, like look up people on LinkedIn who have those roles in gaming and esports companies that you care about. Let's say Riot, Twitch. There's engineers to BD to like concept artists to all sorts of different things, right? And esports is just like any other industry where we hire for pretty much any role you can think of that are traditional to any other industry. From there, I would start by interviewing people who just hit them up, just be like, hey, I'm a sophomore, junior, senior in college. I'm trying to learn more about what your life is like working at X company in this role. And then from there, you can start seeing what their day-to-day is like and start seeing if that's something that's your calling. Second, so that's kind of like just kind of putting out a wide net first. Then second is then narrowing it down to like 5 different things, 3 to 5 different things that you might have that felt more warm or called to you when you did your reach out. And then from there, I would either what Gene was saying is if you're not able to get a job immediately after college in a gaming esports company, tech companies and shipping consumer products are entirely super valuable. And getting that tech experience is super worth it, and being out of the scene for like let's say 2 years, 3 years to build up experience is totally an okay path. That's kind of what I did too. I did global finance at Microsoft for 3 years, and so that was my resume was able to just stand out more while doing stuff at in my gaming club too. When I was at university, so I had tech experience with club experience too.
So Kevin, something you said really stuck out. You're saying you need to find something that like warms to you. And when you said that, I immediately thought of Wade's career because, you've done a lot of different things within esports. You've done the pro player route, then you moved on to casting and commentary. I know you've done tons of content creation, and now you seem to be working more in the behind the scenes. So how did you take your obvious passion for esports and how did you really settle on, okay, what is it I can bring? Like, how do you find that journey? How do you even start being able to unpack, well, I'm just a nerd who loves playing video games, to I have desirable skills that can maybe help esports companies or game companies, whatever?
I think, honestly, the advice that has already been given would be some of the best you could follow is finding other ways to be able to prove your worth as a human being to some of the companies and opportunities that may exist. Because, I didn't have the same level of experience when moving into esports. It was true trial by fire to some extent. It was literally just try and make it as a pro and using my understanding of games and my ability to formulate a sentence to aspire to then translate to a different area of esports and experience things beyond that point. So I definitely would suggest the same thing everybody else is, finding ways to be able to get that experience or at least learn from others who have it and looking at some of the things that their day to day would be. That is something that I think for me, for instance, I would argue right now, a lot of people, if they're listening and they're like, I want to be a professional player, I would quickly be like, I think you want the concept of what it means to be a professional player, not actually the life of a professional player, because the things that it really comes down to in the day-to-day is not the same. It is not hanging out with your friends, playing a couple of video games and loading up a Twitch VOD once in a while. And so I think that experience and really trying to put yourself in those shoes would be one of my first moments of advice. And if you fail to be able to get those connections or that level of advantage, maybe I would suggest, and not maybe doing this out of focusing on what your passions actually are and actually creating something from them. And that way it's not working for free. You aren't doing it for anybody but you are going to have a lot better understanding of the experiences when that is your air quote job in the potential future, what that really looks like, and understand honestly the amount of legwork, effort, and thought that kind of comes behind a lot of things in esports that people think are very, you just put it up there, you just put up an overlay on the screen and it's all done. You just play some video games and you're a pro. There's a lot more to every layer of esports.
That reminds me of one of our IGEC, I think 2018 panels. We had all sorts of really veteran coaches from Korea talk about the realities of being a pro player. And I was so busy I couldn't really see that, but there was one slide. I came into the room and there was a slide with a bunch of carrots and whips. And there was this image that was really showing how much grinding and how much work it is. Dominic, I'm curious of kind of moving the conversation towards some of the misconceptions about working in esports, because I think Wade brought up a good point about the misconceptions of being a pro player, but you strike me as someone who fields a lot of questions from people who just don't know the first thing about what it is to do in esports, but they're coming to you saying, okay, what's it really like? What do you think are some of the biggest misconceptions that you hear from young people who want a job in esports?
I actually can talk about a lot of my personal experiences regarding this. I think one of the first things is it's very difficult to come across mentorship in this field. When I had first gotten my job at Blizzard, I expected it to be where someone was going to outline all the things that needed to be done, and I was going to use my expertise from college and from collegiate esports to be able to apply that and give my advice for that kind of thing. But really, every job that I've seen, every person in this industry wears so many different hats, and you're going to be utilizing so many different aspects of your experience that there's not really a great way to focus on one thing. I wish it were the case that people in publishing just did that, or people in events just did the events. But realistically, something that I think people just don't expect is that you're going to be doing so many different things: social media, publishing, coaching, project management, time management, all that kind of stuff. So one of the things I would really highly recommend is broadening your skill set and making sure that the things that you're highlighting on your resumes and highlighting in your experiences are being flexible, being adaptable, in addition to being more specific.
Yeah, I think that's, I would agree completely. Whenever I am trying to either put on an esports event or tournament or so and so, I'm always trying to find a new talent. But I think in esports in particular, and please correct me if you guys think I'm wrong, I feel as if esports comes across as being a very, very shiny, polished, professional, we got all of our ducks in a row, everything's good to go. So when people see those streams, they see the big broadcast, they see, oh wow, this is just a land of opportunity. I want to work in there. When in reality, I think Dominic's right. It's so hard to get hired to do just one thing. All of the best esports employees I've ever worked with are people who you can just throw them into a room and be like, this is what we need to do. This is the end goal. We're trying to produce a tournament. Literally no one knows how to do that, but we know what it looks like, and then bam, we all have to try to do it. So yeah, I would definitely agree that I think versatility is important, which, honestly, that can be hard for gamers. Most of the people who want to work in esports do so because they have a very focused interest. They have a very, very focused love. Me personally, I started as a strategy writer. That's all I wanted to do. I literally just wanted to write about strategy. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to be seen, but obviously I realized you can't really make a living off of just writing about Heroes of the Storm, StarCraft, or Hearthstone strategy. That being said, though, there are some people who have found ways to make it their own, right? To make their own thing and to forge their own path. And I think that's kind of the next thing that I'd like to talk about, right? This panel is about getting over the hurdles of esports, and sometimes that comes in the face of we've tried our best, we wanted this thing and it failed, right? I wanted to become a YouTuber, it didn't work out, or I wanted to become a streamer, it didn't work out. How do you guys suppose, and please feel free to jump in on this, anyone, how do you guys suppose someone can kind of get back on the horse and try again, right? What are some advice you give to the person who really has tried to take all this advice and they failed?
So I'd love to jump in and talk about how the ecosystem is not as small as people think. People, like, one of the big things that people come to me and they're like, I want to work in esports, and I'm like, cool, like, let's help you with that. But they're like, yes, I have to work for a team, or I have to work for a company that like a game company that is on their publishing team for esports, and I'm like, no, there's there's dozens and dozens of verticals and ecosystems out there around gaming and esports that are all supporting working with esports as well. Like, you have everything from like WoW add-ons to CS:GO style like tournament organizers, or like stat people with League of Legends, with Valerant, with all these other games. There's an entire ecosystem of people who are building out like things to make players better. Like, there's the healthcare stuff where we're looking at how do you keep people healthy. If you have any type of legal background, like, you might want to move into a legal field around esports. Like, people are like, oh, I have to work directly with players, or I have to directly be on camera, or I have to directly affect like the immediate league. But there's so many jobs around this that allow you to either get your foot in the door, or can be an excellent position for the rest of your life, or the rest of your career there, where you can set yourself up in a hugely successful role doing things. Like, I'm going to borrow a little from my own experience with dealing with players and developers and people building businesses. Like, if you want to start something, like, identify a game that's coming out, or identify a game that like has talked about esports aspirations, or either out already, and start talking to people about what's wrong with it. Like, how do you do something around this? Like, we have a game that's pretty early on right now, and so it's like this gold mine where people are being able to do these third-party tournaments. Nerd Street Gamers is able to be like the tournament organizer. Then there's people out there who are doing the data solutions for it. And it's this whole collaborative thing where all these different people are working to provide this very polished product, but it is everywhere.
So, Wade, I don't mean to bring up bad memories, but I have to, especially when we're talking about esports hurdles. And I know, and we know, I say this, I was a very, very firm member of the Heroes of the Storm community. I created so much Heroes of the Storm content, I can't even count. I've been to so many tournaments. I traveled all over the world for this game. And then bam, like that, Heroes of the Storm Esports is no more, right? How does one even begin to pick up the pieces when it seems like all of the information, all the meta, all of the stuff that, you know, we've spent all this time learning about? How does one get over that? How does one just shift? Because although the HGC ended rather abruptly, we still see the same thing happens when games kind of slowly go out of fashion, right? You know, it still happens, but you kind of need to pivot and change games. So what are some of the things you've done to pivot? How have you successfully moved on?
Yeah, I appreciate using the term successfully there. I would suggest, and I think it relates to what Gene had already said as well. I think the sentence that always sticks out of my head is, there isn't one way this has to be. And I think that often in esports, people get so blinded by their passion and the scope that they have fallen in love with that they fail to look outside of it. And that fails to cause them to not understand the entirety of the ecosystem. Number one, the depth of it, the opportunities that exist within it, but also how they fit within that. And I think that third part actually may be the most important element, because it will cause a lot. Even if you find a minor amount of success in any avenue within it, you probably are not going to thrive or be able to grow beyond just that, because you're, again, so looking at, this is what I had in my head for this to be, and this is what I want it to be. And so I think I would really strongly promote to try to think about the big picture. And when you think you've figured out what that is, I would suggest take another step back and look at it again, until you really can't find a way to be able to look at it in any other fashion. And I think that, like, some ways that I was thinking about beforehand this morning that are very clear examples of like where you see somebody maybe fail to look at that big picture is like how often players, for instance, maybe don't want to do interviews or stream, and not understanding within the entire ecosystem of esports for their organization, for the developer, how much they're actually sacrificing,
Yeah.
not even considering their own personal brand. For developers, sometimes it can be causing to failure to look down at the ecosystems they're building and some of the lifestyle problems and unsustainable ecosystems that have been built in some ways to maybe foster that relationship better in both directions.
Yeah.
For commentators, it is failing to put the broadcast before yourself. For commentators, it's very easy to go, I need to prove myself to this audience so they think I'm good at my job, which causes you to be way more about you than it is about what makes the best show here today, what is the goal for this show, and catering to that. And I think that expands to any role in the world of esports. But I really do think if you have that bigger scope and bigger picture in mind, you're going to find way more avenues to be able to venture off into. And I think, you know, again, as you highlighted, my career is to some extent a pretty good example of that. Is if you look bigger, there isn't one way this has to be. And if it was, I would be over the second I when I stepped down from playing.
Yeah, and you know, Kevin, I'd love to ask you a somewhat unrelated question, but first, I just want to say that, first of all, Wade, that's totally true about how people need to focus on making the thing that they're a part of great rather than the individual. So I've worked in esports content and journalism for about 10 years, and what I have seen all the time is that writers focus on making themselves popular rather than making the platform or the site that they're writing for successful. And it's actually a pretty worrying trend within esports content, because we see a lot of esports media sites go down in flames. And I think it's because people, you know, they're more concerned with the fact that I wrote it, more like, is this helping the site? But Kevin, I'm really curious about some of the success cases that you have seen when it comes to maybe young people you've helped mentor or young people you've helped into the scene. And if you could maybe help us understand what are some of the core traits that these people have had, or maybe what are some of the emulating things or the things that people could emulate, you know, like what are some of the things that really, really help you out in this industry?
One is, I guess having empathy is critical. I think society is hurting, and being able to just show that you care and you care about the things you work on to better improve other people and your communities goes a long way. And you can tell with empathy in others. Some success stories that I was able to be part of their story is Ayan Abdu. She just got her first job out of college at York University, working on Foxbox, actually working with Jaws, it's a new company.
Oh,
I think
nice.
Jaws was supposed to be on this panel today too.
Yeah, but he couldn't make it, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Dominic,
but
though, you came in.
Yeah, so
No
so
worries.
Ayan for sure. Getting her first job in gaming esports is super exciting. Two is Justin Banusing. He is a sophomore. I think, yeah, they grow up so fast. Sophomore now at University of Washington. He joined University of Washington as the Gaming Esports Lounge opened, and he's got a part-time job there, working as the first UW esports coordinator.
All right.
And then from there, he is now working at Pipeline, Stephen Ellis's streaming membership platform.
So would you say,
yeah.
so would you say that you've helped mentor these people, like, to these successes?
I guess when I work with them, it's more like connecting them with a lot of the people I got to meet in gaming esports.
Yeah.
Usually, you know, there's not much I can teach them from like a hard skill standpoint. Mostly being able to phrase things, communicate, and just kind of think about the industries, like the big pictures that Wade was talking about, and kind of opening the door more that way instead of looking through the keyhole. I think a lot of people in gaming esports see like the front stuff, which is like the forward-facing stuff is like, you know, streaming, being on a team, or working at a big publisher or something. But there's a lot of intricacies, like you guys said, from WoW mods to Minecraft mods. So there's a lot of ways to get activated. Even like going into, even like joining your gaming esports club is now not always the best path forward, right? So there's so many ways to navigate.
Yeah, and you know, I want to.
Please join your business clubs.
Yes, yes. I actually kind of want to speak to what you said about, because I do believe that so much of esports, like visually, is so frontward facing, but so much of it has to do with this influencer, like economy, and it really makes it easy to fall into the belief that, well, I'm not popular, no one knows me, therefore there is no way that I could ever enter the space. It just seems like this big closed circle. But something that Dominic said about a crucial need of mentorship, I think kind of ties in what we've all kind of been talking about, right? I think that, the benefits of just finding someone who sincerely has your best interest in mind and is able to listen to you and say, hey, these are the problems, or these are the things that I want to do, and then, like Kevin said, just help connect, is super, super useful. So Dominic, my question to you, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the people who are trying to get a job in esports, no pressure, how do you think is the best way to find these mentors, right? How do you think is the best way? And let's imagine that I literally just graduated high school, and bam, how do I even find the people that we're all talking about supposedly will help me out?
Well, there's a ton of different ways, and I don't think there's any one right way of going about it. Of course, esports lives on Twitter, so there's one way.
Yeah.
LinkedIn is another that Kevin mentioned earlier, where you find, whatever it is that you want to be doing and see who's already doing it. But another, I think, is just starting the projects that you want to see that's in the scene, right? I've seen countless people get jobs in this industry doing things that they just felt really passionate about, and they all have like one really important thing in common. They were able to answer what do they want to do and why do they want to do it.
The why, so important. The why, I think that's very good. Please.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just gonna recount a couple really maybe not recount a couple of success stories. Like Matt from CLG, he was a huge ergonomics and mental health coach, and all he did was walk up to Hotshot and say like, hey, I noticed that your players don't have any are playing really unergonomically, and I would love to help with that. And he proved to himself that that was something valuable, and he started doing it. And eventually people started taking notice, talked with him, give him more advice, connected with more people. Same thing happened for I don't know if you guys saw on Twitter, one of the students talked about 100 Thieves and said like, hey, I would love to do the marketing pitch for a bunch of the things that you guys are doing. And then he put together a marketing pitch and tagged Nadeshot. So I think like the best way is to find like-minded people, to find people that are already doing what you're doing, is simply that by starting a project or starting up whatever it is that you're looking to do, figure out what you want to do, why you want to do it, and then put yourself out there. And then I think good people will come find you if you don't find those people naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to jump in on that,
please.
One of I will push back pretty heavily on like go seek mentors nonstop, because it's not scalable. And we're ever growing to an industry where we can't do that. But what you're saying, and so people who are in positions of leadership or positions whatever are having to be like, what is a bar someone has to hit before I can start to commit time? So exactly what Dominic just said, like start building stuff. Like I on a daily basis, I have people come to me being like, can I do this? And or like, I want to build something. And it's like, okay, we'll go build it. Like, go.
Yeah, why'd you ask me? Do it.
Yeah. It's like they're like because honestly, a lot of industries that's the thing where you have to go get permission. And to a small extent, yes, you do have to, like, if you're going to start using a company's assets or like their IP, yes, please ask them, make sure that they're okay with that. But at the same time, go build stuff.
Yeah.
Like go show that your passion, that what you believe in is actually something that can be executable on. And that will like bring people to you who want to work with you, who want to help you improve. For sure. Who are like, hey, you've got this right, but you're missing this. Let's put those two pieces together.
Yeah. And we're going to wrap up our panel now. I can't believe it's already been 30 minutes. What a great conversation. But I just want to say to all of those last things you're saying, some great advice I've always heard is that if you can make someone's job easier on the first time you've met them, on the first impression. It's a very, very powerful first impression when it comes to working with them. So yeah, I totally love that idea of just build something, right? If you want a job within marketing with 100 Thieves, maybe immediately give them a marketing plan you've already thought of, right? That's the type of initiative that I really, really think pays dividends. Anyways, wow, that perfect alarm, that was exactly when. Thank you for setting the alarm so we know the panel's over. Guys, this has been really, really fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, please, please, please feel free to use your Umbrella account to network throughout the whole event. So yes, while there are also panels, the main goal of this event is to connect as many people as possible. We have hundreds and hundreds of people. I'm really thrilled, actually. Hundreds of people are logging in, and we have this awesome AI-powered networking. So you can actually just kind of select what you're interested in, and then bam, you're going to be set a whole group of people who are interested in the exact same things. So you can literally just click one button and the whole video call is scheduled for you, which is really fun. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for being on this panel. I really, really look forward to talking to you guys soon. But yeah, this has been our first panel. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and our next panel up, the do's and don'ts of health and wellness in esports. So if you want to be healthy and not have wrist pain and all that, that's the panel you want to see. So anyways, guys, thank you so much. I will talk to you guys later.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks for
Okay.
having us.
Bye.
Yeah, see ya. Bye-bye.
be me too. Wanna be me too. Wanna be me too. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. Wanna be me too. Wanna be me. Turn the bass up.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang.
Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walk into the thing you wanna make me feel way good.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight.
Okay, hi everybody. So welcome to the second panel of today's IGEC. This panel is going to be facing the big problem that's been in esports for as long as I can remember, health and wellness. So especially right now in quarantine, I think that's a huge topic and something that needs to be taken another look at. And so I'm super excited to have our panelists here today, and I'll introduce myself first. My name is Kelsey Remage. I am Partnerships Manager over at Inman Global. And this panel is really important to me because I was an NCAA track and field athlete for a couple years. Athletics has been my bread and butter for as long as I can remember. And going into esports, that same passion just followed me here. So I'll start with John. You want to talk about yourself a little bit and introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is John Kim. I'm the COO of T1 Entertainment Sports, formerly known as SKT. Yeah, glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, John. We'll go over to Weldon next.
Nice to meet you. My name is Weldon Green. I'm a sport and exercise psychology trainer, and I am working right now with CLG as their League of Legends division coach.
Perfect. Thank you for joining us. Going over to David.
Hey, thanks for having me. My name is Dr. Dave. I'm currently based out of New York City. I specialize in esports performance management and optimization, which is a little bit of physical health, mental health, and all things tied in together holistically.
Perfect. And last but not least, Matt.
Hey guys, I'm Matt, or Matthew Hu, and yeah, right now I work with LA Gladiators and consult with a few teams on esports medicine and performance. So pretty much similar to Dave, doing everything as it relates to their health and wellness, from injury you can think of to performance.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you guys all for being here. This is such an important topic, and I'm glad I could have a panel of, very esteemed and well-known people on it. So let's get right into it. So we're in quarantine, right? It's day, 3,000 at this point? It's become the new norm, and I think for a lot of us, it's something that it's not like we were used to at the beginning, but, as gamers, there's a lot of people that when you ask them, how's quarantine going? They're like, well, honestly, not much has changed. But even with that, there's been a mental toll that we've seen in the esports and just gaming community as a whole. What's your guys' take on what's happening right now and, where it could lead?
So I think with quarantine, at least, being out here in New York City, it's been, obviously tough for a lot of people to, maintain a routine or, whatever they had previously going on, whether that was, going for a morning workout at the gym or, doing whatever types of group activities that they were previously used to. So I think that, obviously what we've been kind of striving for recently is trying to find ways to maintain these types of routines at home, which obviously can be really difficult, especially if you're suddenly working from home. I think in the context of esports, it's even more so important because a lot of times there hasn't been such a shift in routine for a lot of people, especially esports athletes potentially, other than the management of travel and things like that. So I think, esports and every other industry as a whole is trying to shift and adapt to these crazy times. But I think it's just good to have the conversation more so than anything now.
Yeah, we see a lot of teams not even traveling anymore, work from home is now a literal thing, especially with some of these teams. I know I'm really involved in the League of Legends scene, and there's a couple teams that have moved into going back into the office while also maintaining social distancing and safe practices, but not everybody is there yet. I know with the Overwatch League, they've canceled all their games. And so that huge part of traveling and being able to go across the world and compete against these teams have now been removed. So it's adjusting there, and it almost, I don't know, what do you guys think it kind of kills the hype for these games? Or
I think I was really excited because esport is probably the most resilient entertainment sport, you would say, to this kind of situation in the world. Mm-hmm. It's really hard for the NBA to continue the way that we can continue. Mm-hmm. And so I think that it's a big opportunity for esports to kind of stand up in front of the stage and say, hey, look, we can still do almost everything we were doing before, and the challenge now is on the broadcast team on how to make it, exciting in the way that a live studio used to be exciting. So I think that when we're actually just watching the game as the game is playing, there's almost no difference between whether or not we're filming it in the studio or filming it, at our disparate computers all over Los Angeles or Berlin or wherever the league is. So for me, I think I'm excited by the leagues that are trying to take as much opportunity out of this as they can. And I think that like everybody is suffering from, the certain level of mental and social and physical unrest and disruption. But I feel like we can cope better than most industries, given that our work is what it is.
Yes, no, I agree with that. And I feel like a lot of teams have made the best of this situation by pushing more content and making sure that the fans still get that interaction with the players, even though it might not be their normal kind of standard as well. So speaking, Dave is back.
Sorry,
I definitely want to echo that a little bit, right? I think it's crazy for the Overwatch League, which prepared this entire offseason to have this insane travel schedule and then, have it be pretty much canceled for the entire duration of the season. And I remember, I did a lot of preparation to help the teams to prepare to see how we can better manage working across the time zones. And then I had a conversation with the actual players to see like, hey, what are you guys thinking? Like, how are you guys doing? And a lot of them were okay with it, right? And even more so, understandably, I think naturally with who gamers are, they're okay with staying home, playing from a comfortable setup and not having to consistently change environments and deal with changes in a performance environment too, because a lot of the times in our experience that leads to them maybe playing differently to how they might practice. So I think it's good and bad, right? I think definitely, hey, we miss out, and Overwatch League especially missed out on a huge opportunity to showcase all of the live events that they could put on. But as Weldon said, it also gives us opportunity to put us on the map, more or less. Allows everyone to see how resilient we are, how we can continue to showcase great entertainment and great gameplay for the rest of the world. So it's good and bad, I think.
Yeah. So
I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Overwatch League, a lot of their, they were banking a lot on geolocalization this year, right? And I think they've done a great job in transitioning, but it does kind of, for them especially, I think it did impact them a lot in a negative way, just because they had prepared so much for new business model within esports, trying to prove geolocalization, develop the local markets. But in League of Legends, for T1, we've had the most viewership in our history. We've been setting records, and so I think it does impact different teams and organizations differently, for sure.
Yeah, so speaking on the team aspect of it and going back to, the health and wellness that we are focusing on, do you guys think that teams are putting in the necessary time and necessary conversations right now with their players and to make sure that, even though this whole kind of format has changed in the sense of, interacting with teams, interacting with other players for some teams, that they're still checking on them and making sure that they're in tip-top shape to compete?
I have noticed that all the teams are checking in with the players a lot, but I don't know how much they're able to deal with the problems that they discover after they check in with the players.
Yeah.
With the bread and butter social and health interaction for the average esport player is to go out for food. And that is impossible in quarantine. It's only just started becoming possible again with the opening of restaurants. So if you take that off the table, a lot of orgs are left out to dry with like, taking my player out to food and talking to them for an hour about the problems in their life is no longer possible. So what do? Do I pull them into my office and do it? Do I do it on a Zoom call? It just doesn't have the same palliative effect. So, yeah, I think that the orgs care because obviously it's their investment, right? And they want to perform well, and they know that mentality is a big part of it. But how do we handle that if we can't do the kind of like basic life things of entertaining people and doing team bonding activities and doing physical activity out, hikes and meals? It's just a real challenge.
Yeah, something that I did notice, and not to be like, oh, CLG, but Matt Exogen, one of the assistant coaches for the main team, he is a good friend of mine, and he always brings the team in to play Pummel Party on the weekdays to still have that team cohesion. And I remember I had this conversation with him, and he's like, this is important because we want to make sure that even though we can't see each other all the time in person, we still want to keep that team aspect. And so, hats off to CLG for doing that. But
yeah, we switched from team meal night to team online gaming night, and we play a game other than the one that we are playing.
That's great. No, what about the rest of you guys? Have you guys noticed anything or implemented anything over at T1?
Yeah, for us, in Korea, we've been impacted a little differently. We did have big outbreaks sort of at the beginning when coronavirus was spreading, but they've done a pretty good job here in Korea containing it. So we never had restaurant closures. Theaters were still open. So are in our team house right now, and we're in our new HQ here. So, but we are taking measures, right? We're taking their temperature, providing them with masks. Our operations team has done a great job in just making sure that they're safe and feeling good and comfortable. But I think it's the situation is a little bit different here.
Yeah, no, of course. I must say I'm jealous. I would love it. It's the craziest thing because I think we all can relate. Where I used to go to the movies pretty often, but I took it for granted. You think you're just going to the movies to see something, go get some popcorn, like have a slushie. But then when you don't have it, and it's been like so long without even a new movie coming out, it's crazy. So, that's really awesome that Korea is still able to prosper in that aspect, but hopefully NA gets to that soon,
I think one thing related to kind of all of that is what I've noticed is that if an org, let's say prior to going into this pandemic was, didn't have any, kind of foundational infrastructure surrounding health and wellness. On the bright side of things, maybe now as a result of all of this, they're starting to say, hey, how can we start to develop these things remotely? But then the issue goes to kind of what we were talking about before this was that, the buy-in just isn't there right now. They're suddenly scrambling to find ways to work remotely with their players, whether it's physical health, mental health, things like that, when there was no infrastructure to begin with. And that can kind of be a difficult thing to suddenly try to come up with remotely as a lack of that kind of physical proximity that we're kind of used to. So I think it's a positive thing that they're starting to look towards these things. But the unfortunate part is that it didn't exist for some orgs prior to all of this.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to that experience because I've been reached out to by a couple organizations looking for help to help some of the players that might have some issues. And with them being in quarantine a lot more, there is an increased exposure, or I think opportunity to develop, as we know, mental health issues, but even more so, they're spending more time on the computer, they're spending more time playing. Expectedly, there might be a little more injuries. And exactly as Dave said, if the organization doesn't have the infrastructure in place to help and support their players through all the, pillars of health, then it makes it really difficult for them to be like, hey, well, we actually should be mindful of this right now. We should be looking for solutions and strategies to put out these fires. And really just like speaking to that on our end for LA Gladiators, we fortunately, working with them and speaking to the general management, head coach, assistant coaches preseason to design and plan for something that is consistent with their schedule, and then work in that buy-in so that actually the transition was quite normal for us in the sense that we were able to build a gym at their at their house that they are living in right now.
That's
And
nice.
are continuing to regularly exercise. We're still continuing to meet with them and assess their load, just kind of identifying and picking up where they, how they're responding to the expected change and stress. And 100%, we did notice there was, evidence of things like burnout, evidence of, because of the lack of social exposure that they got from shifting to this strict quarantine procedure, at least in LA. It did impact their energy levels. It did impact their scrim performance. But it was on us to really identify, hey, how do we continue to leverage our current systems and continually reassess, identify what are the strategies we can do now to continue to, address their load and address how to move them forward. And as Weldon said, it's not easy, right? The solutions are completely different. We haven't been exposed to this type of situation before. So the strategies that we have to implement have to be unique, right? Have to be like a pummel party, have to be, creating ways that are simple for them in their current state, not expecting them to do, hey, like you have to exercise 6 times, 7 times a week, but just like, hey, you have to be okay with just getting outside and moving a little bit. And I think a lot of the times we lose sight of what's best for them in their current state by wanting to do what's best for them in, research, or what's best for them in what we all know to be optimal, right? We need to just identify where they are and, move them one step forward from where they are. And I think that all comes back to the infrastructure that's in place. How well can you identify where they are? How well can you understand what they're dealing with?
Yeah, and I think that brings up the bigger conversation because I've spoken to a lot of players who did have teams that had required training during the week, whether it would be morning walks or actual weight training. Like there was a couple of teams I knew that had facilities that they were either sponsored by, that they would be forced to go to either every day or a couple of days a week. And a lot of them came back at the end of the season and said, this is not worth our time. I'd rather be scrimming. And maybe they didn't have the best results in the season. And they said, well, if we took that 1 hour and added another scrim block, then we probably would have got better, which is arguable for sure. It's like, okay, I don't know about that. But it does bring up this problem where, we have players, we have teams that don't necessarily want to do this and then are blaming their time away from the computer on maybe the results. And as we know, it's like getting out, being healthy leads in the long run to a better player and a better human in general. But what's your guys' take on this ongoing issue of, making the small steps forward that maybe they don't want to make?
Yeah, I think what's interesting when comparing esports to traditional sports is that it's the diminishing return is very obvious in traditional sports in the sense that overtraining is much more in your face, obviously because of the physical limitations of, let's say you have a basketball player who is, it's unheard of for a basketball player to be, physically training or performing their sport for, 14, 15 hours a day, like is, what goes on in esports. But I think what we do find is it's not to say that a basketball player doesn't invest 14 or 15 hours a day as a whole to kind of create a sum that's going to contribute to their overall performance. And I think that in the context of esports, obviously, having that conversation of less is more is actually going to be better for you. And I think that changing those behaviors is really difficult, especially because if you sit down with a lot of these professional players, they're saying, hey, well, the way I got to the position that I'm in today is by grinding, 15, 16 hours a day. Why are you going to tell me to do otherwise, right? Mm-hmm. But to your point in sort of the development of the long-term growth, the sustainability, which is kind of the most important thing, especially in the context of burnout, having that conversation with them and letting them know, hey, if you want this to be a sustainable career and kind of to build a championship style roster for years and years, these are the types of infrastructures and practices and procedures that you need to sort of implement for themselves and also for their teammates.
Yeah, I know John at T1, I remember Joe was telling us that you guys have now a full program for health training and physical training. Do you want to speak on that at all and see like what you guys are doing to combat this?
Sure. Yeah, we recently partnered with Nike. Really excited about that partnership, and what they're providing with us is a trainer 3 times a week. They have a lot of experience working with high performance athletes, and so she comes in before scrims with our primarily our League of Legends squad, and she goes over different exercises. She's sort of crafted a training regimen that she feels will help them perform the best. So focusing for, agility, reaction times, that sort of thing. But yeah, I think definitely. I mean, there's so much evidence and literature to the benefits of exercise. It's not something that we're kind of talking about this before. It's not something that we forced on our players before. We're highly encouraging our players to start out, and most of them are coming out these days, and they're getting this training, and so we're really excited to see how that benefits our players.
Well, yeah, that's great to hear.
Yeah, I think there's this big responsibility for not only organizations like T1, but for even leagues to really elevate and buy in and commit to this idea of developing and providing their players with proper support, because I think until that happens, it really limits the progress that we can make on that end. Because I found in at least the past 4 to 5 years, and I think it's pretty understandable if we zoom out a little bit and think about, hey, we're only 2 years into franchising for at least League of Legends and Overwatch. So a lot of the initial focus for, I think, a lot of companies is, hey, we got to make money. And that doesn't mean that they're not conscious or aware that they need to be paying attention to things like health and wellness. It just means that, hey, well, right now it might not be as important to us, but we do want to put some effort towards developing something along that end. And I found in my experience that thought hasn't really been fully developed, and a lot of companies are just saying, hey, like, you guys, or they'll hire someone and say, hey, you just kind of take care of this, but they don't really think a little fully, and they don't really even really make sure that they truly understand all the stresses, who gamers are, all the things that professional athletes, even the bench players, deal with on a regular basis, and what structures need to be put in place to allow that to happen. And I think that is sort of the limiting step for health and wellness, I guess, development, or the needle moving forward a little bit in esports. And it requires organizations like T1 and leagues to be brave about establishing things like, hey, these are physical standards that you guys need to meet. And right, it's hard because we don't have the research and evidence for that yet. And again, it's early. So as people like Dave and myself work and gather this data, we are able to better get the buy-in for organizations because we can show the evidence. Even though, hey, we know in the research, we can tell all these orgs and leagues that, hey, it works. We know with the evidence that exercise has been shown to benefit your players, but to them, it might not seem immediately, there's not that immediate return on investment for them because they think, hey, it's going to take a long time and we're going to have to dedicate a lot of money towards it. And again, in my experience, a lot of organizations have not taken the leap or been brave enough to say, hey, let's put money and develop something that's long-term and not just put out fires. Because most of the time people that are hired are just meant to fix things, problems that arise, instead of prevent the problems in the first place.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that's the mainstay thing. People think health isn't easy, it's going to be fixed in a month, a week, and that's not the case, especially for gamers that have been gaming their entire lives. And so this is something you have to build up and practice and go towards. Shifting over to the mental sides of stuff, I know a lot of teams have invested in esports psychologists. or even wellness coaches, and implemented those into daily practices, having checkups. What's your guys' opinion on how effective these coaches are being, and what their bigger place in esports should be?
I think that there was a shift in how sports psychology was practiced, like really strongly over the last 10, 15 years. And we saw a lot more sports psychology, you would say, moving from the office room where you go for an hour and you sit in a chair onto the courts, where, for example, in Rio, you saw a number of embedded performance coaches or team sports psychology trainers, like with the players on the court, talking to them between points in volleyball, you know, and really understanding the nature of performance mindset versus health and wellness checkup. So I think that orgs need to understand, and leagues and players need to understand that there's kind of two different realms that are being tackled here. One is you have, let's say you have a line where there's like, you just invent this, right? But you just say this is below which people are unhealthy. You say that they're actually unhealthy, like they need help of some sort, whether it's physical training to get to not obese, or whether it's mental wellness or psychology therapy in order to get to a place where they are healthy. That is one thing, and that's a bucket that it's really hard to say that your employer is responsible for buying you a psychologist when you're mentally unwell. I think that there's a lot of legal hurdles with dealing with that kind of issue at the moment that need to be solved by leagues and by players associations. But then on the other side, you have, like, let's say there's this line where people are healthy, and you say that above this we have performance, and we want to make you go from awesome, or from great to awesome, from awesome to world class. I think that world is more and more moving into this embedded system where you have performance coaches and sports psychology trainers and even sports psychologists sometimes working with teams in the training environment, seeing what rugged environments that they have to endure and seeing what kind of issues surface over and over again in their play and in the team, and then helping the players and the coaches come up with a way to break the feedback loop of failure in that problem, or to create a training that will escalate the team and elevate them instead of causing them to keep like spinning the hamster wheel and failing the same plays over and over. So, or even to optimize learning, so that they're just training like less is more, like David alluded to, which is a really difficult conversation with a player, because you know and they know that they're not wrong. If they go and they play one more game, they will learn a few things. You know, they will pick up a little bit more of their, Ezreal mechanics, or they will learn maybe one more unique thing, you know, about the champion. But the trade-off between what they could get if they spent that time optimizing their training by doing something else instead of just running through the wheel one more time. I mean, that is the buy-in that we have to get on the individual level with athletes. So I think that orgs are more and more moving towards looking for these performance embedded trainers, and they come by a lot of names. Sometimes they're certified, sometimes they're not, but they all have a kind of bent towards helping create systems of training that improve performance. And then there's the health aspect, which is really questionable right now, on whether or not teams should even be on the hook for that, or whether they should be legally allowed to handle these kinds of issues. And I think that we need players as stakeholders of themselves to kind of step up and take responsibility for that. Like, a lot of these guys are very immature and don't have mentorship, and they need to be told sometimes that, like, oh, this is an issue that there are people out there to help you with, and you can hire them, and we'll even help you connect with that person, but we can't pull the trigger for you. That was a really bad analogy to use there. We can't push you. We can't force you to do it. You know, you have to take that leap for yourself. And until the leagues and the players associations get involved and say, like, hey, this is some system we want to set up for our own health in dire situations, I think the orgs aren't necessarily, and maybe shouldn't even necessarily, feel guilty about whether or not they're handling that, because I don't think that there's a lot of legal allowances for them to play with that.
I think one thing, kind of going back to your question, Kelsey, of how the psychological aspect of things plays a role in overall performance. I think
I will
that
be right back. Emergency with the kids, working at home quarantine.
No problem.
I think that one of the issues that you see a lot of times in esports, and especially I would say over the past maybe 5 years or so, thankfully it's starting to shift a little bit, but it was always this notion of esports is a mental sport, right? And strictly that, right? It kind of just stops at the mental aspect. And that's a really frustrating thing for individuals like Matt and I, because we know the amount of physiological stress that the body undergoes when performing at a really high level, and the physical repercussions as a result of those things, right? So we know that these guys are achieving crazy numbers in terms of actions per minute. Obviously, that takes a toll in terms of their physical health. But I think that sports psychology is really effective in the traditional sports world because these guys are in extremely good shape, right? If you're not taking care of your physical health, there's a massive component of your mental health that's going to be missing, no matter how much sports psychology or mindfulness you throw at it. That's going to be a massive limiting factor for a lot of these guys. So in terms of investment, you'll see a lot of these orgs investing in sports psychologists and things like that, which is, I think, an absolutely necessary step to get to where we need to get to. But then the issue becomes, okay, well, if all of their eggs are in the mental aspect, they're oftentimes ignoring the physical aspect of things, or kind of just throwing a really generic approach to it and saying, oh, well, just go exercise, right? Or go do this, right? And we know how, in the traditional sports world, we know how important specificity is. So just like, for instance, we have training regimens and programs for, let's say, dancers, professional dancers. We have training regimens and programs for professional baseball players. And while those two things may slightly overlap, they're completely different in the specific needs of the athlete. And I think that specificity is really lacking in the esports world. In terms of the approaches that a lot of these orgs take, a very generic approach.
I think that also opens up the bigger conversation. What is needed certification-wise? Because, I'm not even going to lie. Last year, when I was still looking for a job, I applied as a life coach to what was an LCS team at the time. And I was highly considered, and I'm sitting here like, I don't have a psychologist background. My only credentials going towards this is that I was a college level athlete for a couple of years, experienced a bunch of things there. And it made me question, okay, even if I did get hired, would I even be prepared for this? And I feel like a lot of people are being put into these positions that maybe they're not prepared for and don't have the certification. Because when it comes to mental health and physical health, you can't mess around. It's one of those things like it can be detrimental. If you're giving the wrong advice to someone, then that can be detrimental and make it even worse than how they came to you.
Absolutely. I think there's no doubt about that. Sorry, go on.
I can paint a picture of like what that field looks like right now, because there is some work that could be done there, but a lot of it is just education that the orgs and the players need to have. So there's a term called psychologist, which is like pretty much a protected term in most advanced industrialized countries, legally protected term that you need to be certified to use. And if you're a psychologist, you can provide therapy to people who are clinically unwell mentally. And there's also psychiatry, right, which is that you can then prescribe drugs. It means you're also a medical doctor. But outside of psychology, where the person is clinically unwell and you are a psychologist, there are certifications in a number of countries. The United States, it's mostly run by AASP, the American Association of Psychological Professionals. I'm not sure what the P stands for, actually. Might be sports psychology. And in Finland by a different organization. And they have a certification for essentially rendering performance psychological training to people who are well, who are not clinical. And that is where it's really great to have somebody who is either educated or certified in that field, because they will be able to recognize clinical cases. So, for example, a large part of my training in my sports psychology studies were to recognize the line between a clinical case and just helping somebody to perform better. And once it crosses that line, we refer the person to somebody who is a psychologist. And so I think that orgs understanding that there are these two realms, and that you have people who are clinical and then people who are like okay but just want to be good or better, that they understand what is needed in each sphere, and are able to have a set of professionals on call to refer people to when they have somebody who they think is actually unwell, and then that they are building up their performance side with people who are qualified to recognize the difference between therapy and sports psychology training.
I think to your point, Kelsey, I think a lot of orgs are looking for, I guess to put it bluntly, like a really affordable way, so to speak, to manage their athletes, right? Oftentimes that affordability comes at a cost, ironically, right? And the cost is that, like you said, to your point, they may be receiving, guidance or consulting from an individual that is unqualified for the job, right? So I think that it's really difficult, especially given the background of esports, right? Esports doesn't have a ton of awareness or understanding of these types of practices that may take place really commonly in the traditional sports world. So when it comes to hiring and management of these types of positions, it's has a long way to go, right? Because you have these individuals who are really eager to get into esports and will literally, label themselves as whatever X, Y, and Z to land a spot as their dream job. But once they get there, it kind of is a dumpster fire, right? And they realize, hey, I bit off more than I can chew. I don't know what I'm doing. I've never dealt with this before. I have these issues and don't even know how to manage them myself. And that's something that, we've all seen happen countless times, right? So-and-so org announces, hey, we've suddenly partnered X individual and they're going to be leading up our health and wellness initiatives. Great, right? And it's absolutely fantastic that the org is making these efforts and is looking to, invest in this area. But of course, they're going to take the cheapest route available. And you get what you pay for at the end of the day is, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think
actually, my experience in traditional sport has been that esports is ahead of where traditional sports is for recognizing how to play in this field. And it may be because so much more of our training is mental health compared to physical preparedness. Like sport trainers are a lot more focused on performance coaching from like the muscular end. How do we make Phelps a faster swimmer in the weight room? But I would say that esport has definitely caught up to a lot of traditional teams in their understanding of the space, and are definitely set to pass them because the focus is so much on mentality in esport.
Yeah, John?
Yeah, I cut somebody off. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know.
No, I was just to get David's point, even managers, I think team managers, you see all sorts of people just going in there and being put in those positions to manage these teams. I think you really need mature, experienced, responsible managers to be in there just to help build that good support system. Kind of obvious, but a lot of I see a lot of orgs not really screening these positions as thoroughly as they should. And so, yeah, I just want to add to David's point there.
And I think to piggyback off of that, I can totally understand from an organization perspective, especially in the current day and age. It's, how do we stay afloat for a lot of these organizations from a financial standpoint? And obviously, hiring an individual who is, very qualified may be costly for them. But at the end of the day, I think that, for instance, taking T1 for an example, they've been able to develop an infrastructure that surrounds a longstanding partnership that's being developed, right? And I think that that's something that can offset a lot of the costs that organizations may not be aware of or thinking of, is that say, hey, actually, we can develop an infrastructure that is specifically for health and wellness, and we can do it with a really great non-endemic partner to really set a precedence in the space. I think that what T1 is doing with Nike is awesome, and I hope that more orgs follow suit. It's just a matter of getting the right people in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and I think that opens the bigger discussion. What do you guys think outside companies like Nike, like these other either sports apparel companies or companies that have partnered with professional athletes, what can they do to improve this ecosystem?
Well, for us, with Nike, they've always been laser focused on asking on how can we help? How can we help improve not only with the physical part of it, but mental as well. They've brought in some specialists to go over just communication methods, team-based, also individual communication, to build these structures within our team as well. And they've also helped design our gym. We have a brand new HQ in Seoul, and they helped design the gym. And so, yeah, they've been great as non-endemic for us.
I think exactly as David said, right? There's a lot of organizations and, of course, even the leagues themselves that have to follow in T1's footsteps and be willing to be creative with how they get the funding to dedicate resources to develop these systems and infrastructures for health and wellness. And I think, I guess on top of that, right, if we have the trickle down effect with the professional scene and the professional leagues, we also need the trickle up effect. We need a little more media. We need a little more discussion around this, a little more events like this to bring a little more awareness of just, hey, what are the things that we can do and what do we have to be aware of on the bigger picture, not just the small things of, okay, I have wrist pain, I do this, but oh, I have wrist pain, maybe I should be considerate of how much load, how much actions I'm placing on my wrist, or how long I'm spending playing, and if I need to take any breaks, or what's my overall posture, right? There's all these bigger things that we can look at, and I always mention the phrase source versus cause, because I feel that overall both organizations, leagues, and even people that are creating content look to create things that address sources of issues and not the cause. And we need to be more mindful of sort of the first principles and identify what is the underlying issue that we have to address to be able to move us forward. So I also even think if there were mentorship programs for individuals, players, athletes that young players can reach out to seek some guidance, because hey, they've already gone through all these stressors and experiences, it can really help the up and coming players. I love that high school and collegiate
echoing that
esports.
point.
Yeah, go on.
Echoing that point, I'm a little bit pessimistic about orgs being the point man for a lot of this stuff. I think that orgs are incentivized a lot for short-term outcomes, and I know that there's really good players in the space, like as far as orgs, like T1 and CLG, for example. But there's always going to be bad actors too, who just don't care. I think the push needs to come from the players' associations protecting themselves with rules and logistical contracts with the orgs as a whole, and from the leagues that want to ensure longevity for their athletes. And mentorship programs are a fantastic way to do it. It's great if coaches are looking out for their players, and they always are. Managers, if they're good people in good organizations, will be as well. But if they're bad people in bad organizations, we don't have a way of causing that to change very easily through the market, because they're rewarded for short-term outcomes and for winning. So I think it's much better if they're mentored by veteran players who say like, hey, I had this issue and it was actually solved by this person I went to talk to, and here's their number. And you need a psychologist, or no, just like talk a lot more with your teammates and go out with them, and this kind of thing will you'll burn out less. This kind of mentorship is really important, and it doesn't necessarily need to be from the orgs as an originator. So I'm a big fan of partners like Nike and Red Bull coming in and playing in the space and really supporting those efforts. But I don't think that it solves 100% of the problems across the whole system. And that's really what I care about, because I think like what happens to the least of us on the worst team is the measure of how successful we are as an industry.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And unfortunately, we are out of time, even though I could talk about this all day. So I did just want to say thank you guys for your words, your opinions. This was such an insightful conversation, and I'm super glad that all you guys were able to be here and to discuss something that is so important in the esports community. And up next, we're going to have a panel about the innovation in esports, and we have some really awesome women that are going to be on that panel. So thank you guys once again. You can find them all, or actually not all on Twitter, but yeah, thank you all, and we'll see you in the next panel.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walk into the thing you want, make me feel way, girl.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you got a bill to have fun tonight.
nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at the Invent Global Esports Conference that this year went digital. In the previous 2 years, we were able to host it in Irvine, California. But I think the good aspect of having it digitally this year is that we can have people from all over the place to just join us and to come talk about all things esports. Today, we're going to talk about the women that are leading the esports scene. And first off, I'm going to introduce myself. I am Lara Lunardi. I work for Invent Global and for SK Gaming. I am Invent Global's content manager and social media, so everything that gets posted on social or every article or interesting piece of content that we're doing goes through our team. We develop it together, and that's basically what we work on. And I would leave it to our guests to introduce themselves, starting off with Galen Malone.
Hi, I'm Galen. I am the Senior General Manager at Cloud9, which means I oversee all 13 of our professional teams and the support staff for those teams. I've been at Cloud9 for 3 years now, and prior to Cloud9, I worked on the esports teams of Riot Games and Hi-Res Studios. I graduated from the Savannah College of Art and Design in 2015 with a degree in game development, which I no longer use. But when I first graduated, I was a tech artist. And I volunteered in esports part-time to get experience in the field. And then eventually I got my first full-time job at Riot Games.
All right, and up next we have Joy Chow.
Hi, I'm the Director of Marketing for KSE Esports, which is the esports branch of the Pronk Esports and Entertainment family. They have the LA Rams in Los Angeles, and adding on to their sister teams, we've got the LA Gladiators in the Overwatch League and the LA Gorillas in the Call of Duty League. I studied integrated marketing communications and actually wanted to go into the NHL because I'm a fan of hockey. But I got the opportunity to take an internship in esports with one of our alumni. And after the internship, I realized that I was hooked, and I've been here ever since.
All right, sounds great. Sharon Winter.
Hey guys, I'm Sharon Winter. I'm the COO and co-founder of Esports One. We're the LCS and LEC fantasy platform and have worked extensively with Invent Global throughout this recent split. Before Esports One, I founded a different company in the media space, in the nightlife tech space. And before that, I went to Carnegie Mellon, and I studied robotics and human-computer interaction and industrial design.
All right, I feel like our last guest needs no introduction, but please, Laura, could you give us a little bit of an insight on what you have done in the industry?
So my name is Laura. I work in the LEC. I'm the interviewer. I've been working with a European League of Legends broadcast for 3 years now. Yeah, it's my 3rd year. And alongside doing that, I'm also hosting several esports shows, whether it's on Twitch or on national TV in France. And I've been doing so for the past 4 years. Previously, I was studying journalism in a school in France. And I also have a degree in art history and English. And I mean, my first job in esports was kind of an internship also. I've done volunteer work before, and that led me to get my first real experience in esports, which was writing articles about the World Championship, about the esports scene in general. And yeah, one opportunity led to another. I ended working with the what I consider to be the best broadcast.
I have to agree. I am a little bit biased, but it's a great broadcast. All right, ladies. Today we're going to be talking about all things revolving being a woman in the leadership of several different aspects of esports. We have Laura with broadcasting, we have Sharon with entertainment, we have Joy working with teams, and as well as Galen. And I would like to ask you, why do you think that there is such a disparity when it comes to having women in leadership positions in the esports scene? This is to anyone that wishes to take.
I think for me, I think there's a lot of nepotism when it comes to the hiring process. People naturally want to hire people they have direct referrals for or people they worked with before. And often those direct referrals are men because they're the ones that have held those leadership positions for so long in esports. It's kind of interesting, though, because I think we're now at a point where we're starting to see things pivot a little bit. You're starting to see a lot of the strong women who have had the internships or started low level grow. And particularly at Cloud9, I think 5 out of the 8 leadership positions we have are all women. So I think it's really interesting that we're kind of at this turning point. So yeah.
Yeah, like building off of that too, I think like similarly, our team is pretty small right now, but 2/3 of us are women, and that's very front of mind for us as we continue to grow. But I think something we've seen really recently that's been very prevalent as well, especially with all the stories that have been coming forward, is that while referrals are very, very important in the industry, networking may or may not be the most safe situations for people at times. And so I think that's another element that's been really, really just very relevant to us right now, especially with how recent everything has been. Something to consider.
I think when it comes to broadcast, for instance, which is a bit different, I think that managing positions in an esports company, I feel like for broadcast, as a woman, you get to experience the viewer experience at first. And let's say it's not a pretty image. You know the kind of people you can run into the community and stuff like that, and what people can say. And knowing that, I would understand some girls being a bit reluctant into getting into esports for this situation, but I feel like, and we talked about this in interviews, the more public figures you see and the more girls you see visible on screen in production, because we had so many documentaries featuring women at Riot Games and in other esports position, these panels like this, these are the opportunities for girls to see that, yes, you can get into esports. There are more women that you would think. And I don't want to say an upgrade, but I see things getting better within the past few years, especially on broadcast, but also in managing positions. And this is something that I also see in esports structures as a whole. I tend to think that there's more women, and I feel like the more women will be visible in these fields and the more we'll have. But yeah, right now it tends to be like a very hostile environment, and yeah, you have to be strong to get into it. But I feel like it's things we'll also discuss later.
I think from the startup side or the tech side of esports, is a very unique angle because I think the tech community, and I come from the tech community, has kind of gone through this wave a little bit before esports. So their awareness and kind of their willingness to take, I mean, I hate to say it this way, but take a chance, right, on girls, on us, for male-dominated industries to look as an equal opportunity. It's kind of ridden its wave in that sense, and I feel like we've come out the other side stronger. So I think in the tech community, and as far as like my other tech founder friends and stuff like that, like we're very welcoming, very open, and actually quite excited to bring in that kind of angle and that demographic. That might be a great like entry point into the industry, specifically for startup gaming tech.
What do you think that are some of the hardships that the lack of representation has brought to the scene that is still visible now, even though we have seen plenty of progress?
I think we kind of touched on it, but it's like a lack of role models, right? A lack of mentors to look up to. If you can't really see yourself in someone else and like see the pathway they took, I think it's a little bit more difficult to kind of envision your next steps.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, to answer that, there's no real path to take. So when you come from the outside, you don't have the connections, you don't have the network, you see all this from outside. I mean, the amount of times I have girls or boys actually messaging me and saying, hey, how do you become an esports journalist? And I'm like, okay, there's an error here, because you don't become an esports journalist, you become a journalist and then you get interested into esports. And this lack of path, indeed, to reach esports career, I feel it's missing. But this is also something, a work on progress, and yeah, we'll see how things develop in the years to come. But this lack of path to me is also missing.
And to build on that too, which I think was so accurate, there's a point that you said, which is like communication, right? So being able to message and talk to and communicate with other women in power in esports and gaming, I think that's our responsibility to do as well in order to grow that community. So I won't speak on behalf of everyone here, maybe they can comment, but I'm always open to taking, we're all really busy, we have a lot going on, but no, like it doesn't hurt to do 15 minutes ever, 10, 15 minutes of, either replying to a message or anything like that. And I think more people in the industry, they feel for the people who are up and coming, because we've all kind of had to come up in some sort of way. And so we're here more so than any other kind of generation, population, whatnot, to help empower the younger women who want to get into space.
Yeah, like going off of that, I will say that I will always take the time to respond to a message that's well crafted and reaching out and saying like, I have these specific questions about how I can get into the space. Do you have any advice? And I think that does matter though. It stands out from the messages going like, I would like to join your Fortnite team, So I'm taking the time to also craft those messages. And honestly, I think there's probably a need as well to just in general for, I don't want to say career development, but something where I think a lot of people are lacking in understanding of even how to approach talking to people. So that might be on them to look into their own career center opportunities, or if they're not in college, to see like what there is offered on the internet. I'm not as familiar with that myself, but I do think there's something to be said for also helping people understand the professional skills needed to even capture the attention for that initial conversation.
You just mentioned receiving messages talking about, hey, can I join your Fortnite team? Have you received plenty of messages from girls, or do they come mostly from the male side?
It's kind of hard to tell their gender, because normally I will say it's coming from like a gaming name, and I can tell the difference between like a 13-year-old and like a 20-year-old. That's the age is easier to ascertain, but
as we age, it's harder to tell, right? Like how much younger people. I totally get it.
But I will say I have received probably maybe I would say like a 70-30 or maybe a 65-35 split from like women students who are writing emails like explicitly being like, I'm making a documentary, or I have these specific questions. And so it's really easy to tell because they clearly identify what they're looking for, and they talk about that.
Yeah, I rarely ever get like females who want to be pro players messaging me, but I do probably have probably a 50-50 split in my DMs of like women who are reaching out for career advice. I've done a few of these panels and always offering my time, and it's become shorter and shorter because of that. But I think it's great to see.
Yeah, it's great to see, and it's also a good thing to do, and it's also the reason we see more and more women. I mean, I feel like when I started even 3 years ago on broadcast, I was used to receive many messages about work and how to get into esports, mostly coming from men. And yeah, I feel like it's about 50-50, and maybe sometimes a bit more women reaching out, but it's not about becoming players. It's about working in production, on air talent, managing team, even coaches, which is something that I really like because I rarely see women applying for coaching positions. So we see the upgrades and ameliorations like from time to time. But it's pro players yet. It's another topic that we have to cover, I feel.
I would love to dive into that. What about the competitive side of esports? Will an increase of women in the leadership of esports company increase the number of women competing, or is there something else that is missing right now?
I think it's like a very it's a longer term big picture kind of thing, because like from the way for example, like the way the NHL has created generated interest in their sport, like, you know, hockey is the least popular of the big traditional sports in the United States, and actually almost every ice rink there is in Southern California is supported by either the LA Kings or the Ducks. And part of that is because in order to generate that interest and in order to generate the pro player feed, they have to start very young and start providing access to the community and allowing children to gain that interest, to start participating in their games, work their way up through the minor leagues, and then kind of go from there. And so I think it's a very, very wider than like all of us, but I think it's very important. And I'm actually very curious because I know some teams like Cloud9 have started doing something similar. And so I think that's like definitely very, very, very front of mind for me on my radar for something I would want to build out in the future, but also very curious what everyone else has been doing.
Yeah, I think that you're pretty spot on with that. I know when I was at Riot, we talked about building League of Legends into like this multi-generational sport. And right now we're kind of at the point where a lot of us grew up playing games, but never super competitively, probably because our parents didn't. And it wasn't super supported, but we pivoted a little bit and we went into a more professional sense. I think it'll be really interesting for the next few generations. That might change a lot, right? You might have young girls who are growing up that are kind of supported in that sense to go into competitive. But right now, I wish I had more women in my DMs messaging me saying like, I'm at the top of the ladder of this game. Like I really want a shot. But I just haven't seen it yet, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, actually, I was the sponsor for a project with women in games, the association. I don't know if you know it globally. And we found 10 girls that were paired with a coach, and the goal was that throughout the end of the year, they would find a team either tier 2 or tier 3, because right now it's very hard to access the LEC or even access the national leagues in Europe. I mean, from the first tier to the second one, we got even more girls applying because they saw the success of the first round. And I feel like it's the responsibility of projects like that or teams, because what ENTZ, for instance, in Brazil has been doing was a really great project, but it's also, it depends on what the teams want to do, because one thing that baffled me the most over the past few years is the fact that talking to some coaches in the scene, they were telling me that if you have one girl and one boy that who are equally good, they would tend to prefer the guy player because it's easier to manage and easier to include in an environment. So Laura, when you say is having more girl in managing position in teams, for instance, going to help that? I think yes, because getting player used to seeing more women in their environments maybe would help in them including them later on. But once again, it's a process that's going to take a few years. But yeah, it's for me the responsibility of the teams or the tournaments or associations like that to include more women in projects.
Right. Even with the case of INTZ, which was fantastic, they did sign 2 girls for tier 2. One was actually developing enough to play on CB LOL. Her name is Mayumi, and she's blowing up all over social media. She's a very skilled player.
She's amazing.
Yeah, I love her, but so far I have not seen them actually take a chance, and I feel like it's so sad that people still think that it's too big of a risk to have a girl on the team. I really
agree.
hope this changes.
I think that, yeah, as you mentioned, we have more women in leadership positions. So once we get to that level, we'll definitely be able to take care of them. Because in the past, I think teams had less resources, so it was definitely more difficult. But we have so much funding now that I think it's possible. And something that I should have mentioned that Joy was hinting at, a lot of teams are spinning up like youth programs. And so Cloud9 has the training grounds that we're working on, which means we have a few youth teams that are playing underneath coaches and learning. And I think we have 4 right now, which means math, 20 players. And 7 of those players are women. So
That's great.
hopefully in the next iteration of it, like we'll see success stories and that'll continue growing.
Sounds good. And what can you, as a woman leading the esports industry, do to ensure that there are more women inserted in all sorts of position, leadership or not?
Open the opportunities, like actively encourage. I feel like it's a very I mean, I don't want to blanket it, but it might be like a timid environment, right? Like you're unsure if you're welcome here, right? And so what is another application, and Joy was saying, which I 100% agree with, make it meaningful. Like if you're going to message us, we want like a meaningful response, give it some thought, all that. But if you're giving thought to 30 applications, right? What is that like right? It doesn't feel as exciting by the end of it. And so we got to just be vocal and tell people. I mean, my last company, we called it literally girl power, but in the sense of like it was all powered by girls, my previous company. And the men were outnumbered. There were 2 men and like 15 girls. And trust me, guys, it worked. It doesn't break the system. There's nothing there. We actually, I think we were hitting numbers even faster than we do here now at Esports One. And so I'm not saying it's better or worse, maybe it's different industry, but we're working to build the same exact thing here at Esports One. And there's a lot of stuff that we have kind of in the pipeline to create more girl power within the team and power it a lot more by women. And I think that it starts up with being encouraging in a lot of these panels like this, where it's just vocal and the right girls, the girls who are really interested in this are chiming into this. They're the ones listening to this recording and to the other ones that we're all doing. So yeah, I think that's important.
Yeah, from the org perspective, I think something that we've done in the past a lot is we just hire internally or hire within our network. And something I've been trying to encourage a lot is, doing open applications. And yeah, you're going to have to read through 4,000 applications for a few jobs. But you end up getting the best candidate you can get, and it's opening up that opportunity to a lot of women. We did that for an internship position recently, and we could have easily filled all 6 positions internally with references, but we waded through all the applications, and 5 out of the 6 interns we hired ended up being underrepresented groups in esports, which I thought was amazing because it wasn't something we were hiring for. It wasn't something we were looking at, but they ended up being the best fit.
Yeah, as I build out our team too, like excuse me, like I've done a lot of hiring in the past, and I will be doing more in the future as well. And because I don't come from that endemic, like, oh, I've been in esports for so long, I know all these people that I'm going to fill. Like I actually actively try to avoid going for internal referrals. I'd rather open that up and see who like the best candidate who's out there. And, my process is very extensive, but just to make sure that you have the right person for the job. And at the same time, when you open it up to people who haven't been in esports for so long, you bring that wealth and breadth of background. Like what Laura said earlier, you're not looking for like an esports journalist. You're looking for a journalist who has that training. And then, they apply that to this new industry. And so they bring a lot of experience from other backgrounds and other industries that they've been in. And so that's something I really look for as well.
Talking from this side of the talents, I never had to deal with open applications or not because I kind of sent every request I had spontaneously, even though there were no applications or not to take. But I feel like I mean, you won't always be like that, and people can be shy and not there taking this shot. So I feel like having sessions like this, roundtable, places to meet girls, to talk with them. Also, I mean, to echo to everything you said, receiving a serious message, well phrased, about someone who knows what she wants, will get a better and more informative reply. But I mean, yeah, just showing to women that they belong in esports, and as someone on camera, I feel like we just need to have more role model, more visible one, and role model who are ready to help also. And with time, my goal is to make girls understand that they shouldn't be afraid to take a stance and to try to get into esports, because the worst thing that can happen is a no. People are not going to jump at you, people are not going to scream at you, and yeah, you take another chance later and afterwards. But yeah, that's just proving that you belong and that you have a spot. So I'm thankful we can have conversation like this right now.
And are we going to hear some no's before we get a yes, right?
Yeah. a lot.
Sharon,
Having a
sorry.
first chance is not easy, though,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Sharon, do you have anything to add on the subject?
No, I was going to sneeze.
Bless you.
That's also something to add. Touching on the subject of building these success stories, what kind of traits would you say that the women that are succeeding in esports would have? Personally, I would say that we're all very stubborn. That's just my opinion, though.
I put it as like tenacity and resilience.
Exactly. That's
I
a
think
better way to phrase it.
yeah, we're tenacious, right? But I think like also just because the industry is so new and a lot of these organizations, some of them have been around for longer, but I think almost all of them would still qualify for being a startup, just by technical terms. I mean, Sharon, you come from that world, so I don't know if you agree with that statement, but
I think we're a startup industry of sorts, right?
Yeah.
Well, even the biggest, well, not the biggest orgs, but everything right under the biggest orgs all runs like a startup. I feel like they're not.
Absolutely. And with that, I think there's a lot of roadblocks and there's a lot of bumps in the road and just a lot of obstacles that will be faced just because of the situation of how young the industry and probably the organization you're at is. And so I think it's really important to have the tenacity and the resilience to not only deal with that, but to bounce back and to keep on coming back. And then the other thing I think is really important, and I think we've touched on it a little bit, is because there's a lot of nepotism in this industry, my biggest pet peeve is complacency. I think there's a lot of people who honestly, they hustle really hard to get here, but then when they feel like they've made it, then they become complacent. And that's my biggest pet peeve that I see in esports, because there is a lot of complacency and there are still a lot of people out there hustling. And so I think having that openness to people from different backgrounds helps keep with that turnover as well, like making sure that we're not all becoming complacent, like, oh, I've made it, I don't have to try as hard, or I don't have to, I'm coasting now, you know, like we're still building a very new industry.
I agree with that. I mean, the industry is moving too fast for people to just rest like that. And there's always going to be more people more motivated than you with maybe more qualifications, because the fact that this industry is still under construction in a way is the fact that, I mean, I don't want to say you can get away with things without having a degree, but right now it's still not necessary to have like a big degree in something to have a career in esports, which may not be the case in a few years. So yeah, just tenacity, as we said. You have to be curious. You have to meet people. You have to have a network. That's very important. Not especially for the nepotism reasons we mentioned, but just because I mean, the person you're gonna meet at this event may be the person who's going to give you some work tomorrow, just because you will have the qualifications needed, and these people, hey, they met you 1 week ago, so they're going to give you a call. So yeah, just stay open-minded, curious, and have a strong network, I would say. But to me, passion and being curious is the two main assets.
Yeah, I think my skills that I look for mostly are people who are super organized and are well spoken and passionate about it. A lot of things in esports, like as we mentioned, you don't really have to have a degree for, so you kind of learn along the way, and you end up wearing a lot of hats doing your job. But yeah, you have to be organized and you have to be willing to stand up for yourself and be well spoken about it.
And from our end, I've said this multiple times in the past, and I swear by this, but this is maybe more from like the tech and startup side. Specifically for women who are trying to get in the industry or any industry, I always say, sometimes we come at a disadvantage, right? Like people aren't as attentive to what we're saying. This is sometimes, not always. But no matter what, I think if you come ready with the data or the knowledge or research in advance and come prepared, no one can question you, right? You can be at a presentation, no one can humiliate you, no one can say that's wrong because you can say, where are your stats, right? And if you know the materials better than anyone else in the room, and it doesn't take much. People are complacent, people are lazy, people are, too confident to do, they think they know it all. But if you tell them, 60% of our users are on mobile and, 90% of them are on Android, whatever it is, like those numbers you can't contest with. And no matter who's in the room, it doesn't matter if they're 20 years senior of you or a male, a female, the owner, the CEO of the company, it doesn't matter. You'll always win that battle and you won't sound like a jerk doing it. You'll just sound informed and prepared. And I think that no matter what, for us to come out on top, and that's something that I definitely look for. If I see someone kind of like saying, using facts to back up what their hypothesis is or their ideas or what they want to build with us or whatever it is, I always listen. I always ask why. And I think that is a literally bulletproof way to move up the ladder in any industry. And maybe on the gaming side as well, you guys can speak to how that works, but on the tech startup side, there's a lot to do with users, a lot to do with viewership, a lot to do with what products to build, all that, and it's all data driven. And having that mindset is important, just like having organization all the time.
Sounds good. What kind of opportunities came into play for you women to succeed? And this can be something personal, or you can also share something that you think that may be useful for other people that are willing to build off of career.
Data.
Data's not an opportunity, is it? I guess it is.
I think for me, I was applying for jobs in the game industry, like development jobs. And anyone knows breaking into industry, you get a lot of no's. I think I probably got rejected from like 40 jobs. And to get into esports, the thing I kind of did was I found the person at Riot that had the job that I wanted. And I messaged them being like, hey, this is my experience. Like, where can I improve to like see success? And they actually took the time to like chat with me and talk through my resume and where I need to improve. And then probably about 6 months later, I got a lot of the experience because there were some big things happening where I was living. And I hit him up again and he just like directly inserted me into the interview pipeline. So that was something that I learned a lot from, was just like reaching out, even if they're not going to reply, even if they're going to say no.
Yeah, for my end, I think I have a very unusual path, and I think a very privileged, where I'm very blessed, fortunate to have had the situation I did, where I actually woke up to the offer and I'd never heard about esports, and that was because I actually wanted to go into hockey so bad that I had put together I had done my own focus groups, my own research, and I put together a presentation. It was actually for the LA Kings. I hate the Kings, but they were the closest team to me. And I really wanted to go into NHL that bad. And so I put together this entire project, like a pitch, just being like, I've already done interviews for specific groups that maybe are not fans of you, and here's my insight on how you can reach them better, and on different things you could be doing. And I couldn't get a hold of anyone to give it to see if they even had an internship opportunity. But my professors helped me look at it and gave me feedback. And so when our alumni came around asking and saying that he needed interns, they actually just suggested me by name. And so I woke up to that email, and I was one of 2 interns that helped out that semester. But like the other person honestly just disappeared. I don't know what happened to the dude, but I just worked really hard, and They had no marketing at the time. And so that's why I was able to start something and build it out. And that's why I did start from an intern and end up where I am now. But I think it was
What's
very
your
lucky.
first impression? What's your first impression of esports then? If you came from somewhere else and you didn't expect to be here, and you're a big fan of sports, where do you think we're heading?
Well, I think esports definitely. I think a lot of people are talking about how they can reach gamers as to be fans of esports, to watch the games, and they like as casual fans. I come from a group of people who don't game at all. You know, I recently picked up Animal Crossing and put hundreds of hours into it. But other than that, you know,
As you
none of
should.
my friends games, and I didn't. And so when I worked in LCS, actually, also in the Overwatch League, I brought almost every friend, and everyone came back. And none of them had any game background, and they all found it fascinating. And I will say that LCS League is a lot easier to follow than Overwatch, but the fact that you can take people who have no interest in games, bring them to a live event, have them hooked and want to come back, for me, that speaks a lot to the accessibility of esports to the rest of the world, because, you know, not everyone, like, I think a lot of people now say that there's a very large percentage of people in the world who say that they are gamers, and that's really great. But I think there's also people who don't even think of themselves as gamers who are interested in esports. And so I see a lot of opportunity there as well.
All right, and back to Laura. I'm sorry I derailed with a question, but I thought it was really interesting that someone here had a background that was so different. What kind of opportunities do you think that played into setting you to your path? Maybe not just focused on education, but professional as well.
No, but we've been talking about open jobs and open applications and stuff like that. And I mean, when I first started, I got rejected many times because I didn't have the qualifications, because I didn't have the experience. So one thing that set me up on the right path, I'd say, is all the volunteer work you can get in esports, because this is where you get the first experience, and this is what can bring you to a first internship and then a first job later. And I mean, in every volunteer work, you'll get to know people with more experience than you. And to me, I mean, I've never been afraid to ask questions, to just know more about stuff. Okay, for production, how do you get to work this and this and this? And this is all the experience you can grab. So to me, doing the more you can, even if it's for free for the first time, even if it's to gain some experience, is the perfect way to get on the right path. And I mean, again, there's no education on how to work in esports, so you have to make your own experience, and it's by, at first, at least, getting this one job experiences, maybe voluntarily. Yeah, that's the best part, I'd say, and that's what, yeah, that's what I learned the most from.
And Sharon, other than data, do you have anything to add?
That's what I meant before I blurted data. Was similarly to Laura. I looked around several places. I don't think like applied, but I inquired in several places. I was just leaving my previous company, really intrigued by esports, really intrigued by the tech that's going behind it, especially computer vision and people utilizing kind of like high tech with it from my robotics background. And for me, the entry point was showcasing my expertise. So I guess if you're kind of well seasoned-ish, but maybe in a different industry, coming in and showing what expertise you have that could contribute into this industry, or what can translate. For me, it was, access to a ton of brands. At my previous company, I had access to 3,000 of the top brands in the world that we worked with. And so having that, and then showing metrics and showing anything that I could that were stats, and that just brings some sort of, and also being on the flip side now, right, being on the recruiting side or like the managing side, it gives me some sort of calm knowing that someone can make decisions factually. That's how I work, and that's what I meant, I guess, by data, and that's what helped me in every sort of opportunity I ever entered, is really coming in with ideas that aren't just fantasy, but they're dreams with some math equations underneath it. Maybe that's my personality, but data, I guess.
Back to the first thing that we were talking about, and how there is more representation of women, but it's still predominantly male. Our audience here today is predominantly male. What advice do you have for them to assist women to get inserted into esports? I know I kind of put you ladies on the spot. perhaps
think
being
probably.
an ally?
Oh,
Go ahead, Joy. No, go
I
ahead.
was just saying, like, something about just like making sure you challenge your own like preconceptions. I think there's a tendency for a lot of people, it's particularly men, just from experience, that they tend to gatekeep and challenge people like, oh, why are you here? Are you a real fan? Do you really have the knowledge? And like Sharon said, like being prepared, not just being prepared with the facts and data, but you're forced to come more prepared because they will challenge you, and you know that. So I think part of that, and while I think like challenging people in a way helps push them to be better, but at the same time, like if you're not doing it to other men, then you really need to consider why are you doing that.
I mean, with my experience, I've been really blessed and lucky because before coming to the LEC, I was working with the French broadcast for all League of Legends competition. Their name is O-Gaming, and obviously it's predominantly male casters. I was actually the first girl to really join their broadcast, and I mean, they were open, they were open-minded. They didn't challenge me more than any other caster. That actually made me feel included from the start, and I felt welcome, and I felt like I belong. And to me, this is the attitude to have, because I came into this first job in a broadcast as someone who belonged, and never my spot was second guessed. Never I had to prove that I belonged every day, because these male colleagues made me feel like I was not less. I wasn't worth less than any other caster. So to me, yeah, just making people feel welcome and not challenge them more than you would challenge your male colleague. That's important. And yeah, the way they acted with me, to me, is the way most of companies should act towards women in general.
Yeah, to kind of play off of that, I think something that is really great to see is when you're networking with a colleague, not to introduce them as like, oh, this is so and so who I work with, but to actually mention their full title, like you give them the respect of this person's in a leadership position, and like her opinions and her thoughts are super valid, and like you should listen to them. I think that's something that's really powerful that men as allies can do.
Sharon, would you like to share anything?
I agree with it all. I think
we're all in agreement. Yes.
I think it's open-mindedness, right? It comes back to, it's hard to say, but like, do you have sisters? Do you have a mom? Do you have daughters? Like, what kind of opportunities are available for them? And I can't teach over, I can't kind of preach over a 1 minute speaking position to say how to do it all, but all those points are very valid. And I think that the open-mindedness is key. And the excitement for what women can, there's some things women do better. There really are. And just recognizing those and placing them positionally or strategically in those positions to help you guys grow.
Yeah, the esports industry still has a lot to grow. And talking about growth, what are some of the projects that you guys are working towards, if you can share, that you think will be important to the esports scene in the future?
Oh, I think that's tough. A lot of us aren't able to talk about the projects we're working on.
Yeah.
But I will talk about, I mentioned it previously, but the internship program that I spun up, where we opened up 6 positions. I think doing things like that, if you're able to, are super important in order to get new faces and new experience into the industry. It's something that it obviously takes a lot of budget, but because of COVID and so many interns having their offers reneged, I thought it was super important to kind of open up the space a little bit. And it's been something that's been super beneficial for our org too. We've been able to bring in so much young talent.
Your org has just partnered with Amanda as someone who is going to bring a lot of diversity to your organization. How did that work?
I didn't work on that campaign a lot. Our director of marketing, Emily, would be able to speak to that a lot better than I would. But she helped us make sure that our Pride campaigns that we were doing for the Pride Month were super genuine and, we're touching all the right bases, because I think that if you're not working with someone in the space to make sure that they are genuine, it just, it shows a lot when you're putting a rainbow on your logo and that's it.
That's fair. Anyone else willing to share about their upcoming projects?
I mean, It's a project, but will it take 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years? I don't know. I will be launching my own company soon. Because of COVID and everything was delayed, but that's still a plan. And with that, my goal is to not take a step back, but I want to say take a step forward into production, building my own shows with my own talents. Not my own talents, but talents that I would be scouting, and yeah, giving them the opportunity to do the content they want, giving them what's necessary, the tools to engage, how to present, and yeah, just building this show and showcasing new talents that are willing to take part into the scene. So hopefully within a year. If I can't make it within a year, that will be 2 years. But yeah, that's one of my main projects for the next years.
That's fantastic. Joy?
For us, I think, I'm not sure if people in LA are a little more familiar with this, but Inglewood is currently building a really large stadium complex. It's not just a stadium, there's going to be a lot more. And so in the long term, there is going to be a space for esports there as well. And I think it'll be a really, really unique, specific, at least unique opportunity for people to have like a very direct in-person touch point with the community.
That sounds fantastic. We are up and it is time for us to say goodbye. And I would like to say that I appreciate every single one of you that came here to talk and to share your experiences with our audience today. And I am excited to hopefully meet you ladies in the future when COVID is no longer a threat and we can all hug and shake hands and all that.
Good luck to you. Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you want, make me feel way, girl.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I don't need that, I'll be able to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need that, I'll be able to have fun tonight. saying some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Me and you, girl, you and me. Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Obviously the thing you want to make me feel way, girl.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know you got a bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I know you got a bill to have fun tonight.
Peace out.
2, 1, and... All right, everybody. Welcome to, yet again, another panel from the Invent Global Esports Conference. I am very, very excited for this panel. So we did have 4 guests, but one of them unfortunately couldn't make it. So they are being replaced by that lovely blue square on the top right. So I warn you, the blue square is not going to say anything, but it will join us for all this. But anyways, this panel topic is about what we want changed in esports. Specifically 4 things that we think could be improved. Now, I personally think that there's a lot of things that could improve in esports, definitely not just 4, but that's what we're going to start off with. So once again, my name is Nick Durazio. I'm the Director of Corporate Strategy at Invent Global, and I am joined by none other than Fish Sticks, Danny Martin, and at Great Lake Nori, but they can introduce themselves. So Ben, why don't you give us an intro?
Hey everybody, my name is Ben Goldhaber, or Fish Sticks. Don't ask me why my name is Fish Sticks. I chose it about 18 years ago. I've been involved in the esports industry for about as long as that. I started as a competitive gamer at the tender age of about 12 years old and played games competitively for about 10 years. And then for the most recent 10 years, I've had the opportunity, the pleasure to work in esports directly. I was on the founding team at Twitch back in 2011 and was with Twitch for over 7 years. And then most recently, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Juke.gg, brand new esports product trying to make it easier for everyone to follow all of the awesome games, teams, and players that they care about in one place. So we're really trying to aggregate and centralize everything you need to follow esports into one destination. Anyway, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, also special shout outs to Juke. They have been just a fantastic partner with all of the stuff that we are also trying to do. Juke really is a really great way in which you can just see everything. You can also see panels here too. So we have some select panels that you can also access on Juke. So thank you so much for joining us, Ben. Danny, long time no see, my friend.
Yeah, with technology, it allows us to always see each other virtually. So this is awesome that this has all come together. It's cool to be able to see all the panelists as well. Looks like it's going to be a lot of great networking. Aside, this is Danny Martin. I am the founder and CEO of Geek Leads, which is a developmental platform for individuals looking to tap into aspiring gamer. If you want to be a production, if you want to go into graphic design. A little bit about my start is I graduated from University of Texas, San Antonio. While in school, I was hosting tournaments on campus and fixing individuals' consoles, Xboxes and PlayStations, Rare Rings of Death. I literally built a company in college out of my dorm room. So in this instance, I looked at being able to see all styles of gameplay from every different genre. And when it came down to seeing someone's console, I knew exactly how to market to them, whether they want to play in a Madden tournament or Street Fighter tournament. I had access. And then I recognized that everybody can't host tournaments like that because they don't have that data. And when it comes down to spending capital, being in college, you don't really have that type of disposable income. So I knew I wanted to be able to create a better way for individuals to host tournaments because, esports tournaments is the precipice of esports. It funnels all the way from all the production, all the actual marketers when it comes down to management, and ultimately it helps the athletes who compete to get exposure. So we really wanted to build that ecosystem. And one of the things I really identified is when you create a space, it allows all of that to come together. So I opened up a 15,000 square foot esports arena inside of DeSoto, Texas. But it's pretty unique because it used to be a school. And so we have several rooms inside of here on top of an arena, which is 4,500 square feet. But I utilize it to allow schools to come in, and pre-COVID, to allow schools to come in and be able to learn management, marketing, technology, production, and competition inside of esports. And when you think about Geek Leagues, think about like an elementary school play where the participants put together the play and then they perform it in front of their parents and the community. We do a lot of events, and we also, after COVID, constructed a LMS specifically for esports, and where we put around about 5 months of content so the schools can be able to learn esports virtually. And so our goal right now is to provide jobs in this space as it's growing. Thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of this.
I mean, if Danny hasn't just expressed why he's perfect for this panel, I don't even know what. First of all, by the way, Texas is going to be booming for esports. There are some awesome things going on. I've been there myself. That's how I met Danny, and like the guy's passion for esports is just infectious. But actually, the one person I haven't met in person because COVID sucks and I don't get to go to these fun events anymore. Great Lake Nori, please introduce yourself. I know I've seen some of your work and it's why we really wanted you for this panel, but please introduce yourself, man.
Yeah, Norris Howard here. I am the head of collegiate content for Beasley Esports and came in through Checkpoint XP. That is the news and information wing of Beasley Esports. And for anybody unfamiliar, Beasley is one of the largest radio broadcast companies in North America. And Checkpoint XP was a brand that we began. A couple buddies created a podcast all about esports and all about video games. And we said, you know what, there's nothing like this on terrestrial radio. Sports radio has been a format that has existed since time immemorial. Sports has been on the radio for as long as we can remember, and we thought, why isn't esports covered with the same amount of breadth and honestly the same amount of fun and personality? And so that's what we injected into it. Long story short, after a couple years of syndication through various partners, Beasley reached out to us and we joined their team. They acquired our company, and we've been working with Beasley Esports ever since. And from that, we've been able to expand our breadth of content immensely. We have podcasts and shows about comic books and just general nerd culture. We still have our terrestrial radio show, which is syndicated across, I believe, now over 75 stations across the U.S. Nice. We have my show that I host, Checkpoint XP, on campus, which is completely dedicated to collegiate esports, as well as Checkpoint AFK, our game and lifestyle program. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We got Overwatch show with Jake Lyon, who casts for the Overwatch League. So we're doing a lot of content stuff. And in terms of this panel, we're sort of the last link in the chain, right? So we're the ones that take all the wonderful things that these guys are doing and esports athletes are doing across the world, and we're the ones that bring it to the masses. And so I'm happy to be here and happy to start the discussion.
So, man, first of all, all of what we're going to talk about, these are problems you guys, as entrepreneurs, as people who do things, who produce things, who are trying to make esports better, right? Better and bigger. These are all things that I'm sure you guys have pondered about. So let's just get started on the first thing. And I'm just going to pose this. I think one of the first things that esports needs to change to be better is mentorship. I feel as if I'm a young gamer, I have so much passion and I know I need to find a job. I know I need to find a discipline. And right now, there's really no checkpoints there. I mean, no pun intended, but I feel as if there are very few, how do these young people get access to the type of stuff that you guys are building? How do we improve all of the wealth of knowledge that we have because we do these things? How do we help the most passionate and young, who are going to be the future of this industry and the consumer base? How do we get them excited, and how do we really teach them skills? And you know what? I would love to just pass it on. You seem like you have something you want to say, Norris.
Yeah, definitely. I think, our first step is number one, exposure. The stuff like what Danny is doing down in Texas. I really do think that that's step one, because as we talk about esports and we look at, who is consuming esports, it's pretty much even across the board. All demographics, all races, all genders, they all consume video games and esports, but not everybody has the access to the technology that they need to be able to participate in a meaningful way. So I think that's the first thing, is exposure and closing the technology gap. That's number one. But I think the biggest thing there, and you hit the nail on the head, Nick, in terms of mentorship, is that we didn't see what a lot of other industries, like sports, where there's a developed sports medicine program, there's coaching programs at the collegiate and really at the high school level in some cases, depending on what town you're in. And so as we see more and more of, esports organizations begin to pop up, we're going to see an industry that gets bigger by going smaller. And by that, I mean, you're going to see more local organizations. You're going to see more statewide organizations, high schools, colleges participating. The college ecosystem now is pretty fragmented, but the more conferencing that starts popping up at the college level, you're going to see more people getting into it. And I think the more we think about that, as well as the business side, because not everybody is going to be a esports athlete. And the more we think about the sort of secondary and tertiary level careers in esports, the more that you'll begin to see the natural mentorship programs grow.
Yeah. First of all, I really love that quote that esports is going to get bigger by going smaller, because I really do think that's true. One of the things that I'm always trying to tell people is, if you want to get people involved, like say for example, you have a tournament, you want 50 people to show up, right? There is an easy way to try to get those, but then there's the hard way. You could try to have 50 different conversations with people in your community and invite them. You could really try to, a boots on the ground approach. And Danny, I don't think there's anyone here that has more experienced that than you, than trying to take the passion and the energy of this young generation and put it into something that they can show up to, they can meet, and they can network. So what do you have to say about the need for mentorship, and how do you think esports professionals who maybe haven't ever been mentors before, or they don't think they even have it in them, how would you recommend us also building up our esports communities?
Yes, that's pretty awesome. So I think there's a twofold effect. We're in an area that is minority based. Like there's a geographic location here is mostly minorities. And when I grew up in high school in this area, I was always pushed to play athletics, play basketball. And that was because my parents and my family, it always encouraged. So for me, I wake up early in the morning, go play basketball, shoot hoops, just knowing that that's going to be my out. That was going to be my way to be successful and be looked upon my family as a success. That's widespread around America. And one of the things is when you provide someone to say, hey, you can be good in this sport, and it's esports, the tentacles kind of raise, and then it's almost like, all right, how do I get involved? But the hard part is that if you go to your family, if you go to your mother or your father or your teacher and say, I want to get into esports, the thought process is gaming? What? Like there's no cheering for that, right? And so what we had to do is we had to have a top-down approach. So instead of going to the students and Orion saying, hey, esports, what I found that was important is I had to go to the mayors, right? I literally will be like, all right, you got Mayor DeSoto, you got Mayor of Lancaster, you got Duncanville, you got Cedar Hill, you got Dallas mayors. I brought them into the space. I had to trick them though, right? So while they're coming for a community event, I had to let them come into the facility and allow them to touch and feel esports without them even knowing. To get all mayors on a stage to play Rocket League, it opened their eyes to say, whoa, like this is actually something. And then to also talk about, not only are you a gamer, but look around, you have students that are manning the production. What you see on the screen, that's somebody in the back room in the production doing broadcasting and doing graphic designing. And it opens their eyes. And so when their eyes get open, now they can direct. There are school administrators. The school administrators can direct the teachers. The teachers can talk to the parents. And now the parents are informed about a program that's available for esports. And now when the students go and talk to the actual teachers and their parents, they're like, what? Yes, I'll definitely do it. And then you can start to be able to create mentors by talking to the teachers and giving information about esports. And now you've created those mentors to say, I champion this, and my son, my student can be good in esports in several different components. So we had to take a top-down approach.
So Ben, I think that there's also the other coin of mentorship. Well, there's the other side of the coin, right? And there's the mentorship towards people who already have jobs within the space, who already have careers, who are already sitting there and say, yeah, well, I have this space, I have this network, but, I want to make esports better. And the one thing that I love about Juked is it's a problem that every esports consumer knew they had, but it's like, who's going to solve it? Who's going to try to do something? And I think there's more problems like that. So what are the type of advice that you can give to maybe someone who was in your situation, who had a job, who was working at Twitch, who for all purposes, was living the gaming dream that a lot of people want, How do you get people to, maybe jump on one of those entrepreneurial ideas they have? What are some of the advice that you can give just people seeking that sort of mentorship?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel very, very lucky in that I had a lot of personal mentors that helped me along this path. I never would have ended up at Twitch in the first place if it wasn't for mentors that got me into the room with Kevin Lin, with Emmett Shear back in 2010 and 2011. And, this industry, I think this is a really important topic because it probably is more relationship driven today than almost any other industry, or at least compared to traditional sports, because, we have some great folks on this panel that are trying to change this. But today there isn't that like A to Z pathway of like, okay, I'm going to, go to school for sports journalism, whatever, or I'm going to, follow, there isn't that tried and true pathway in esports. It really is those people that that help you along the way.
Mhm.
And when I think about my peers in the industry, a lot of my friends, we've grown together in this space. We've all gone from complete like community members into some of us becoming fairly influential in the space, and all of us kind of took a similar path where it's like we met somebody like DJ Wheat, or we met somebody like Slasher, who really opened all of the doors for us. And there's this whole generation of esports of my personal peers and my personal friends who their careers are in large part blood, sweat, and tears, but it was because it was that blood, sweat, and tears that opened the door to meet DJ Wheat, and then DJ Wheat opened the doors to get to my first gig, and then after my first gig I met all kinds of awesome people that got me my second gig, which got me my third gig, which then got me in the room with Justin TV. So I think this topic is super important, and for anyone who's looking to break into the industry, you have to go out there and create something. You have to go out there and really be part of building something big. That's how you get noticed. That's how you get mentored, is by showing that level of dedication. And when it comes to taking the dive with something entrepreneurial, it's the scariest thing ever. It sounds like we've got a couple. Everyone here has taken that path at some point, and it's just got to be something that you're really, really passionate about. I mean, if you went to business school and you have a degree in, if you have an MBA and you can pull out some financial modeling, sure, go for it. But for me, this is a lot of gut. This is a lot of gut feeling and something I was just super, super passionate about. And without that, I wouldn't be doing this, because it's a hard path.
You know what? So, first, I think those are all fantastic points. I do think that it's easy to say that like mentorship is needed, but at the end of the day, a lot of the people listening to this panel are going to be the ones that have to make it happen. If you are the people who are already in the industry, if you are the people who already know how this esports works, really take all of this advice to heart. Build something, but maybe try to build something that immediately benefits your community. Maybe try to bring people into the world of esports, rather than trying to, and this is something that I've noticed a lot in esports, a lot of people in esports try to focus on themselves. I got to build up myself, I got to build up my name, because I get it. A lot of esports lives on social media, on Twitter. We can get this mistake that it's all about the followers in the cloud. But all of these stories that we just heard about, it's people. It's working together with people. It's trying to build something to help someone else. Whether it's trying to bring radio and esports together, whether it's trying to give kids a place, or what I actually love, Danny, about your story is that there was that important note of, the old people that sometimes make the decisions about collegiate, they need something to touch. They need a physical, they need to see it. And sometimes it takes us to get off the screen and off the computers and really build something. And Ben, something you mentioned actually is going up to our next point. You said about how for you it was blood, sweat, and tears. It was just passion. It was not as if anyone really taught you. There was no degree in esports, which by the way now there is. There's degrees in esports. That's crazy. But
questionable whether those are actually worth it.
I mean, yeah, that's a whole nother panel. I would love to talk about that, because esports education, what is that all about, right? But me personally, I've also gone through that. At my first 8 years, or maybe 5-6 years of writing, I got paid maybe $50 a week, maybe less, and I was putting out 3 articles a day. I mean, it was insane how much content and how much work people did in those early days to even make any of this a thing. And that is our next topic. And I'm going to say it. I think something that can make the esports industry better is we need increased transparency on how people get compensated. I think we need increased transparency about what is a paid gig in esports. What is something that you can do for exposure? Because I know currently there's a lot of sites, and I'm not going to name names, but there's a lot of sites that pull their content directly from Reddit. I mean, like they literally take a Redditor who doesn't know that long guide they just wrote purely out of passion, that's valuable. That gets clicks, right? And so that's personally something I think is huge. Whether you're trying to volunteer to admin for a tournament, which I know we've all seen some volunteer admins be the life and blood of a tournament, and without their work, the entire thing would fall apart. It's heartbreaking to see some of these people who work 18-hour days, 16-hour days, and then you ask them, they're a volunteer. They're not even getting paid. So I think that increased transparency regarding compensation pay will help. What do you guys think?
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely helps. And I think that's part of, for us, an advantage of now working for, a publicly traded company. There's a certain level of disclosure that has to happen.
Yeah.
But I think, on top of that, I think there's twofold things is that everybody has to know their value and their worth, which again can only come from stuff like mentorship, like you mentioned earlier. And so for me, when we work on our on-campus show, we do it in tandem with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and half of our calls are half content and how we're going to do the show, and the other half is just us talking kind of industry stuff. What is a proper citation? How are you talking, to certain individuals within the industry? When you go for a paid gig, what should you be asking for? And so, we're trying to take an approach where, on the job training and mentorship, but also talking about the value of the work within the industry, because we all see these big numbers getting thrown around when it comes to investment. And yet you're seeing a social media manager that's getting paid minimum wage or may not be getting paid at all. And so, for us and the way that we look at it as a company, and I know for ourselves as an outlet, transparency is key. Transparency is king. And we're always looking for an opportunity to let people know what we're all about. So I agree, absolutely.
Yeah. And honestly, that topic kind of seems like a no-brainer. I feel as if, that's an easy yes. So
transparency, good.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's an easy yes. I think we can skip kind of all of the stories that I know we can tell about how that helps things better. But again, I would really try to urge the people listening, especially the industry people who already have jobs and so, right? This is one of the things that the industry needs to do overall to get to that next level. Because I personally have seen very talented young people be interested in esports and then just walk away because they're like, no, my time is talented. I have all sorts of ideas, so I'm going to work in an industry that does treat me fairly. And I honestly do think esports is lost because of that, because that could have been another Ben. That could have been someone with huge ideas that's now trying to solve this problem. But, why would they work in an industry that doesn't really value them? So I think actually we can probably move on from that one because it's pretty self-explanatory. But you did mention investment. And that is something that I talk about and think about a lot. And it's something that I work with a lot. And one thing, and here's my third thing that I think could make the esports industry better. And I would love to hear some of your guys' opinions on this. I want more realistic expectations be given to investors and people that we're trying to partner with. And I'll add a caveat to that. I personally want people who invest in esports because they want to build the infrastructure of esports. Not necessarily they're trying to get, ride the wave of this new hype thing as they saw this deck with huge numbers. I personally think the more the people who are in the positions to vet these investors, I think that's just, we really need to be honest with the return on investment that people can get. And I have a feeling that either Danny or Ben have a lot of experience talking with investors and speaking with investors. What experience have you guys had trying to bring on partners that you want to work with rather than those who kind of smell blood in the water and think esports is the next big tech boom that they're going to make billions from?
Ben, you want to take it, or I can take it?
Either way, I have some thoughts, but
you can go for it.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
Sure. So I think there's two things to keep in mind here. First and foremost, I believe full-heartedly with my soul that the hype is real in esports. We're just at the very beginning.
Yeah.
I think if you think on this longer scale, not what kind of ROI am I going to get in 2 years, but what am I going to get in 20 years? Esports starts to look more and more and more attractive.
Yeah.
More people around the world are getting connected to the internet and getting better computers, and mobile esports is a thing. And every single year, new esports titles come out, and Valerant looks like it's going to be the next big thing. And every single year, esports does get bigger. And in the same breath, I'll also say a lot of folks have manipulated stats, manipulated the impression of how big esports is today and how much money it's making today, potentially to the detriment of the industry. I think
that's fair to say.
When people look at something like Overwatch League, like I love Overwatch. I don't play it so much these days, but I was the biggest Overwatch fan ever. I loved that Overwatch League was going for the city-based model. I thought so many aspects of Overwatch League were super exciting. But what made me nervous and what made everyone else who's pretty much insider in this industry nervous.
What made everyone nervous.
Is the inflated valuations. And, the day that Overwatch League launched, Activision Blizzard stock went up like 8% or something, like 5% or something like that, and made Bobby Kotick, billions of dollars potentially in value, because there's, oh my God, all these teams paid $20 million for entrance fees.
It's the paradigm
shift. The problem
shift.
is, if those investors get burned, then they may never come back. I think if you have that long-term scope and that macro lens, to throw out a bunch of buzzwords that probably sound kind of BS-y, but whatever. If you have that long-term vision, then this is an industry worth investing in, even at these inflated valuations. But you have to be in it for 20 years. You can't expect to turn that around.
So Danny, I'm sure you know all about trying to sell long-term vision. How can people better do that? How can us as esports industry and representatives best tell that story? And I do agree with Ben. I am all in on esports because I think it's just, it is going to be the future. Like it's huge in 20 years. But how do we resist the urge to make that super enticing deck and look at these stream numbers and you could be a team owner? How do we resist that?
Man, just being super transparent, I was kind of forced to not have any investors now, right? When I first started creating a tech platform, and granted, I spent 4 years in San Francisco, Silicon Valley, so I know being able to work for individuals who've been able to raise 14, 15, $20 million, and being able to come back and be like, man, I can create a technology platform, but I know I need to be able to raise this amount of capital. But ultimately for me, when I look at esports, you had the certain genres, and those genres was your league, your MOBAs, were your League of Legends, and you had your fighting game community. But for me, like I stated, I come from sports. So when you think of like a 2K, when you think of a Madden, it's nowhere near your League of Legends. So if I'm trying to create a platform and I'm trying to say, I want to go pitch for investors are looking like, the numbers are really low. So why are you not focused on League of Legends? Why are you not focused on Dota? This is where the numbers are at. And I'm like, that's just not my focus. I can't go create a platform that I don't know that market niche. I don't know that community, and you have to know your community to be transparent with your community. So it forced me to not have to go and accept capital where extreme valuations, because I had to be realistic with myself. I had to know I had to build this community first and then prove a concept to an investor to say, hey, this is our true value. And at the point where you do that so much, you don't even have to go for an investor anymore now. So it's like, all right, I can see this true valuation. And then from there, you're actually able to say, man, I know that I'm able to give that investor, if I was to come to investor or a sponsor, a true ecosystem. Yeah. So now for us, it's the education, it's the development, it's the new staff that's coming up under us, it's the competitions, it's staff completing those competitions, it's the actual facility, it's the whole community, it's the community around it. And we look at it as a true ecosystem. So therefore, when we do pitch investors now or that of sponsors, they're looking at it as like, man, I got so much true value. And therefore, when it comes down to getting burnt or anything from any other. They're like, no, I actually like this because it's a long-term effect. It took a long time to get to this point. And I always note that as any investor or any individual who even comes to me right now saying, oh, esports is such and such this and it's so big and so many, I have to say, pump your brakes, right? Like really give some real data based off of what you've gone through and what you're seeing, because anybody right now that you tell them all these numbers, they're going to be hyped. They're going to be like, oh yes, let's go into it. But you have to be able to sit back and be like, no, that isn't. This is where we're at. Here's our true data. And when you can be transparent, you actually have long-term partners now. Right.
Yeah.
So those individuals will look at you and be like, thank you for being open and honest with me. And I'm willing to ride this train with you. Right. Because you're passionate, Danny, or the individuals are passionate. We know that you're going to figure it out. And that's when you have true partnerships.
And you know what? I would love to I really want to highlight the importance of how practical that advice can really be. I know, just speaking from my own experience, the partners who help us create Invent Global Esports Conference, it's because they see the value in these type of events. They want more industry conferences because they know this is how the industry grows. This is how we all get together. You know, we actually, it's time for lunch right now, but you know what? Actually, we have one more topic to go over, and you know, we'll have a free schedules, I hope. But the last thing that I just want to say that I think could make esports better, and Norris, I'm looking at you here as my fellow media, my fellow writer, my fellow person. I think that we need more PR and media training for pro players. That's a very, very specific thing, but I actually think it sounds small, but this will help the entirety of esports because
it's you know, I'm so happy you brought that up because it's something that both dealing with interviews and esports athletes externally as well as internally, it's something that we constantly talk about as a media outlet. And I think the biggest thing from a company standpoint is that you want to train your players, you want to get media and PR training for your players and your social media people because they represent your brand first and foremost. And especially now with the climate shifting and the paradigm, especially in gaming, we don't have to go deep into it, but we know that there's a massive cultural and responsibility shift happening in gaming right now. Your people need to be trained on that kind of stuff. So if you don't want to be liable and people come after you as a company, it behooves you to do so. Now, I have a content lens on everything I do. So for me, I need the training for esports athletes because I want there to be the Michael Jordan of esports. I want there to be the Kobe. I want there to be the LeBron. I want there to be whatever, you know, sort of a comparison you want to make. There are certain electrifying esports athletes. I immediately think of like Faker, right? Faker is somebody acutely aware of who he is in the grand scheme of esports. And I think that is powerful. More and more esports athletes need to understand that, I think, about themselves. Less about what they say to other people, but to understand that about themselves. And when you do that, we get what we call like the Wheaties box moment, right? We need an esports athlete that transcends esports itself. You may not ever play a game of soccer in your life. You know who Lionel Messi is. You know who Cristiano Ronaldo is. Doesn't matter if you play the sport or not. And so I think we're getting to that point where the media training and really leaning into some of these personalities is going to help esports reach that higher threshold where it doesn't matter if people are into it or not. By virtue of this person existing and who they are, more people will be into esports. And so I think that only comes with training.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Just for all of us smooth brains out there, I want to say, even at the most simple level, and Ben, I bet you watch a lot of esports, especially now with Juked, right? How many times have we seen a well-intentioned commentator after the event go up and in the worst possible timing ask a player, "Oh man, you know, like, how do you feel about that win?" And it's just, I hate when esports is presented like that. Everyone's, you know, tense. the answer is fake, everything's lame, and it's like, what? Like, we just saw the most thrilling combat through video games ever, and like, this is the only way we can help these players express their personality. Like, there just has to be a better way. And I think too, to talk to your point about making that Wheaties moment, the Wheaties moment that really, to me, made me know I wanted to go into esports full time was the Daigo parry at Evo. And I think, the Daigo Evo, the Daigo moment happens because Daigo, maybe it's because he has a zen calm or maturity, but that guy knows himself. He knows his brand. He knows who he is. So when you see Daigo play, it's like you're just a fan of him. I'm just a fan of his mentality. And what really hurts me as someone who has been trying to build esports narratives for so long, I feel as if people who don't understand the power of the questions they ask, when, by the way, tens and thousands of people are watching this pro player, the questions you ask, the opportunity you give that player to express themselves. Personally, I think we're far too censored almost. We want to put these personalities in these little boxes, and I just don't feel like that helps esports overall.
And the last thing I want to add on that, and I'm so happy you brought up Evo moment number 37, because it's transcendent. I mean, even people who don't play fighting games know that moment. But I think everybody should, in a way, take cues from the FGC, because the FGC continually has some of the most electrifying personalities in all of esports, because they're allowed that freedom. And I think, when it comes to these big teams and these sort of, big esports organizations, they're trying to craft personalities. Get away from that. Don't craft a personality. Who is the guy on your team that has it, and foster that, and then see if you have other staff. Don't lean too hard on one person, because then they get burned out, but lean into the natural personalities that people have, because the more and more we try to craft these stories and these personalities onto, I hate to say it, true introverts, people are going to recoil from interfacing with media and interfacing with other entities as a whole. So that would be my advice to a company looking to PR train.
Yeah. Well, when you talk about PR training, you typically think like what not to say and how to be safe. But when I'm really close with my buddy Andrew, who runs a talent agency now. He used to represent a bunch of players back in the old MLG StarCraft 2 days, and he encouraged these players to show personality, as in going up on stage and going like this in their opponent's face. And every single time that they did that, the crowd would erupt. And that is something that is missing in a lot of esports today.
I mean, now, Ben, I'm sorry, but right now, players get fined for trash talking. It blows my mind. I don't understand what these leagues are doing. It's like, you realize you're trying to create entertainment, right? And Ben, I just want to say that you're totally right. I had to interrupt, because I am also very, very passionate about the fact that I personally think those extroverts and those awesome personalities exist. But I'm telling you right now, they don't want to lose their sponsor. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. Yeah. And it's for little things. It's for little things.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much all I had to say. I was just always endlessly appreciative of my friend for like encouraging these kind of insular StarCraft 2 players who generally didn't show a lot of personality to go like America, and then like the crowd's just like
So I guess to end on that, and then to ultimately end the panel so we can all get some lunch, I just wanted to give a shout out to Firebat a Hero. Look up Firebat Hero, a StarCraft. You will see the most hilarious on stage antics of any Korean StarCraft pro you've ever seen. And, he completely breaks the mold of what we think it even is. So anyways, this has been a fantastic panel. I literally just got the X because someone brought in food and I have to eat. I could do these panels all day. But guys, this has really, really been great. I really enjoyed this panel. For everyone listening, you can follow these guys at Fish Sticks is with Ben. Danny, do you not have a Twitter?
Yes, I do have a Twitter, but I usually go through the company.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's just talk through. It's Geekleets, at Geekleets.
At Geek Leads, there you go. And you can also find more of Norris's work at Great Lake Nori. Guys, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for this panel.
Thanks for having me.
All right, cool,
Thank
guys.
you.
Well, we are going to go take a lunch break, but when we return, we have more panels. So talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice that sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang.
Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walking to the thing you want my baby feel way good.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me. Turn the bass up.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a minimum.
Hi, Nick. I know. Hi. Unsure. Is there something? Is there? Let's like you have the topic here, right? I guess like exact expenditure amounts are like I don't know. Who knows, man? Oh, the young Harris.
Going on? You guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately. Mm. Oh man, maybe I should.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back after our short lunch break. So for this panel today at IGEC 2020, I'm really excited to talk about this because we're going to be talking about the problem that has especially surfaced in the last couple of years, what happens when esports teams run out of money. There have been professional sports teams, organizations investing so much money into these esports organizations, franchising, all of that. And, you know, I think all of the panelists on today's panel have something to say about it. So without further ado, I'll just introduce them shortly and then they can talk about themselves for a little bit. So we do have Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels joining us, Barry Lee from Evolve Talent, and then Harris Peskin over at ESG Law. So why don't you guys go around and just talk about yourselves a little bit and introduce yourselves.
I'm a 15-year esports veteran. I'm currently the VP of brand at B-Site and commissioner of Flashpoint, the Counter-Strike League. I've provided commentary at a professional level in 7 different games. I've owned professional teams. I've coached professional teams. I've run journalism and owned journalism websites across the space. I've done basically everything except for be a pro gamer.
Yeah, the mechanics aren't good enough for that.
Hey, when I was 18, I was a semi-pro Warcraft 3 player, but I decided to pursue casting instead. Get out of here.
All right. So I'm Barry.
I'm the reason you're in esports, so shut up.
I don't see the reason, but formative part, I will agree. My name is Barry. I'm the director of esports at Evolve Talent Agency. Most of my job involves representing players in their contracts and then just in their careers. So yeah, that's really the long and short of it.
Hey guys, I'm Harris Peskin. I'm a partner over at ESG Law. I work with some other notable esports attorneys like Bryce and Krista, Bryce Blum, Krista Heiner. We represent a lot of professional esports teams, TSM, Team Liquid, Cloud9, basically doing everything from sponsorship deals, basic transaction deals, labor employment, intellectual property, some corporate stuff, tax stuff. We touch on basically all of it. So we get firsthand exposure to all of this, all of all the money stuff in esports. We see that basically happening. It all comes through our door. Generally speaking, if there is a form of revenue that's being generated by a company, we will usually have something to do with that in the form of like papering that, some sort of a transaction.
Perfect. So you guys cover a lot of bases, which I think is good for this panel because we're going to be basically covering all the aspects from player salaries to just overall team spending. And the first question that we need to address is just what do these teams spend this money on, this large sums that they are given that I feel like most of them have no idea what to do with. So we see stuff. Yes?
So first off, I want to address the fact that this panel is called What Happens When Esports Teams Run Out of Money, which I think is probably going to start happening potentially soon because of the current COVID-19 pandemic. A lot of teams, you know, we don't really know the answer to this question because in what I would consider the modern esports era, which is 2012 post the rise of Twitch, we haven't seen that many collapses of orgs because basically the major orgs have all been tied to the rise of Twitch and the rise of video games. And so because the market has been increasing at such a rapid pace, they have been able to raise significant amounts of venture capital, and they always had another way to create another fundraise, basically. But now that the markets are no longer as good and a lot of marketing budgets and VC budgets have been frozen during the pandemic, we may find out what the answer to this question is, where we hadn't really had that opportunity in a big way before.
I think we've seen like a teaser of it with, I think almost like Infinite Esports because like because I think Infinite Esports, Optic Gaming, formerly was it Houston Outlaws, formerly, and then we saw it when like their investors just pulled out, and then all their money essentially was frozen. So I think we saw a teaser of it, but that one was a little bit different how it ended up being resolved because, how do you say it? Like they just sold off all their stuff to like kind of recoup a lot of the debts, and that might not be the case now with the pandemic. So. Harris, I think I cut you off when you were about to say something.
That's fine. It's good. It's a good bit. Just like a negotiation. Just kidding. So my answer or my take on the situation is that I don't think it's too different than other business analogs that we can draw. I think most of the time when a business is beginning to run out of money, they could do one of two things. They could cut expenses or they could raise money. In this situation, I think as it relates to raising money, you'll probably see reduced valuations. That's not necessarily too different than what we saw at least in like the 70s, 80s, and even sports like basketball. Remember in the 1990s, certain basketball games were being run on tape delay, so those markets all kind of weren't thriving at the time. Eventually they would recover and blow up, but a lot of valuations were decreased and a lot of people were selling for pennies on the dollars, specifically with my favorite team, the New York Islanders. That's one way we get through it. The other way is you look at a situation in which expenses need to be cut, and that I think is a more interesting dynamic because that's something you could kind of control for within the industry itself. And I think that looks a little bit more like the market would obviously have to react to the financial realities of not being able to raise money. That means cutting player salary, cutting expenses, cutting staff. And in certain instances, you look at, like, for instance, what happened in the late 2010 or in the early parts of the late 2000, the decade of early 2010 in Europe, specifically the English Premier League. At the time, revenues were about equal to the amount of money, if not less than the amount of money that was being paid out to English Premier League players. And the response to that was to actually artificially limit the amount that could be paid out to professional players. And the interesting part here is that given the fact that so much of the revenues of a team goes out to paying these players, it would seem almost necessary that the result would be to pay these players less money so that you could eventually avoid yourself from going belly up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we've kind of seen that, right? Like right now, because obviously, like the point you mentioned with the staffing cuts, right? Like, that's definitely happened. I've seen people let go from like a lot of, like, I guess, like higher level executives and like just people that also just like staff that aren't needed. But also, like, we work with a ton of, like, at Evolve, we work with a ton of like Fortnite players and like, players that aren't in like the franchise leagues as well. And a lot of those players have been getting cut with the reason being like, budget among COVID, like being the reason. So like, it's definitely something that's already happening. And I think like you hit it kind of like on the head there.
Yeah, and I would say that even beyond just like, staff, I would say that the way that it looks and the way that it looked in 2004, 2005 is a good example with professional sports. And I know that a lot of people don't like to use professional sports as an analog, but it really does showcase what happens when a league is losing money and the players are deriving a huge portion of the amount of revenues that the teams are generating. What ends up happening in 2004 in the NHL is you have a lockout for an entire year, and when they come back from the lockout, there's a salary cap on these players, which is equivalent to 50% of the revenues generated by the league as a whole, right? And so that might be a path towards profitability. Obviously, it brings up some sorts of legal questions insofar as the question is, would that even be legal in the current structure that we have when you're not negotiating against a union, when you have a developer that's involved in negotiations as well? But I think that is a viable path forward, one that might actually become a necessity at some point, just to talk about the amount of money that the players are making right now. They're almost always and I would say that, in some instances, they're over 100% of the amount of revenue that a team is generating, and ultimately talking about what happens when a team runs out of money, right? And if most of the money is going to these players, then they need to cut back on those expenses. So I could see some sort of a protracted fight between, or over time, some sort of a disagreement between these players and these teams, just to figure out what is fair compensation in the marketplace, so that they don't continue to be a drain on these finances.
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree with your points, like, mostly, because I think you're totally right on the fact that, like, players, like, teams, especially in the franchise leagues, like, to kind of touch on, like, the franchise leagues, they don't generate a lot of revenue because the league isn't generating revenue, and a lot of the franchise setups were kind of like were made with that assumption. So then all the money is like kind of the money that they like, kind of the budget, the investments that they started with, and they're spending all the money. So like, the revenue and the expenditures are probably like way out of whack. Like the balance, like the scales are completely unbalanced at the point. But the issue is, I think a lot of the teams, they pay a lot of lip service to the fact that they want to reduce spending. There have been teams that just kind of like roll back onto like a lot of amateur players to really cut back on spending because they kind of want to kind of work. I think it's like whenever a team says, we want younger players. It just means they want a roster, in my opinion. But at the same time, like there's always going to be a couple of teams that are kind of that end up driving the market because they are like they see everybody kind of scaling back on talent, and then they see it as this is our time to like kind of spend money and take over the league. So,
And I think ultimately it goes down to what is the point of an esports team in the first place? Like, what are you doing in this business? I would tell you that from a professional sports perspective, generally, I don't think that most teams make money. I think most of them lose money. I mean, the valuation now at this point goes up, and so you could recoup. But when you sell your asset, you could take that money off the table. But I would say that most professional sports teams, or a lot of them at least, they probably don't make money. So if that's the point here, then what are we talking about in terms of how we're actually going to be able to generate this revenue in the first place? Is this something we want to continue to try to do? Are we going to reduce these players' salaries? Are we going to really create these structures in place where we're concentrated? If we're esports teams, think about it from one of my clients' perspectives, right? Like, is their point to be the most competitive team in the world, to be the best team in the world? Is that the goal? Or is the goal to do exactly what you just said, to go ahead and bring a bunch of young players in, generate a fan base, create content, and monetize that content? Those are two separate goals, right? Because one of them is going to involve
disagree on that. Like that there's goals, because winning is like the easiest way to build a brand or like get a lot of eyeballs on you is to win, right? So like,
I don't know if I would say the easiest way.
well, let me put it like I meant more in terms of like causality rather than actually the act of winning. Well, like if you win, you generally get a lot more eyeballs on you. So like the logic behind
but tying your brand to winning is a huge mistake, because as soon as you stop winning, then you stop getting those eyeballs on you.
Correct.
And that is really, really difficult to do, and it doesn't engender any kind of long-term fan identity or fan loyalty.
Monty's 100% right here, and for what it's worth, he had the right idea with the Detroit Renegades, because when you look at what actually goes ahead and like generates you revenue, it's ultimately going to be fan attachment. You need to generate revenue from the people that care about your brand. So the question is, how do you create that fan attachment? So when Monty says, the strategy can't be just to pay the most money and put players out that are going to continuously win something, he's right. That could be short term, but it's not really creating long-term sustainable brand attachment. So what does in professional sports? It's a lot of it's regionality, to be honest with you. It's a connection to your region. In League of Legends, a lot of the time it's North America versus EU versus South Korea, what have you, right? But like on a more micro level, that could be based on cities. So you're trying to create these brand attachments. It doesn't necessarily, and it probably shouldn't, relate to spending the most money on players.
Oh no, like the point I was trying to make is that like a lot of teams kind of will spend the money to win in order to like build the brand, and then like helpfully like use that as the base to like for the long-term goals. And it's extremely volatile because like it's a gamble, it's a risk. So instead of like kind of building the infrastructure, I think we've seen a lot of teams over the years that do that exact path where they just come in, spend a ton of money, and then try to build their brand along with at the same time. But the thing is, like, I think they do that in a situation where they don't have the proper org infrastructure, the proper staffing, the proper like kind of like the not protocols, but like at least like the workflow in order to make it really to capitalize on when they win, on building the brand when they win.
I think there's two kind of conversations here, because there's multiple ways. It's not the same thing as when we discuss traditional sports, which is why this conversation is so weird. For a lot of reasons, the structure is not the same. Even in the franchise league, we don't have IP problems in traditional sports. And at the end of the day, traditional sports are all about creating the best sports product possible. The problem with having the developers in there is that they are engaging in a marketing exercise primarily, and their motivations around making the sports product a business have not always been there, because the developers, it's not their primary goal, but it is the team's primary goal, right? And the teams themselves, some of them, their primary business is being an esport, like an esports team in the traditional sports sense. And some teams, they have ancillary businesses that are their main revenue drivers. If you look at the difference between Cloud9, which is primarily an esports team, and TSM, which is primarily an advertising and website business, you see,
right? And I wouldn't disagree that there are different aims. I think the point is, which is the more sustainable aim? right? The question really is, what is the one that works in the long-term future? Is it going to be that, is it going to be the case that Cloud9 is always a super competitive team? I think you brought up this point too. Like, I'm not sure how sustainable it is. Whereas basically bringing yourself up, I don't want to say as a talent agency because that might get me into legal problems, but what is in a sense a marketing arm for your sponsors, with being engaged by these sponsors to basically do your best job to promote them and then making use of your influencers. That might be a more sustainable business model than simply going ahead and performing in all these esports leagues, where you're right, Monty. The goals of the game developers do not always coincide with the goals of these teams. And so there's multiple ways to address that, right? At least in the context of what is the best way to address it from do we actually want to promote competition in these leagues? If you want to do that, then you need to make the goals align. That would probably be to say that the league should be self-sustaining on their own, and it shouldn't just be a marketing arm with these game developers. The team should probably own these leagues at some point, so that the league itself, the mere fact that there is competition in these leagues that is compelling for people to watch, directly results in a benefit to these teams. So they're incentivized to create and further this competition. When you don't have that, when the developer derives everything, what I guess what I'm getting at is that incentive disappears. You're no longer incented to go ahead and create this super competitive team, because even if the league is going to be super successful, you might not necessarily see long-term benefits out of that, except to the extent that you remain successful.
I think that's why we've seen a market shift and like new players in the industry. Because a couple years back, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, like even like 3 years ago, like when new teams come in, they always think like we're gonna be the sports franchise, we're gonna kind of set up as a competitive team. And now like when you see new teams come in, they kind of look at 100 Thieves is like a hybrid example, but I think they use like FaZe a lot as their benchmark on what an esports team is. And then it's more about like generating the content, having the fans like just kind of coalesce around like the FaZe the brand rather than FaZe the esports entity.
Right.
So I think we're starting to see a shift in that direction, and I think people are still feeling out how exactly you make money off of that, because I think like because in the team esports and like the franchise perspective, like you want to sell against like all the games you play, but when you're looking at the content perspective, like the game is completely like the way you make money is completely different.
It's irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. And so what I would say actually is just to kind of add on to that point, Barry, if you look at the most successful teams in terms of the brand of those teams, like if I were to say what are the most successful brands in esports right now that have fashioned themselves as esports teams, I'd probably say something like Cloud9, to Monty's point, is definitely one of them. I'd probably say Team Liquid is another one. And then I'd go and say, well, what about FaZe? What about 100 Thieves? What about TSM? Those are brands that right now aren't at the peak of competition in all the esports that they compete in, but they are the brands that are trying to churn out the most content and engage with their fans in a meaningful way. And they've and I think as to the question that was initially put, how efficient are the teams with the way that they spend money, and what are they doing if they're running out of money? These guys are basically saying, we see the fact that we might run out of money if we can't maintain this strategy of being hyper competitive. We need to transition to a sustainable business model on its own, which is one in which we can provide value to third-party sponsors by making use of our influencers, not necessarily one in which we're hyper focused on being the most competitive brand at all times in every thing we ever do.
I think everyone's still like experimenting, right? Because I think people generally see the higher ROI in being more of a brand than a team, a competitive team. But I think I think like on the team side, like for the exact flaws that you mentioned, the competitive team, like you have the developers being involved, there's IP issues to like kind of weed out, so you have this kind of added barrier. Meanwhile, like if you're a brand, as long as you just pick up the right talent, then you can kind of maintain kind of like you're like much more nimble, I would say, like because Fortnite's the latest thing. You find like the biggest, sign some of like the guys that have like the biggest like eyeballs on the Fortnite side, and then you can kind of shift around a lot more easily because it's just there's not a whole team infrastructure you have to kind of dismantle in order to
I just hate this conversation because it's every team is not a sports team in the same way, right? Like we're talking about what would happen if the New York Yankees went out and signed someone from the Harlem Globetrotters to do tricks for it, and it was
Right.
really popular. Like, it's not a real competition. And so that's why I struggle so hard with categorizing these teams or trying to make equivalencies between all of them, because there are going to be teams that are only interested in truly competitive esports and are run in that traditional sports model. And then there are going to be teams that are basically, if you're FaZe, you're basically an influencer management content company with some esports teams grafted onto the side for reasons that, frankly, I don't even really understand. Like, if you asked me, why does FaZe have a CSGO team? I have no idea. Like, I have no idea why.
Hey, maybe the ownership has a soft spot for it.
So what I would say though is, Monty, it's actually, I think you're right, but I think it's an analysis. I think it's a really simplistic analysis at the end of the day, and the analysis comes down to what are the percentage of revenue, what percentages of teams' revenue comes from a certain spot. Like, where's the money actually come from, right? In traditional, you're right to say that it's not traditional sports, right? Because in traditional sports, a majority of a team's revenue is going to come from its broadcasting deal. It's going to have like roughly 50% of the money is going to come from broadcasting deal. You're then going to have maybe some from merchandise. And to be honest with you, no esports team has really done a good job making any form of money off of merchandise. Absent maybe 100 Thieves, which seems to be trying to do a good job, but I'm not even sure I would give it to them right now.
No.
My favorite is still the MS Paint 100
Right.
block. Like...
So then if it's 50 plus 10 on merchandise, and then you maybe have 20% probably on ticket sales. Those don't exist either. So you're already taking out broadcasting, you're taking out ticket sales. The remaining percentage that you would have there is probably around 30% for sponsorship money. That is really the primary form of revenue that a team has available to it. So then you ask yourself, when we say what's different between this and traditional sports, well, the traditional sports, you're incentivized to get money from broadcasting, which means eyes watching competitive products, as well as ticket sales, people attending your games. Since that doesn't exist here, the esports teams are solely incentivized to make money off of sponsorships. And what a sponsorship really is eyes on the product for the sponsor. They don't care why those eyes are on the product. They just want to make sure that people are actually paying attention to their product. And so that's what brings us back to this initial point. Because those traditional revenue streams aren't available for a professional esports team, they're less incentivized to care about fielding a competitive product. And I don't disagree with you. I think it's completely silly that is the result. That just so happens to be the world in which we're living.
Well, I think it's really interesting. It's really funny more than interesting that if you look at like some of the franchise leagues, like there's no like actual monetary benefit to making playoffs or like, going all the way to finals. Like, because if you look at traditional sports, you get a cut of like kind of like the broadcasting dollars and playoff structure, right? So it's like you're incentivized to field a competitive team to make it to playoffs, and then so you get a bigger cut of the pie. But the thing is, in esports, you don't have that. Like, LCS team reaches playoffs, reaches finals. It's like they earn roughly the same amount. Maybe they can sell like against sponsorships and like extra like merch or stuff like that. But it's like not the same amount of money like these traditional sports teams make when they make playoff into the postseason.
So to be fair, though, I think that certain leagues have done a better job at trying to realign those interests in a way that is, it's intelligent, right? You look at leagues that are attempting to emulate a model that is fully owned by the teams, where there's then an incentive to go ahead and create interest in that league.
Oh, who could be doing that?
Right.
I wonder.
Who's doing that? Like that exactly. Monty's right. Obviously, he's but the point is that's the intelligent structure.
Don't tell Monty he's right. His head becomes bigger, bigger.
Monty's generally right. He's right about a lot of things. But yeah. But when he and other leagues, to be fair, like League of Legends, or LCS rather, they're trying to, in some way, with the revenue structure that they've implemented with the rev shares, it tries to emulate that as well. It's just, these barriers still exist. We haven't broken through these barriers, and because of the lack of viability of these leagues on their own, the fact that they might not be generating as much of a profit as they otherwise should, teams have in fact been forced to look to other paths to monetization, which just really involve being, like Monty said, a talent management company at some point.
Well, I feel like even when they're given these opportunities or given these players that are going to cost a heavy price, they don't do anything with it. They just have no marketing backup. For example, the biggest thing that I can think of off the top of my head was when Dignitas picked up Huni for that huge contract and then did absolutely nothing with it. They barely used Hooney in his marketing. They didn't use him as the face of the brand at all, and they didn't do anything with it. And now he's gone, and all that money.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And I think the flaw there is this thinking. So the alleged value of Hooney's annual contract to Dignitas was $1.2 million. So we have to ask ourselves a question. Does paying Hooney $1.2 million result in Dignitas making $1.2 million or more dollars back?
Right.
And like, are you going to sell enough Hooney jerseys that makes sense? No. Is the answer
Hey, man.
no?
Hey,
So
you didn't see the secret marketing documents that they come up with.
I don't think they signed any sponsors for that value that were like, the tipping point was having Hooney. Like, I just don't believe that conversation or that scenario ever existed. Yeah. So I mean, I agree with you, and I think that teams, but at the same time, you can't 100% look at it as the path to profitability right now, because that would be like saying that we should have considered in sports past. Now you have to remember that sports teams themselves, as Harris alluded to earlier, many of them do not make a significant profit. So the question is, why are these things worth billions of dollars? And the answer is, it's a scarcity market, and there are a bunch of super rich people that want a shiny toy. So if you are a super rich person,
esports.
if you are a super rich person who wants a shiny toy, then maybe you do pay people millions of dollars because it's your shiny toy, and that's what you do to have fun with your money. Or if you are a team in esports right now, maybe signing Hooney, even though it's a little different with Dignitas because they're owned by Harris Blitzer, which is literally a sports team. Like they own the Devils and Crystal Palace and
76ers.
And a lot of I think it's a lot of restaurants. I think in that case, it's a little bit different. But for many teams that may be looking in the long term to sell, having the prestigious players that they overpay in the short term could, in theory, be an exit strategy of selling for a crap ton of money in the long term. So it's not necessarily bad that they're doing that right now.
Well, so you're talking about in terms of creating a legacy, right? Like,
well, that's based on an assumption, though, is that the valuation will continue to go up based on the scarcity and people wanting to buy these shiny toys, which might not be the case in a world in which, one, people realize that these teams don't actually make money, because a lot of the times when you look at the valuations of these brands, they're being valued at like tech startup levels, like with 10x multipliers, which is just ridiculous in my opinion. And two, like you're looking at it from the perspective of, hey, the current pandemic is not going to go ahead and influence, future profitability or future interest in buying these teams. So I would say that correct. It might be worth paying him 1.2 in the event that you were to say, it's because we could recoup that when we go and we try to exit. But the reality is, no one really knows what the exit looks like right now, because it's such a complicated marketplace.
Yeah, and also you can't know what the exit looks like because you don't know when the exit's coming, and so you don't know, therefore, which franchises are valuable. And considering we've had in the space turnover of esports on a much more rapid basis due to evolving technology and new releases of games, like we haven't had giant sports turnover takes decades for things to rise and fall. Esports goes much faster than that.
Right.
So it is a highly dangerous and volatile space to be in, I think, from the team perspective, but obviously the potential payout is enormous.
The funny thing is, like, a lot of the teams over the years that have bought in and then sold, like, they usually, like, the team kind of crashes and burns, but then they sell, like, the spots, they sell their assets, and they usually come out ahead, like, at least in terms of, like, what they put in initially, right?
For now.
But, like,
what happens? What happens when the value of one of those franchise slots decreases? That's
what
the
I'm
danger.
saying, is that, like, that's been the case so far, because, like, the valuations have been, like, the people looking in is like, I want to buy in now, and they kind of buy into these, like, higher valuations. So I think it really goes to the point of, like, what happens when the valuation crashes, right? Like, so, like, it's like, I don't know if we're gonna see it, like, right away, but, like, maybe in the next 3 years, we're definitely going to see more case studies of this.
Right, and that's why I caveated at the beginning with, I said that there's two things that can happen in this. You seek outside investment is one, because I think the initial question is what happens when a team runs out of money, right? The first thing I said is you seek outside investment and you try to sell, right? If that's not available, then you need to look internally and you need to cut so you can continue running a business. And that, I think, is ultimately what ends up happening here. I don't actually know the way in which that happens, given, and I know this might come across the wrong way, but I think Hal actually said it well in his interview with Monty recently. Players have it pretty well right now in esports, from my perspective. I know that there's a lot of people that like to talk about how they don't have it too well. They're signing all these contracts. The reality is there's pretty much a standard form contract at this point. That it's not a CBA with like a 2-page contract. It's just a standard form contract that basically all the teams use. It's been edited down to death by a lot of player agents in this space. And in terms of the money they're making, it's far in excess of the amount of money that they would otherwise be making if we were using traditional traditional salary cap formulas that are used in other professional sports. So there's really not that much incentive for them to, change everything up. And that might just result in, if they're not willing to change everything up, if we're not willing to somehow figure out a way in which we can restrict the teams from eating themselves, in a sense, they might just eat themselves. They might just go out of business.
At the end of the day, it's like, people say like players have it well, like, and then players are getting paid too much. But like at the end of the day, who's paying these players, right? It's like like when Team Liquid came out with that roster in 2017, like people were like flabbergasted by like the kind of like the amounts they were hearing in terms of salaries. And if they hadn't won, because if you remember, if like they entered like playoffs in 4th or 5th place, and like there was like this big mid-season panic, and like people forget about that in the initial spring split. But then the thing is, they won, so everyone kind of was like, oh yeah, it makes sense. They spent money and they won. But like if they hadn't won, like the market would have just gone back to being where it is. Well, like Team Liquid winning was probably the worst thing to happen to a lot of LCS teams, I feel like.
It's actually an incredibly interesting point, because the result in what we're kind of talking about is almost the same exact result that we saw in the English Premier League. So in that league in the 1990s, they basically reformed, and since 1992, only 6 professional teams have won the English Premier League. In however many years that is, it's almost 30 years at this point. The reason is because there's only so many teams that can afford financially themselves to make these payments to these teams based off the amount of money that they're generating. And so they are the ones that are able to really pump up these massive salary numbers, and all the teams at the bottom that don't have that investment, since there's restriction on who could take investment in the English Premier League, and they don't have the money coming in the form of sponsorships, broadcasting, or whatever, they're forced to pay the lesser payable players. So what you get is a complete lack of parity in these leagues. And that's almost exactly the situation that we're seeing with a lot of these professional esports teams. When you look at the LCS, for example, how many teams have won the LCS? I mean,
it's like a very small handful. What's CL, GTSM, Cloud9, TL? That's it.
LEC. What about the LEC, right?
It's like G2 and Fnatic for the last like 10 or 12 seasons, I think.
Right. Alliance won once, but right.
Oh yeah, never forget.
Right, but basically, it's the lack of parity in these leagues is so small. There's basically no parity whatsoever, just because the teams at the top could continue to, based on the amount of money that's so concentrated in them, they could continue to dole this cash out. But unless these other teams at the bottom are going to make a short-term play on taking investment and then putting that all back into money to do exactly what you just said, Barry, which is probably not a good long-term strategy, they can't really survive.
Well, then I think it poses a question. Do you guys ever see a future where there's salary caps on player salaries? Is that ever something that you think will happen?
I think in like LCS or like League of Legends or even like Overwatch has like a soft cap. But the thing is, like, it has to be based off of the revenue that the league and like the kind of the whole competition as a whole is generating. And until there's like some sizable amount, I don't know if there's like going to be actual like spending cap discussions, especially in League of Legends. Not yet, I think, because there's no point in saying like, the cap is going to be an X amount of dollars because it is a percentage of the revenue, because there needs to be revenue first for them to make that kind of make that well as a division.
So I think that the answer to that question also depends in large part on the appetite of the players to prevent the owners from eating themselves, because right now in America, at least, the owners cannot legally
impose a salary cap on the players. That would be a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. It would basically be a restriction on competition. The only way that that could ever happen would be if the players were to unionize and thereby forego their ability to file a claim for the violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act based on the non-statutory labor exemption that they are granted, that the leagues are actually granted when they go ahead and are negotiating with a union. So because the players probably don't have an appetite for unionization right now, since they're getting everything that's basically being handed to them, they're completely disincentivized from forming a union, which would otherwise permit the owners to go ahead and impose some sort of a salary cap. So the interests are completely out of line, which is why I'm saying I think a lot of the business models that you're seeing from these teams are acknowledging that and moving away from a traditional competition model and more towards an influencer kind of model, which has its own legal problems. But yeah.
I mean, everything has its own legal, like none of it's been litigated or like kind of like set in stone. Like there's no regulatory body to like enforce anything. So it's like that, like it's everyone's like, oh yeah, esport, the Wild West of esports over. It's like, I think we've just like, it's still getting started, man. Like we still haven't figured out a lot of like how traditional entertainment laws kind of like jive with what's happening in esports, because there are applications, it's just no one's really applied them.
Right.
See, I feel like we keep talking about these unknown territories or these things that we're still experimenting on. And esports has been around for, a couple, like almost like a couple decades at this point. And so, it's not necessarily like fresh out of the oven, but we have established some kind of base. But as Monty was saying earlier, we move faster than traditional sports. This is something that is rapidly evolving. Are we going too slow? And is that going to catch up to us? And bring us back to the point, are we going to run out of money with these organizations because we just don't know what to do? And how can we prevent that?
I think like we saw a lot of like continued growth in esports just because the economy was growing at the same time. Like, between 2010 to like 2019, just before COVID hit, it's just been continual upticks, right? It's just been going up and up year over year. So more people were just like willing to like, they had more money to like kind of throw around to like make like outside bets and stuff like that. If the economy shrinks and we hit a recession point, like it's a question, because like I think like in 2000, a lot of people, like I've been talking with this like a couple people, and like in 2008, like when the recession hit, like sports viewership was apparently pretty great during 2008, because a lot of people weren't.
It was a huge driver in the creation of the streaming culture in esports as well. Historically, during recessions, in fact, I mean, you should know this, Barry. Korean esports was basically created as a result of the Asian economic crisis in 1998. Yep. And the reason why that is that there were a bunch of people who were out of work, who were at the PC bongs in Korea playing video games, and that's where StarCraft Brood War started going on TV and becoming ultra popular. And in the same way, in the recession in 2008, 2009, you have to remember that this was the start of what we would consider the modern esports era that coincided with the launch of StarCraft 2, that coincided with the rise of MLG and IPL and these major tournaments. Because here's what it is. It's free entertainment. It's free that you can watch online. And, Own3D and Twitch at the time were the competing streaming platforms, and they were exploding in terms of viewership. And the thing is, video games are always great value, especially today when games are free to play. By the way, guess what else came out in 2009? League of Legends. You think that League of Legends that came out in October of 2009 had nothing, like the rise of that game had nothing to do with it being free to play during an economic recession? Like, it was huge.
Because the competing thing, like, because Dota 2 wasn't out yet, so the competing thing was Heroes of New Earth, and that had like a $30 barrier to entry at the time, I remember. And a lot of people didn't want to spend that $30 because a lot of my friends were starving college students, so they just play League of Legends because it was free. So
yeah, I think that generally the point stands. I think that recessions might not affect, and even right now, you just look at the fact that we're all cooped up inside. The year over year viewership on Twitch has actually increased as well.
It was like 90% March to March or something.
Right.
Well, that's the funny thing. It's like CDL viewership has been awful, though. Like in light of all this.
Well, that's the point, right? Like it really comes down to are you trying to fit a square into a round hole in some sense, right? Like are you trying to force, I don't want to say competitive esports on everybody? Is what is really attractive here to the masses is that the entertainment value of just this is the new way in which influencers are going to exist. They're going to exist as streamers on a platform and when they're playing games and talking to their audience, or is the value in watching people at the highest level of competition? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that question.
I think there will always be an appetite for like watching people at the highest level like compete against each other, just because you see it and you think like, oh, I can do that in my own game. But at the same time, I think there's always gonna be appetite for it, but will it be the pinnacle of gaming entertainment? Like, it isn't even the pinnacle gaming entertainment right now.
Right. Well, that's the point, right? It's not even the pinnacle of gaming entertainment right now by a long shot, for what it's worth. And on top of that, if it's not, that spells some not so great news for teams in the not too distant future, which means that they would probably drastically need to rethink how they're doing business. And that might, in fact, be kind of already what we've seen, and kind of an adjustment to the times.
I personally feel like there's a lot of people try to pass the buck onto other people, esports, in the franchise league, I saw it in Overwatch. I kind of see it now in LCS, and at least a little less right now, but in LCS, people are the teams are really leaning on the league and the production to really kind of make the product better, attract more viewers. But then the teams don't necessarily really do anything to drive fan engagement and interest, because at the end of the day, fans are fans of stories of players, of what happens around the competition, rather than how it's presented. So the presentation has does play a large part in it. But
I agree with that, to be honest.
I just see the vast majority of teams just really lean on the leagues and the production, rather than kind of going out and trying to build things Well,
I think that they're all important, but if we're looking at fans in esports, I used to help run a team back in the day, and
that had no fans.
That had no fans, right?
They were very hard to kill, I heard.
So in any event, I helped run a team, but the important thing is that my experience in running the team was that a lot of our fans were actually based out of the places where the players came from. So in other words, if we had a Polish player on our team, we had a lot of we had a lot of Polish fans. But that's not sustainable either, because again, that's talking about regionality. There's a connection here that draws you to a piece of laundry. It's the regionality of where that laundry comes from, right? But when that player leaves, what happens to the fans from that region? They just leave? They just go?
They follow the player.
But that again, but the prospect of creating compelling story, and basically that being a draw for the brands itself is not. It kind of falls on deaf ears in my eyes. I think that really what's happening here is.
I think that producers are just super bad at driving narratives in esports.
That could be too.
That's fair too.
Yeah.
I think that the actual just production sucks. That's what I think.
I think that the production is definitely bad at the same time. I think that both of them could definitely use a big boost. And I think that I think that at the end of the day, I don't know. I'm not attracted to a specific brand just because of the name of the brand, right? I don't know why I use certain, I'm not married to any specific product that I use unless it's a good product. The brand doesn't really do anything for me. But I am a huge New York Islanders fan, and the reason is because they basically represent my home city. So that's kind of the way I've always looked at these kinds of things.
Well, that's what CDL and Overwatch League were trying to tap into, right? Because I definitely had a friend who was like, "Oh, Boston has a team. I guess I'm gonna hate the New York team," and then that's what they said, and they kind of initially started watching, but then that interest fell off a cliff.
Well, I mean, you're trying to do it with games that aren't the most popular games, right? I think that for what it's worth, and I live in New York, and I can tell you, I would regularly go out to fan viewing parties for the NYXL, right? And there were people there. There were a significant amount of fans there. They cared. The Deadly Venoms, they're an established fan base in this spot, and I think they were actually able to grow it at a grassroots level and create some sort of fan loyalty to their product. The problem is that, well, one, they were really one of the only ones that were able to do it very well, and two, the game just isn't that popular, in my opinion.
Well, unfortunately, 45 minutes have passed somehow, but I just want to give you guys his last minute thoughts on just overall. I mean, obviously we can't really conceptualize this into one sentence, but at least something to sum it up, so maybe people out there would listen and hopefully move towards better financial spending.
I think that the best way that teams can spend money right now is on, I know we alluded to this many times, but I think every single organization in esports could use some rebranding. And by that, I mean, like, a lot of these teams, for example, Team Liquid, came out of a website. It was a community website that turned into an esports team as they started sponsoring players. And they're called Team Liquid, but they have a horse as their logo because you would have to know, you'd have to be OG like me to know that they originally had horses on the header of the website.
And they hated League of Legends.
Yeah, well, yes, that was a different problem that they had. They had a lot of problems, but I love their community feel as a team. But my point is that over time, a lot of these teams just sort of randomly mutated in terms of their brand as they were trying to figure out what was going on. TSM started as a guide site, and it was an advertisement for their League of Legends guides, which was solomid.net. So it was the team of solomid.net. And I think it would behoove many teams, every team, to go back to the drawing board and say, what are our brand values right now? What does it mean to be this X team, TSM, Liquid, whatever, Cloud9, and say, how are we going to rebrand and align everything for us in terms of strategy and in terms of aesthetic and in terms of presentation for the future? Because everything has moved so fast, nobody has properly reevaluated their position in the market. And I think that is something that should happen and is the best use of money that you could have right now, is to get a major branding agency to help you with that.
Couldn't agree more.
I think for me, I think teams just need to, like, the rebranding is a good idea, but I think they also just need to look kind of internally on what the priorities are, because I think a lot of teams don't really understand where their priorities are, what they need to do or what they want to do. They just have this mishmash of things that they're trying to accomplish at the same time. So they need to really, like, I think, structure their development and create like longer term plans than just like a 1 or 2 year plan on we're going to win and build a brand around it. It's like, I think they need to figure out their infrastructure. Is like, this is mainly toward new teams, but they need to figure out the infrastructure and then prioritize based off of that plan.
I'll end it and say, in the event that spending dries up in the form of capital that's being generated or that's being given to these teams, I would say that teams need to drastically rethink the amount of money and the allocation of money that they're spending on players, and they would need to get creative in terms of what their future, if they're going to continue to exist as a business, looks like. I think we've seen certain teams do that. I think that since almost the entirety of these teams' revenues generates from sponsorships, I think that that model might become more emulated across the entire industry at a certain point. Not to say that that's the correct model. The other alternative is that leagues need to begin to give more money to these teams, or need to be able to make more favorable revenue sharing goals for these teams to align the interests as they originally were.
Or I would argue not just about revenue sharing, but actually have a goal of profitability instead of being an advertising wing for the main game itself, because that is something that has been a problem across the industry for many years now.
Right. Yeah. And that's something that, and I don't want to take up more time, Kelsey, but that's something that generally goes untalked about. But that is, in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is that for the longest time these leagues existed as a marketing arm of a game to continue to bring in value.
Yes.
And these teams were kind of treated for an incredibly long time, I'm talking like 6-7 years before that we really saw significant change. They were treated essentially as they were going to be doing the marketing for these leagues, and you should be so lucky to be involved in them. I think that's changed in large part, but I think that we still have a ways to go.
Yeah, I know. We can honestly talk about this for hours, and I would love to, but thank you guys so much for taking part of this panel. I know everyone really appreciates your thoughts on everything. Up next, we do have our keynote with Joe Marsh from T1 and Jacob Wolf, so stay tuned for that. Thanks, guys.
found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing.
Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Walk into the thing you want to make me feel way, girl.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Welcome back to the Invin Global Esports Conference. I do not work for Invin, but I am very pleasured to be here. My name is Jacob Wolf, and I work for ESPN. I'm your moderator today for a fireside chat with Joe Marsh, the CEO of T1 Sports and Entertainment. Joe, how are you?
I'm pretty well, Jacob. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, despite our lovely jokes in this Google Meet chat that people would love to see beforehand. But Joe, just refresher for people, because I've talked to a bunch of people throughout Brella to this, actually just today. Seems like there are a lot of people that are relatively new to esports that are watching this. So just to catch people up, what is T1? We can run through this here. SK Telecom T1 was probably the most successful South Korean esports team in the entire country, particularly in League of Legends. Multiple world championships under that belt. And then this a little bit under a year ago, if I'm correct, around October of last year, it was announced that Spectacor, the ownership group of the Philadelphia Flyers and also the Philadelphia Fusion, had acquired a stake in a new organization that would own those teams with SK Telecom T1 to form T1, a independent organization with ownership parties from both. Is that the correct research analysis?
That's that's absolutely correct. Yeah, we October was the date we officially formed. Took us about a year to do the transaction, but that is our history. Obviously, T1's been around since 2004, but in this iteration, 9 months.
Nice. Yeah, I think some people may just see it now as this global thing, but it certainly has a little bit more legacy. And actually, that's part of this conversation is how you've been able to make it into a global entity. But really, I want to start off with the real hard hitters here, capital J journalism for the viewers there at home. So this may or may not be from my evil doppelganger on Twitter, and that to ask, how close was T1 to signing the Shy this past offseason?
I mean, you'd have to ask his side. I don't talk about players. I don't talk about players that are under contract in other orgs because I would hate if someone from LCS tried to talk to Faker and he didn't laugh. But yeah, I mean, look, we had definitely had conversations with them at at a hotel in Korea when they were there, and my phone never rang. So, but we'll see. I think it worked out for us. I'll take Kana, like develop the youth we have, but
yeah, 100%.
He's obviously a great player, but anyone would love to have him.
So part of this conversation is about a couple different things. I think one is sort of profitability in esports, something that is like the continued conversation of everything. And also I just think long-term vision for what a successful esports business looks like. I find this particularly pertinent right now because the LCK is the last league to franchise and will be doing so at the end of this year. You all have actually, Comcast Spectacor, have been around the Overwatch League for almost 3 complete seasons now at this point, getting in before season 1. So I guess to you, how would you define esports business success?
So I guess it depends on what you're using esports for. If you're using it just as a diversification model, if you're a conglomerate, and that's what you're trying to do to get younger or obtain an audience you can't obviously get in your traditional line of business. There's one way. There's obviously the endemic esports orgs that is solely their business, and you see Jack at Cloud9 is probably the best example of that in terms of growing something from scratch and building an org. But for us, success, I think for us looks like not only team ownership, which we have really great teams. We're very fortunate there, have great talent in our players, but it's what you're doing outside to diversify your team holdings. So for like 100 Thieves does really great with the lifestyle merch, and FaZe Clan does really great with content. So everyone kind of needs that anchor to what else they're doing other than just team ownership. And I think with us at T1, we'll have a bunch of projects drop later this year, but we're going to explore the entertainment side of our name, T1 Entertainment and Sports. We're owned by 2 media companies and a sports company, so we understand the avenues to go on the entertainment side, and I think we'll definitely want to explore that. But you need a hook. You can't just be profitable on esports teams alone because it's too competitive on salaries. You might have a roster that's cheap to start with, but as they rise up and succeed, those salaries are going to go up. I mean, the average salary of the LCS has jumped up even in just this past year, thanks to some of the signings this offseason.
What's really interesting is with the LCK set to franchise at the end of this year and making those partner selections, I've talked to a lot of American and Western world executives from Europe as well that would want to jump in at the opportunity to be a part of the Korean esports ecosystem. It seems like it's the one last part that is not sort of formalized in the way that Europe, China, and North America has, which is odd considering the history of esports in Korea at large. That said, when did you all make the decision that was what you were going to do with Spectacor, to take things bigger rather than trying to apply to something else and do it on your own without T1?
So we actually intended to go in on our own. Tucker Roberts and I made our first trip to Korea in March of 2018 to go get a lower tier esports league team. We didn't think SKT was obviously for sale or any of the big ones, so we were going to look at some of the smaller teams. And then with that trip, we had a bunch of meetings, but it was like, come back in October when Worlds was there, and then we'll talk to you. So we showed back up in October in Worlds, and that's when we started meeting all the teams. And it just kind of so happened that SKT was spinning out T1 at the very moment we were in town. So they were our last meeting. We showed up to the T Tower, and we explained our vision. They explained what they were trying to do, and it was kind of a perfect match. I mean, 2 big companies usually don't kind of pair up together. And it took us about a year, but we were fast friends and definitely aligned. So we got lucky in the sense that it was kind of serendipitous that they were spinning out. We were coming in to look for a team because once we had the fusion, we knew that we wanted to get into Korea, and we wanted to, that's kind of like the epicenter of esports in terms of globally and the top talent. We just didn't know how to do it right away. So we had to make trips there, and definitely obviously happy the way it worked out because there's not all partners are created equal, and there's no other SKTs lying around Korea right now. So we were very fortunate.
So let's talk money here a little bit. I think that it's an important part of this conversation. You are uniquely positioned in the sense, although there are other teams that have this, but not separated by the continent, that continent difference that you are. You have the Philadelphia Fusion, which the franchise fee for it paid over time is $20 million plus whatever else you're investing into that to actually operate the team. It's a lot of money. And you're having to also build up T1 as an organization. Obviously, you've made a very recent and large investment into Valerant, recruiting some of the best players in there, and also holding a tournament, nonetheless. And then also you have the most successful League of Legends player of all time, whose salary is rumored to be pretty enormous. So that said, from a money perspective, like what to you? How do you make that back when you look at the various different avenues of business you are, when we're talking, half $100 million, $50 million here to probably operate everything at the end of the day?
So, I mean, for us, we're pretty fortunate that we have a lot of, key brands that are interested in partnering with us. Prior to us coming on, that was never really a focal point to bring a commercial program into T1 because it was part of SKT. They were pretty content on what they were doing inside the sports division. I think for us coming in, we saw an opportunity there that obviously it was untapped. You have the greatest player of all time. You have the winningest franchise of all time. So how do you start bringing in brands? I think, you saw us bring in Nike. We brought in BMW, Logitech, Samsung, which is like a big deal because that's literally our chief rival, Samsung White, like all those guys coming up. And, we joke with them that they made the right decision partnering with T1. And they joke that we have 5 championships now, which is not the case. We still have 3, but and then for us too, we're very fortunate on the streaming side, having those media rights from Twitch and Doyu, and being able to use our talent to invest there. We made a heavy investment into our facilities for the first time. All of our org is in the same building down in Gangnam. We moved from Ilsan, which is 40 minutes outside of Seoul, and we wanted to have everything in one building so we can be more efficient with our time and our players' time. So with the Nike gym in the bottom, they can physically train before practice and scrims. We have a chef in there now that cooks them healthier meals versus going out to the local restaurant. And also for shooting content, we have, a lot of facilities in there where we can just go shoot something really quick and then go about their day versus having to drive to a third-party studio, take 2 hours of time. They can take 15 minutes and be done. So for us, building a commercial program, the media rights deals, and then the things that we're doing outside of, the team side and exploring the entertainment routes is going to be a big avenue for us.
In terms of revenue opportunities, I think, and I can say this very firmly, very few teams in esports are profitable. Usually the ones that are singularly focused in 1 or 2 games, they have very low operating costs, and therefore, a few sponsorships will do it for them to make them net positive in a year. That's not the case for most of the big ones. Most of the big ones are having to take on we've seen Cloud9 raise rounds that are enormous and the valuations to be over $450 million, right? You can argue whether or not you think that's fair. But nonetheless, I want to ask from a perspective of time, esports has been booming financially since 2015. That's when all the big investors originally came in, and it's every single year there's been more and more. For you, do you see this as like an ROI investment for you all, or do you see this more like something like the Flyers, which is a sort of long tenured investment, continual investment in as a part of a sports franchise?
So I think it's a long-term continual investment. I think finally the fact that we are franchising in LCK puts us on a little bit of equal footing with the rest of the world. It gives us a guaranteed slot that's not going away versus right now we have relegation in our league, and we see it as a long-term investment. I think obviously SKT and Comcast would not be into this for a quick hit. I think we kind of have a long-term view on the industry itself. No, like you said, like most teams aren't going to be profitable because they're investing heavily in kind of the competitive arms race. That's why you're seeing facilities pop up left and right. That's why you're seeing these big salaries getting thrown around. But there's certain teams that, and I believe we're one of them, that can definitely bring in the money you need to kind of fund the organization. And then, there's certain players, of like Faker's Ilk or Bjergsen that deserve equity stakes in those orgs because they're valuable beyond their playing careers to that org. Mm-hmm. So I think you can start getting creative with deals you can offer these, franchise type players. But for us, we have a long-term view. We feel that We're in the first inning of a pretty long game here. We've only been going at this for 9 months, and I think we've made some pretty good traction. And from the feedback I'm getting from my bosses at SKT and Comcast, they're really happy so far with the early returns.
So I found it interesting that you mentioned earlier in this panel 100 Thieves in FaZe, because when I talk to executives like yourself in the space and others, those two teams come up a lot because they have found the lane that makes them unique. And 100 Thieves can be 1-5 in the LCS, and if they put a merch drop out tomorrow, it sells out in 10 minutes, right? Yeah. Like they have that lane. FaZe also in their position in content, it does help that they are a top Call of Duty team right now, but they don't have to be, and they weren't for a little bit, and still were incredibly relevant and valuable. From a lane carving perspective, I mean, what lanes do you think are available? And I guess what is T1's lane in your opinion, other than being a dynastic League of Legends team in South Korea?
So I think we're in a unique position because we're already in Asia, right? We're hugely popular in Korea, obviously the top team in Korea. We're very popular in China and Southeast Asia. We're just not here in the States yet, right? We're not here in North America. So now with Valorant, we're coming. Here we come. Our team's gonna live out in California in the next 2 months. Like we're planting our flag. The difference between us and everybody else is most teams are here in NA are trying to go to Asia, and it's not an easy nut to crack. You can't just show up in Korea or China and be popular. You have to kind of work at it. So we're gonna do the reverse of everyone else, where we're coming to a market that obviously I'm very familiar with, being from North America. So we have that aspect. I think Nadeshot could shut down all of his competitive teams tomorrow and still have a very successful business doing what he does on the merchandise side, right? He doesn't need, like you said, doesn't need to have these teams. He's, a top tier pro from his career, so that he has the cachet for that. So for us, I think we're gonna make our mark, not on the merchandise side because we're partnered with Nike. We'll do really cool drops with them, but we're not going to create custom lines like you're seeing some of these other teams do. I think what we're going to do is on the content side, explore our media roots and leverage our kind of East-West ownership group to expand what we're doing with T1 here in the States and bring Korean entertainment here to the US.
What do you think if you had to give advice, right? Because we've seen yourself as sort of buying an existing brand, or at least buying an equity stake in an existing brand in SK Telecom T1 to sort of cover the Asian market. And we've seen the Gen G model where they go and they buy the team and they build the brand, right? And then they obviously have the South Korean Overwatch team and they sort of, try to pump themselves into that market, even though they are American owned. When you are talking to some of your fellow executives, I mean, what is the advice that you are providing about cracking into the Asian market?
I think I talked to a lot of the prospective owners that were from the West that were trying to come to LCK franchising, and my advice to them was get a strong Korean partner, because without it, you're going to fail. I mean, no matter how strong you are here in NA, you have to have strong Korean roots. That's how business gets done over there. I'm very fortunate with SKT where they can open up doors for me and leverage relationships that they have for commercial partnerships. So we've been very fortunate. We're about to announce our banking partner, in a few days. So, and that came through a relationship with SKT. So to get into South Korea, you have to have a partnership on the local level. I mean, Generation Gaming did that with, even though they're West ownership, they do have those Eastern roots. And for teams to succeed, to come over here, especially the ones that I know or heard that are trying to come to LCK, you got to have a good partner. And I know a couple of them have partnered with some current teams on their bids, but got to have a strong partner. But like I said before, not every partner is created equal. Just because you're a South Korean company doesn't mean that you have the same kind of ability to do the things that an SKT does or a Samsung.
Before you were in your current CEO of T1 position, you were full-time with the Fusion. You still serve in a role with Fusion, albeit it is not your primary focus. And so I want to ask a little bit about the Overwatch League. The previous panel, which had Monte Cristo, a former Overwatch League caster, as well as Barry Lee, an esports agent, and Harris Peskin, an esports lawyer, there were definitely some shots at Owl. And I think that a lot of people, and myself included, we feel a little sorry for the Overwatch League. The fact that this 2020 was supposed to be this huge year with geolocated events, and then you have the worst pandemic since the early 1900s just wipe you clean, and there's nothing you can do about that. But in discussions I've had with a lot of people around this industry is that there were financial exposures more generally in the industry, teams, leagues, etc., who were kind of already on a path of destruction or path of failing, and COVID has kind of sped that up a little bit more. When you look at what's going on with the Overwatch League, what do you think the future is for them? Is there any way to recover from what 2020 has been?
I think there is. I mean, you look at the Fusion. We hosted a highly successful sold out event in February, right before COVID hit. So for us, our market was hungry for it and definitely supported the live event. Right now, we're all online. So I'm giving them. You have to give them a pass for the 2020 because the model hasn't been had. We were in LA for 2 years, then we had 1 month, and then COVID. So we haven't had the chance to really, put Bobby's vision, of the geo-based team in market. So I want to reserve judgment. Obviously, like some teams are, maybe hurting a little bit because they were banking on those live events. And as we're worried, we wanted to host live events and make a big spectacle. Or but I think you have to give them a pass. Now, if this bleeds out again to 2021, like what does that look like? They might have to get creative with the model, but I mean, I think for 20, I don't think you can really judge it until you see if we can get these events off or not, and how you can keep costs down while doing those events.
I will go out on a limb here, and I've said this on other programming. I would be so stunned if by 2022 we see the exact same set of ownership groups in the Overwatch League. I think there are a few that will probably leave, and these teams will be sold off to somewhere else, and there are probably some moves that people can read the tea leaves that those are already being set up to do that. Is public information. So I do, but something the Overwatch League has been criticized for by myself and by others is how big those buy-in numbers are, and relative to game size. 20 million in season 1, 35+ million in season 2 for depending on the franchise and the location. Is there a way, in your opinion, that can ever be made up?
Well, I can't comment on what teams' buy-ins were as an ownership group. It's not something I want to talk about. But I think long-term, yes. Short-term, obviously, franchise fees are franchise fees, right? Like even teams that buy into the NFL, like you're not making your 1.6 billion back in year one. It's definitely a long-term asset. I agree with you. I think some teams will change out, which I think is not necessarily a bad thing. I think you kind of have to be in it and want to make the investment in the long-term play. I think some teams thought it was path to profitability in year one, and that's not what competitive gaming is. I think teams that came from non-traditional esports ownership are realizing that, and maybe they would have done something different in 2017. But I think that there's definitely a way to get there. It's just the waters are a little choppy right now, especially with the pandemic.
In terms of what revenue streams look like, is something that's been completely discussed in every single game. Actually, I encountered this in League. I encountered this in Counter-Strike and Overwatch also. In-game merchandise and sort of the share, right? Something that traditional sports does not have is the fact that no one owns football. No one owns basketball. No one owns hockey. Riot Games owns League of Legends, and they are the creators of League of Legends. Activision Blizzard owns Overwatch, and so they can shut you. They make profits actually pretty significantly, and I think that they are usually a lot of developers are in the black, but that hasn't been historically shared with teams, and it's part of the reason why many teams are not profitable at this point, or at least that's the theory from some owners. From a negotiation perspective, when you are having discussions with Riot or you're having discussions with Activision Blizzard, what sort of opportunities do you think there exist to create revenue that are not being tapped into right now?
So I think definitely the co-stream opportunity to allow teams to co-stream their matches is an opportunity, especially if you have a big influence. Like we have Wolf in Korea, who does 55,000 concurrents when he's streaming league matches. I think there's an opportunity there. I think with Riot specifically, the new in-game signage on the Rift, like the banners. Mm-hmm. There's definitely an opportunity there. Dota already does that, so I think that's a really good one if they can give a share of voice to the teams, especially in the LCK when we're franchising. I think on the uniform side, there's currently things in place that you can only have so many sponsors, and I think a big opportunity, especially for some of the T1, TSM, Liquid, the big center football style European center logo is one that, if you can retail that product and have it in game and get exposure, there's a good opportunity there. I think in-game signage kind of on the screen for the consumer, the fan that's watching it, and then in the actual venue, sponsored walkouts, just having the ability to put your partners on the screen or activate in Lowell Park is one for us. But in-game skins will always be number one on my list. I mean, it's just, even if you give us one a year, I know for a fact that T1 would do really well with in-game skins, and obviously the world skins do extremely well. But I think if you make them limited run, that'd be great. I hope Valorant does skins for the agents and the weapons, and then shares it with the teams, because that's a big revenue opportunity for all of us.
You all are people who are unfamiliar, and I've actually published what an LCS application looks like for franchising, but these are very thorough documents that you're going to have to be putting together for, or have put together in the case of applying for the LCK. Yeah, I would imagine. But we've seen Riot been, I guess from a fan perspective, a little cutthroat in some of these instances before. We saw Immortals fall into the chopping block a few years ago before they returned. People were pretty stunned, although I think the reasons for that happening are out there from a reporting perspective. For you, though, what is your pitch to Riot Games, which includes, for people unfamiliar, profit structure and sort of like revenues and how you will get there to be a profitable business one day and not just be a leech and a rev pool? For you, what is your pitch to Riot Games to, hey, T1 should be a part of the LCK moving forward?
So for us, I mean, our general pitch was that, hey, look, we want to make the league more global than it already is. And that involves maximizing the stream times for your games, because you can't just, do everything for the 400 people in the Lowell Park in Korea and the local market. If you want to go global, especially on our awkward time zone, like right now we're 13 hours, behind Korea, for us, T1 can help you be a partner to get the message out there. We have the best player in the world, the best player of all time. And you see what we're doing from a content perspective, from a globalization standpoint. We don't just want to be the best team in Korea. We want to be the best organization in the world. And I think they need partners like that. And we've told them that when you look at outside investors, having strategic partners is more important than having financial investors come in and dump a bunch of money in South Korea, because the partnership pool is not as big as it is here in North America or even Europe for that matter. And you need to have strategics that can open doors that are not currently open for you. That's why we've been pushing for, going with an 8-team league next year versus a 10-team league. That's a tough decision that they're going to have to make. But if you don't have 10 top tier owners, there's no pain point of just waiting, giving 8 franchises away, and then waiting for those 2 slots for the following season. It doesn't diminish what you're doing at the LCK. So for us, our pitch was like, look, we're historically one of your top teams. We're 9-time LCK champions, 3-time world champions. We're investing heavily, as you see, on our facilities, because a lot of the questions were about, what's your plan? So we had a very detailed answer to that. And, we're invested already. We invest right now like we're franchised with the money we spend and invest into our players and coaches and our staff. So for us, nothing will change, just the added bit of maybe some revenue share and some in-game items.
One of the questions we have from the chat from James Blacksum asks, what draws you to invest in a certain game versus another? And I'll add to that, why Valorant over Counter-Strike? So
I'll talk about the first part first. We view games as either tentpole or brand extensions. So League of Legends, tentpole game, it's been around forever. It's not going to go anywhere at this point. We view Valorant as a tentpole game, and we believe in Riot's ability to create a global ecosystem. Why Valorant over Counter-Strike? Our challenge with Counter-Strike, one is, the game itself is not something that a lot of brands want to put their names on, which is tough because it is a first-person shooter. There's the stigma there. But for us, it was more on the fact that I would have to either overpay for players or have a bottom-tier roster. And for us as a brand, having the 10th place team in the Flashpoint or in ESL is just not conducive to what we want to do. We want to win championships. We want to be top tier teams. So with Valorant, we saw an opportunity to invest early. We grabbed Brax pretty early on in the process, and then he helped us slowly build the team. That's why Valorant over Counter-Strike, because the barrier to entry was low because no one was there yet. That's why you've seen us go in so heavy on Valorant with hosting 3 events already, getting the first Ignition Series event, and then obviously having a pretty well-known 5-stack.
We've seen a lot of teams, not just in Valorant, but in other games also turn towards events as a way to sort of expand their brand. I want to ask, since this is a question, or this is a chat about profitability and revenues, is that a revenue opportunity that you see is very fruitful moving forward, being able to host events?
Yeah, especially now that the industry has proven that you can do really, good live events online. So fortunate for us, Comcast Spectacor owns a piece of a company called Nerd Street Gamers, who's our production partner for all of our live events, and they make it seamless. I mean, they have a lot of people experience with both traditional and esports events, and they've been invaluable for us in terms of getting these events to be as in person as possible while being online. Making sure that we had interviews for the Edition Series event, making sure that we had an extremely competitive format, all while making sure the thing looked great. And we were very fortunate. So yeah, for us, partnering with someone like Nerd Street makes the events profitable.
I'm sort of curious for your perspective. You guys are in other games also. You picked up MKLeo not too long ago. Obviously, one of the most successful Super Smash Bros. Players in the world. Do you see events going outside of Valorant for you all as well?
Yeah, so on July 18th, we're actually doing our first Smash event with Anti and MKLeo. It's a top 8 invitational event. We're going to have one play-in for an amateur to come in and play, but we have some of the top names in Smash committed to the event. We'll announce that pretty soon. And then we're also going to do a World of Warcraft event with our guy Sony. But yeah, we definitely want to do more events. We want to try our hand in some of the smaller titles, and even like maybe we do a Hearthstone event as well. And I think for us, it's great for our players currently because a lot of the guys are kind of stuck at home, and it's also good for us as a brand to get the T1 name out there, to let people know that we're more than just a League of Legends franchise.
This is actually a good question from chat too, from Yane On. Whenever a new competitive game is released, the initial hype creates an inflated sense of interest that may fade in the long term, like Overwatch. Is it better to be cautious in investing or all in and take advantage of the freshness of the scene? And particularly interesting since you're doing that with Valorant. So I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I think, for us, seeing that we missed the boat on Fortnite, we got there late. We didn't want to make the same mistake twice, because while Fortnite is not an esport, it is definitely a game that's built towards marketing and social media platform. It was hot, and it was an esport pretty early on. They had the World Cup. It was great, but we got in pretty late. With Valorant, you want to get in early and invest. And also by getting in early, creating the communities, and kind of planting your flag in the scene, you can kind of see the top talent. You can kind of see where it's going, and you can get a really good relationship with the developer and do things together, which is how we got the Ignition series. But yeah, I believe that if you're going to go into an event, you got to go all in and be pretty big first mover.
From an event space perspective, this is actually something that's really interesting. I was there for the groundbreaking of Fusion Arena in Philadelphia almost a year ago, actually, now at this point, which is a little crazy. But nonetheless, from that perspective, do you think that there's true value? I would presume you do, but do you think that there's true value in building an event space? And when we're post-pandemic, what does that look like? What does Fusion Arena look like other than hosting Philadelphia Fusion Games?
Yeah, I absolutely think it's a worthwhile investment. If you have the capital to make the upfront cost, which is the construction and getting the technology in there, I think that besides having your Overwatch tenant team, East Coast event has the ability to capture Europe, which you can't really do with the time slot. In California, you're up till 1 a.m, right? So you have the ability to kind of get those European events. You're also building a venue that's specific for esports. So the audio, the visual, it's not just a retrofit. It's not a convention center space where are you flying in trucks of stuff. It's built for the games, and that's what was important for us with the Fusion Arena, was building it so that, like, when you go to a baseball stadium, it's a baseball stadium. Like when you go to a Fusion Arena, it's an esports venue. But on top of that, having all that tech in there, it's ripe for concerts, EDM, rock shows, up and coming acts that maybe they can't afford these big touring shows, but with all the tech in there and the screens, you just plug and play, and that's an opportunity cost that they'll save and reach new audience.
Was there any venues you looked at that, obviously there have been several built, like Esports Stadium Arlington and the HyperX venue in Las Vegas, Esports Arena in Las Vegas. Were there any that you looked at as sort of inspiration when discussing sort of ideas for what is going to be Fusion Arena pretty soon?
It's funny, in 2020, 2018, I guess it was, when we were first started talking to Riot, and I was meeting in their office and I was explaining what we want to build for an esports venue. And they started laughing at me. I was like, oh man, I must be way off the mark. And then they pulled up the plans for Lowell Park because it wasn't built yet. And everything I was telling them was what they already were doing. So I knew we were onto something when we kind of guessed right. But Lowell Park was definitely a venue. I love the venue. I wish it was a little bit bigger. It's only 400 seats, but from a technology standpoint, production space, and then having the probably one of the top PC bongs in Korea in Lowell Park, and then a really cool restaurant and a hidden restaurant behind this like crazy brick wall. They've done a really good job. That was one that we really modeled it after.
Colin Mikowski from the chat says, is mobile esports something that you think could be good to invest into? Seems like it's steadily growing, especially because it's interesting in Asia and how big it is in China, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on that.
That's actually the next game I want to get into is a mobile esport in Asia. I think PUBG Mobile, Call of Duty, those are two we're really looking at. I think the FPS games is an opportunity. But yeah, Southeast Asia loves mobile gaming. They have the infrastructure in terms of the internet speeds being fantastic. So whether it's in Indonesia or in Korea, I definitely want to do mobile gaming. I think it's a good opportunity there.
So you, when I first met you, you had just sort of started in a lot of this space when working with Fusion. You have a background of business prior to working on esports teams. But for people who are trying to get, and a lot of people I've met in this conference, this is why I asked this, because they're trying to get into the space. For people who are trying to get into the space and eventually work their way into a managerial executive role like you have, what would be your advice for them?
I think the biggest thing is just don't be afraid to hear no. I think like ask for an opportunity. Maybe I was in finance with Comcast, right? We bought a team and, we just we worked our way through it. And then that's how I got the opportunity for T1. So I think just, reaching out, making connections, working events, not being afraid to put yourself out there is the biggest thing. Is just because you're an accountant for Deloitte and Touche doesn't mean you can't be an esports executive. Like a lot of the backgrounds are shifting from, especially with big money coming in, you're seeing more and more non-traditional executives come in that are passionate about gaming like myself versus, former pros, like obviously Carlos at G2 is a former pro that is now a CEO. Those are coming few and far between because when these financial companies are investing, they want to make sure that the dollars and cents are being counted and that the money is going to where it needs to go. And I think it definitely benefits having a non-traditional background, but you also have to be super passionate about gaming. It's long hours, it's crazy hours. Everything's different and you're operating on a global scale. So, even opportunities like this, you can misstep and say something stupid and it's on Reddit and, in my case, DC Inside, like in the next hour. So.
Are there any opportunities or I guess like sectors of the professional industry you think that are lacking talent or just more generally lacking smart people that, people graduating from college or currently in college could sort of slot themselves into and learn more about as they continue to educate themselves?
Yeah, I think the ones that take the most time, obviously team management, being not necessarily a GM, but like learning how to run the team and to run it efficiently and on time. You're dealing with, in some cases, 10 to 12 different personalities that, keep odd hours that you're running a business. You have content shoots, you have practice, you have scrims. You need to run on that. I think videography and content, as more and more teams build their own content teams in-house, because who better to tell your story than yourself? You really need crafty videographers, photographers, and then also graphic design and motion graphics. Those are becoming more valuable because as the world turns and we have all these social platforms, you need to be super quick and super witty on social media pretty fast. And you have to be able to have those comebacks ready to go, the graphics, all the snark that comes with it. You have to be able to engage with your fans, and you can't just be, prior, like T1 used to be like an information hub. I was like, here's Twitter. It's like, the game is today. We won. It was like, that was it. And it's like, now you're engaging, you're having videos, you're putting memes, you're kind of leaning into everything. And that's really important. So all those skill sets, which is why you're seeing a lot of esports teams partner with colleges, because those are the jobs that we need access to, especially on the entry level side. And then also on the business side, you need competent financial people and operators, and not just consultants or people that are, big strategy people. You need people that can get in the weeds and get it done.
Yeah, I'd be remiss not to ask about this because of what's going on both in the greater world outside of esports and both what's going on in esports. And for those unfamiliar with what I'm referencing, there's been a really huge conversation in the United States over the past couple of months since the death of George Floyd about the way that people of color are treated within both the workplace and just in life at large. And then also in the past couple of weeks, there has been a discussion about how women are treated within esports and gaming, because there have been more than 200 women come forward with allegations of various different types of abuse against powerful people within the space. You're an executive of a big organization. I've met some of the people of color and some of the women that work for your organization, but from fostering a both inclusive and safe environment for those people and recruiting people who are not given as many opportunities as some of us white men, what are some of the initiatives that you are taking and would advise other esports orgs to take to make sure that their orgs are both safe and inclusive?
So I think from a recruiting standpoint, you have to look outside of your kind of esports bubble. Like there's a lot of talented people that aren't necessarily in gaming that are passionate about it that can do a lot of the jobs that we have available. I think you have to, find those diverse candidates and give them the opportunities, because a lot of it is who you know right now, right? It's like, oh, I knew you from Team X and now you're going to come over with me over here. For us at T1, inclusivity is really important, because especially being, operating in the States and Korea, we have a unique platform and an opportunity to be a voice of good in the space. And I think for us, we just want to make sure that we're setting a good example, whether it's our staff or our players. And we talk to our players a lot, especially about toxicity in gaming. And what we stress to them, and this goes down from Faker down to Brax, is look, if you're in game and someone's being toxic, whether it's in chat or on voice comms, and you do nothing and you stay silent, you're part of the problem. And we don't stand for that at T1. Right? And so they have a platform. They need to see something and say something. They don't be silent, because silence is accepting it, and which is half the reason we have a lot of these problems. And all the events you kind of referenced leading up to me answering this was that those instances and all the horrible things we're reading in the past week are reasons that will make gaming not ever become mainstream. It will be stuck where we are, because it's right now it's proving to be not an inclusive place at a lot of the places. And to be inclusive is to have safe environments for employees and players to feel comfortable playing your games or working at your facility. And I hope what comes out of a lot of it is the conference circuit changes a bit, and what goes on there, because like I tell our guys, nothing good happens after midnight. And we have to change kind of the environment that we're creating ourselves as an industry, and hopefully we can do that in the new iteration once COVID goes away.
And from a initiative perspective, I think a lot of people, and I see this in sports as someone who works for a sports media company. You work for a sports company also in Comcast. A lot of people say, well, I don't want to hear about this. This is my safe space. Gaming is my safe space. Sports is my safe space. Stick to sports, shut up and dribble. I think for you, speaking up as an organization and standing for something, how important is that? And also, what is the best way to do that in your opinion?
So this is like the internal struggle that we have, because a lot of times, us or others are doing things behind the scenes and not necessarily promoting it with a tweet. And I think just because you put a post out there, that's not the end of it. Even if you did that, like there's so much more work to be done than just saying, a couple words on a tweet or a post. And, it's about action and combating inaction. And for us, and other orgs too, I think like you have to understand that there's a lot going on behind the scenes, that they might be doing things that we just don't publicize. And that's a good thing. Like, I don't think you have to like self-promote yourself every time you're doing something that you should be doing anyway. Right. I think, where we're at right now as a society, we're missing some opportunities. I think, orgs are starting to realize that. I think you're seeing a lot of things, getting cleaned up, and a lot to get done still, but you just need the opportunity. You have to use your platform. There's a reason you have 5 million followers, whatever it is. Like, go do something good with it, and don't just try to sell us merchandise or win games.
Is that a discussion that you've had anytime recently with publishers who are creating these characters and sort of what is representation in games?
Yeah, well, I think, well, you look at Overwatch. I mean, say what you want about the league, but that's one of the most inclusive games. I think Riot's getting better. I mean, I think you look at some of the early characters, and now it's kind of not great. But I think publishers are, I think, definitely keenly aware of kind of their position in all this and how games need to be representative of kind of the society at large. So, I think it's definitely a good conversation to have with them, and I think they're having that internally. I think they're the employees of a lot of these companies and a lot of these media companies, on social media companies especially, are holding the feet to the fire of their executives, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's only going to make for better games, better social media platforms, and I just hope that the movement kind of has change come of it this time. Because there's been a lot of movements in the past, but I'm hoping that this is the one that kind of gets it done.
Well, I think I can agree with that 100%, both from the racial perspective and from the gender inclusivity perspective. I hope both have their effects on our industry positively, in a sense that people sort of look at themselves in the mirror and reflect both about who they work with and themselves. So that's going to be it for us. We're going to throw this back. There are more panels later today, so stick around. Also, if you want to give either of us a follow, we appreciate you joining us. We hope this panel was informative. Thank you, Joe, for providing many good answers. You can follow Joe on at Joe Mar, M-A-R, on Twitter. You can follow me at Jacob Wolf. Thank you for joining us for this panel at the Inven Global Esports Conference. Stick around when there's more programming later today.
that it sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang.
Jump into the floor and let me see your energy because me not play no hide and seek. Want to see the thing you wanna make me feel way, girl.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bill to have fun tonight. I
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to another Invent Global Esports Conference panel. My name is Nick Durazio. I will be hosting this one. I'm the Director of Corporate Strategy, and I am joined by Lee Messi and Josh Chapman. Guys, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you?
Josh, if you can unmute your... Okay, good. I was going to say, don't be muted.
Doing great.
Awesome, cool, Josh. So today we are going to be talking about esports revenue streams, all right? This is how people make money in esports, how people fail to make money in esports, and all of those things in between. Part of my goals of this conversation is to kind of get rid of the common misconceptions, or maybe get rid of some of the assumptions that people think about how an esports org or how a media company or just any company trying to do business in esports, how they actually make their revenue. So I guess before we start, if you guys could just introduce yourselves a bit, just talk a little bit about your background, what type of work you do, and what type of stuff you do within the world of esports.
Josh, you want to go first or me to go first?
You got it.
All right. So this is what, my name is Lee Massey. I am the previous Director of Operations for Ghost Gaming, an esports organization, and currently I am the Executive Director for a management group called Tyrus. I have a lot of experience with esports. I used to write about Dota. I still play Dota. I dealt with developing one of the world's best Fortnite orgs. And yeah, this is a long list of opportunities. Josh, you're up.
Yeah, so I am one of the managing partners of Convoy Ventures. We are a video game and esports venture capital fund. This is all we invest in is into this industry. And we have a couple investments with direct exposure to esports and a lot more with direct exposure across video gaming at large.
So, obviously between the two of you guys, it's kind of like two sides of the same coin when it comes to esports revenue, right? Josh, you are in the business of identifying companies that you think can actually, make it in esports, that you think have a sustainable revenue, or who knows, but things that are good to invest in. And Lee, you have been faced with, and I very much know this problem. You've been faced with the hard problem of trying to get groups of passionate esports people together and make a company out of it, make a team out of it, make a team of content creators, something to try to make money within the space. So let's just dive into our first question, and I think it's one that I think I can answer myself, but I'm first curious about what you guys think. What do you think is the number one misconception about how people make money in esports? Just, maybe the misconception that a fan thinks, or someone who, follows Faker, loves League of Legends, but has never really tried to do it. What do you think is the biggest misconception? And Lee, why don't we start with you?
Definitely. The largest misconception is that prize pools pay for salaries. Prize pools make up such a small, minuscule amount of income for each team that it might as well not even. It just might as well just shove it to the teams, the players, and then just forget about it, because that's not revenue for the team. Most of the time, that's an incentive to have the player play with the team in the first place. In the case of Dota, the percentage of people, the amount of income that you get from, let's just look at the power dynamics for esports, because players have the power in a lot of these titles. I feel like this is as long as everybody here that's watching understands esports 101, then they might as well understand the fact that prize pools pay such a small amount of the operating costs of an organization. The organization is responsible for most opportunities for the players, and the players want to make sure that they have everything available to them. So that means sponsorships, that means peripherals, that means PR, that means marketing, that means media. There's so many different things.
Wait, so Lee, you're saying that if I just make a team and we win all the time, it still doesn't quite matter, and I could still be losing money every single quarter?
With everything in esports, okay, I will say there's a caveat. Yes, if you made a team and it was you, your players, and nobody else, and you won everything, congratulations, you just you did it. You've done it in the most beautiful way of all. Nobody can beat you in that.
Yeah.
But the chances of you First of all, having enough sustainable revenue, because prize pools are not sustainable revenue. As you can see with the onset of COVID-19, with COVID-19 popping up, guess what? All these in-person events that teams were betting on and making sure that they had enough money and runway to get to the next event for, all those events disappeared. So that runway just became infinitesimally longer.
Yeah. So Lee, that's a pretty good perspective when it comes to the player side. And yes, I think that that is technically has to be the correct answer, because most fans are only associated with the front-facing side. But Josh, let's get into the behind the scenes. Let's get into the companies that aren't really interested in necessarily owning a team, or let's just talk about the esports consumer. What do you think is one of the biggest misconceptions about how, what type of a company has a chance to make revenue in the esports scene?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I think is a misconception from the fan side is that sponsors are relatively, eager and willing to sponsor any team that has a social following. It's actually much harder for these teams to get sponsors, and I think the normal fan, appreciates. This is a very, very competitive landscape where social media following is a factor, but I think especially across esports, social media following, the monetization of that is sometimes hard to cross correlate. And so for teams that are able to land top tier sponsors, that's a Herculean task. And just starting an esports team and getting 10,000 followers doesn't mean that Monster is going to sponsor you. It's very, very hard. And I think that sometimes fans don't appreciate the incredible uphill effort that it is to go through so many lines of defense at different brands to get sponsored.
So I know a lot of people, we focus on social media just naturally as consumers. It's something that we've kind of been taught is your internet dollar amount. But you mentioned it's a factor, but not the factor. So what are some of the other factors then? Say I have a cool, bright, new, shiny esports venture, and I want to pitch it to you, Josh, and I say, look at all of these influencers. What are the other things that you're looking at?
I think the number one thing that I think an investor or even a brand would be evaluating is kind of the management and the quality of that management. If you even look what's happening in the past week with Method, you're seeing a very intense situation spiral based on one player. And I don't want to comment too much on that, but you're looking at sponsors will pull out based on the actions of one person within an organization. And so to vet whether you want to attach your brand to any org or any brand, which is really what a lot of these teams are, you're really taking a bet on the management's ability to pick the right people to play on their teams, to play on their squads, to run coaching, to run training. So I think that is, if not even more so now than 2 years ago, that's incredibly important is the management of these orgs. So if you look at, the management of groups like Cloud9 or Liquid or TSM, like these guys have had to weather quite a few different storms, lots of different personalities, huge influencer and player, personas on their teams, and weather that and balance that with BMW and Mercedes and Puma, and that's not easy, right? So that management part is really, really important.
So I know that Lee and I have both worked in the field of trying to generate clicks, trying to generate eyeballs and views. And in that world, we pretty much know what the esports consumer is. It's a pretty old metric of, a 16 to 32-year-old male, usually middle class, some disposable income, things like that. However, it's clear to me that esports needs to find other sources of consumers. We need to find other ways in which us as an entire industry can not only entertain and delight fans, but in the nicest way, have them part with money in their wallet. So, what do you guys think are some of the ways, or maybe some of the more forward-thinking ways that you've seen around the industry, or what do you think are some of the things that people should be doing but aren't when it comes to trying to expand how it is we make revenue in esports? And I know that is a big question. I'm essentially asking you to weigh in on the central problem that anyone trying to do business in esports I'm trying to solve. But if you can, what are some of the first steps towards solving that?
Can I challenge that question
please.
At its core? Because let's just be real here. At the current market intelligence for esports right now, I think that the objective shouldn't be necessarily to make revenue as much as it is to get to hold as much market capita as possible, as much mind share as possible. Because let's be real here. This is 1936 baseball. This isn't 2020 baseball. This isn't I have a fully realized concept and a fully realized revenue stream. This is I am buying the land that I hope Vegas is on in the future. This isn't and I think that's the core question that a lot of people need to ask themselves is, are you in esports simply to make money right now? Or are you in the esports to be in it for the long haul? Lower your burn rate so that it's sustainable, but don't go crazy and try to be 100 Thieves unless you have that kind of capital behind you. If you don't have that kind of capital behind you, which genuinely most people don't try to compete with them. Just hold what you can. Do what you do great to the best of your ability. And don't kill yourself trying to become the next big thing when you can be Dignitas in 2020. Dignitas has gone through a number of different iterations, and they've succeeded and succeeded, failed and succeeded, failed and succeeded, and they're still here. Be Dignitas. Don't try to be any other esports org that's died in the last 20 years, because there's a lot of dead bodies on the ground here.
Josh, that seems to have resonated with you, this concept of, this isn't 2020 baseball, it's 1936 baseball. That's a really powerful way to kind of cement how of the early stages we are in esports. Josh, do you think that we are in that early stage? Do you really think that the investments people are making now are only truly going to take fruition in the next 15 years or so?
I think the short answer to that is yes. I agree 100% with what Lee has mentioned. That I couldn't have worded it better myself. And as an operator, like Lee has been and is now, that's really the more qualified opinion in the trenches. On the outside, from my perspective, as an investor and the types of investments that we do, I do look at esports as, it's about $1 billion industry. That's less than 1% of video gaming, which is about 152 billion. And that therefore needs to be kind of contextualized as such, right? These are the early days of a very exciting competitive layer of entertainment on top of the bedrock of community and video gaming. And that's very cool. It's very exciting. But at the end of the day, the wave and the shift is in gaming. And then esports is basically riding on top of that with a select number of 10 to 20 titles on top of that ecosystem. And then that is kind of your competitive scene, right?
Yep.
Now, the monetization of that competitive scene is where we get into kind of, Nick, your question around should we be expecting more out of the gamer? The answer is 100% yes. So a fun stat that Activision reported back in 2015 and then stopped reporting because they kept this internal is that the monetization per hour of entertainment for the video gamer is about 83 cents. The monetization per hour of entertainment of going to the movies is about $17.
Yeah.
And then football is above. Football's at like $70 to $80.
Yeah, football. I think I also think some data to kind of back up that's true. I think the average. So if you take a sports fan and successfully broker an interaction with them, so they part some of their money, in exchange for some sports experience, that average cost is around $63. And if you do that same thing with an esports fan, that average cost is about $3.40.
Yeah, and so to that point, the gamer is highly under monetized and getting way too much for free. That's kind of the takeaway you have to walk away with. And I don't think, by the way, that the gamers should be upset that they have to pay more for quality entertainment because they're paying $4.50 for a latte, but they won't pay $4.50 for esports. It just doesn't light up. And so, especially when gaming, emphasized by the rise of COVID, has helped people stay more socially connected in a more socially distant world. Like gaming is a key part of not only entertainment, fun, coolness, brand. This is a part of community life, connectivity, and social engagement.
Yeah.
You know it.
Well, you know, that brings up an interesting point, because if I were to attempt to answer that question about, you know, or that contradiction about the way that young people would easily spend on a latte, but you're totally right. Try to charge anyone for anything in esports, and it's the hardest thing in the world. If I were to try to explain that, I would probably mention the video game industry, because that already is where they spend. They spend on the games. They spend just to play the games. They spend on all the things that have nothing to do with esports. Esports, I believe you use this phrase, Josh, is an exciting layer of entertainment on top of an industry that already exists. So I would then, with that said, I would like to pose a more practical question towards the both of you. And Lee, you may want to take this one first, because you come from more of an operation background. Say I am the esports team owner, org owner, you know, media site owner, whatever. Right? And you know what? I know that I just heard some really great advice that I have to survive here, but I need revenue right now. I actually do need revenue in the short term, and I need to try to somehow make this work. What is the most promising thing that I can focus on? What is it? How do I actually try to weather this storm? Because I agree with you. I need to survive this, but how do I do that?
So you need to have, so typically your list of revenue opportunities as a team owner are going to be peripheral sponsorships, naming rights. If you can pull off a Team Liquid-esque naming rights deal, that's a huge one. That's like actually way late. That's way late. Peripheral sponsorships. You can get some merch sales going if you have a good brand. So that means invest into your brand. Honestly, like, it's really funny that you asked that, because right now, like, looking at like a year and a half ago, no, probably 2 years ago, when I was naive and like super excited about the space, I'd be like, oh yeah, there's tons. Now I'm just like, what are actual sustainable, like genuine good business models? And most of it's going to come from peripheral sponsorships, because teams like Twitch isn't giving out team deals anymore. And you can't go to Mixer, you can't go to YouTube. So like a lot of the opportunities that existed in like 2010 through 2015 dried up, because like a lot of it was like Twitch tossing out money for teams to be exclusive on their platform, because they were super afraid of other platforms coming up and scooping up deals. Now it's 2020 and Twitch knows that they're the only game in town. Either you go to Twitch and you stream on Twitch, or you just don't compete in esports. And so like they don't need to pay team deals unless you're TSM on Team Liquid, because you got grandfathered in. Beyond that, you've got peripheral sponsorships. You have league sponsorships, depending on if you're in a big league. And even then, like OWL and CDL, they're not necessarily helping you on the revenue side.
I actually think we saw, I think about maybe 2 years ago, I think we saw a Tempo Storm experiment with selling signatures. You know, those online signatures.
Oh, yeah, that died so fast.
Well, because the thing is, though, it makes sense in theory, though, because if there's one thing that you have that is sustainable and is growing and is monetizable, is your pro players, your influencers, is the fact that, you know, that these people have like fandoms around them. Now, I think
that's not business revenue, though. That's influence. That's influence revenue, and you're taking a percentage of it because you act as their agency.
And then you're going to lose the influencers.
Oh yeah, now you're relying on like maintaining influencer relations. Like esports as it is needs to. So let's just be real here. Esports at the bottom of the barrel core concept is game marketing. The objective of the publisher to even field esports is so that more people play their damn game. That is it. So at the end of the day, what we're having a conversation on is how do we operate in a world without publishers putting revenue into the teams?
It's very
do you
hard
know
to do
what
so.
that also is? That's called taxation without representation, because it's not like the fucking teams can tell the publishers what to do.
Oh, Lee, this is why I'm always so glad to have you speak on these topics. Lee is usually maybe 2 steps ahead of me. Josh, I think based on, you know, this answer from Lee, it's obviously hard, right? It is hard right now to find revenue in the esports. However, I think there is another angle, right? There's the angle of just doing something new. Finding some investor and saying, here's my big idea, here's my new idea, here's my new thing I'm doing with the, like within esports. I found this new consumer market that I think would be really, really, conducive towards this sort of gaming content. Now, obviously, I'm not going to ask you to like name anything or like review anything, but I have a feeling that you see a lot of new ideas all the time. I have a feeling that you see all sorts of new pitches. You see people trying to solve this problem. Can you maybe talk a little bit about what are some of the trends? What are some of the things that you really see on the forefront of people trying to, be entrepreneurial, crack this problem, and make money within esports?
Big question. Yes,
this is all I have. This is a big panel.
I love it. I have nothing to add, by the way, to what Lee said. I think those are great answers, Lee.
I'm sorry, man. I'm so depressing.
That's great. It's great. Those problems will get sorted out, but it's just going to take like a decade. When it comes to the type of things that we see, yeah, we get pitched every day. We get lots of, decks and new ideas of new technologies being built. I think a couple ideas that are happening right now. We're investing in a company called Opera Event. Opera Event helps, streamers and teams make additional revenue. I've spoken with a few teams in Colorado that like make no money and then use Opera Event. Now they're making $2,000 a month. So that's one thing that's, they have, I think, over 60,000 influencers opted into their network, and it allows you to programmatically connect with ad dollars instead of finding them yourself. So that's one great resource, especially at the very kind of grassroots level. So just check that out. Brandon is a fantastic CEO and operator of that company, and they are crushing it for the community.
So
second one.
No. Please continue. I want to hear as many good ideas how to make money in esports as possible, my friend.
Yeah. I think a few other ideas are, Muxy is a technology on Twitch that we're also invested into.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't realize that. Sorry. I love those guys.
Big fans of Peter and Jared. They are a fantastic, very talented team. Their tools allow for enhanced monetization on streams and stuff like that, ways to interact with your community in a more robust nature. I think this is a part of what we call, streaming 2.0, which is basically, if you think about Twitch is kind of complacent and they're dominating. And so it's taking entrepreneurs like Opera Event, who has a Twitch integration, like Muxy, who has a Twitch integration, like Blurp on the audio side, stuff like that, where you're allowing for enhanced ways to engage your community, monetize off of that community, which I think is totally fair for the value you create, and keep going, right? Yeah. And so those are a few ideas in which, frankly, those aren't just ideas we've seen; those are ideas we've backed.
Yeah.
And we will continue to back that kind of stuff. New things that are popping up include everything from engines in the UGC space to Roblox monetization to UGC platforms where people can create their own Roblox in different genres. And we're, either have backed and will announce shortly or looking to back those types of companies. And it's cool.
So if I had to create a formula then, based on everything I'm hearing right now, it seems you need to have a skilled operator. You need to have someone who's experienced within esports and knows how to do that hard thing of survival, grow when esports is growing, shrink and survive when esports is in those holding periods. But also it seems as if there's a lot of opportunities in tech. There's a lot of opportunities and maybe in the side of Silicon Valley, people making new apps, people using new technology to better engage this esports audience that, perhaps the reason they're not paying is because it's not really worth it. I mean, is it really worth paying top dollar to watch an esports tournament? Maybe not the way it's presented now, because it's just really an in-game observer mode mixed with some colorful personalities casting, right? There's got to be something more we can add. That's a really,
this is what, Muxy, to bring them up again, because I think they're so much smarter than I am, but this is where Muxy's technology and what they're building and where they're going allows for a Hunger Games-like interactivity between the audience and the actual game server of play. And that is absolutely mind-blowing, right? The fact that I could pay to to affect the server, not just like emotes or, you know, whatever very on layer, not just visual stuff, like actually like change the game mode or turn it to night mode or like affect ninja only can play with a pistol, like crazy stuff, right? Crazy stuff. So that type of interaction would create not only incredible clips, it would create incredible like community engagement, monetization.
Oh yeah.
And it would push the industry forward. But like, so if you look at like the last 15 years of gaming, you went from you know, gaming, LANs, home, semi-stages, and then you had Twitch hit, and all of a sudden you had kind of community engagement. And Twitch basically created, you know, subscriptions and lifestyles for people and incomes for people, and created a whole new wave of monetization potential on top of the gaming community. When you look at where we're going, I mean, that's going to happen again, right? And again, and again, and again. So innovation is coming. Smart people are working on this, and the pain points eventually leads to so much frustration that someone says, screw it, I'm going to do it. And they build it. And then you have the next Twitch, you have skills, you have, you know, the up and coming companies like, you know, these great companies like Play Versus that are like, you know what, we're going to attack the high school scene. Like, that's just going to keep happening because enough people get frustrated that they fix it.
So here's
And
some,
that's human
This is great. So also, just
Please,
to
Lee.
shout out Muxie.
Please, Lee.
I used to do BD over there. Those guys are some
really?
family. Oh yeah, holy
Love it.
shit, dude! Like
awesome.
when we built extensions, like built like the court functionality, that was like
That's
lightning,
awesome.
man. Those guys are geniuses.
Man, you know what? I always feel that esports is sometimes such a small world, but then sometimes it's such a big world, right? Because, you know, we're talking a lot. We're like talking about what's going on in our scene, but you know, sometimes I think about what's happening in Brazil. Sometimes I think about what's happening in India, and there is so much passion that I think that's why kind of what we were talking about earlier. I do believe it is inevitable that gaming and esports, you know, really take their seat in, you know, the dominant forms of entertainment culture. Like, it's just inevitable. We already see it. But there's one thing that I think we still have to learn. And say, for example, something like the music industry, right? I always think about the music industry and esports because on the surface, the music industry is just about like music, but it's not. It's about fashion. It's about entertainment. It's about content creation. It's about, you know, politics many times. But there's just so many ways in which people can interact with like the music industry. There's so many ways in which people can interact with their favorite artist. And sometimes I wonder, you know, is that possible for esports? What are the things that have to do with esports, have to do with the games, but in many ways have nothing to do with, you know, the games? For example, esports fashion, esports meet and greets, or, you know, esports just culture in general. Do you guys think there is an honestly, you know, a robust size of potential revenue in trying to really push esports as a lifestyle, really push esports as a culture that really maybe is not so dependent on Twitch or not so dependent on developers? You know, like, what are the people making, and I'm just going to say, you know, esports art, or what are the people making esports movies or esports web shows? Like, do you think that's something? Because I remember the pure ponage of our days, and I remember these really old web shows, the Red versus Blue, right? These were really ahead of their time, and they were extremely popular. They really helped shape this culture, but we really don't see them much now. We really don't see many hit web shows. Do you think that's something that may change in the future? Do you think that's a possible way in which people could start making money outside of these regular streams we have? To be honest, I think it's not that they've run quite dry, but there's just so many people going after the same audience in the exact same way. So that's a long-winded way to ask, what do you guys think about esports culture outside of just selling stuff in the games? Do you think that's viable?
You're saying beyond digital goods for the consumer?
I'm saying just thinking,
branded goods for the consumer?
Yeah, thinking big, thinking of a radical shift in the way that we even view what is esports content. A radical shift in the way we view how do we let people engage with esports. Because right now it seems to be the predominant thought that the best way to show your esports fandom is by watching an esports tournament, right? Like that's the highest pinnacle of being an esports fan. But is it? Maybe if we ask that question and if we challenge that notion, we'll be able to find more revenue streams. I'm just curious to see what you guys think about that.
I mean, that's it seems like you have a pretty cohesive thought there. I mean, the only issue I can find with it is the fact that like revenue options for the teams, like there's so many different people that need to be paid off of a small dollar. So let's break down, like if you look at the dollar that's given to an esports org, you have to pay the player, the team takes a cut, and then and people's salaries goes from that. So the team at the end of the day needs to get paid more. Orgs need to get paid more. Players, their salaries are blowing out of control. And I think that right now it's not necessarily where like revenue needs to be found, whereas the market needs to stabilize, because the market is far too volatile for anything. Because like esports, just as a core concept right now, is it's feudal Japan. You have so many different individual components that are fighting against each other, because you have the team needs to compete in a title, and the title is still trying to find its footing. Let's take Apex Legends, for example. TSM, not even putting names out there, but some orgs will literally just like, they have the capital, so they increase the average player salary. Now that immediately puts certain orgs out of the position to compete in that game in the first place. Boom. That's the first component of the problem, because player salaries aren't stabilized. They're all over the place. If a team has more money, they can pay more. Boom, done. End of story. They can kill a game if they really want to. Second piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Like you've seen it happen. Yeah. I mean, and at the other end of the spectrum, so now you have players with crazy salaries. Now, instead of an org focusing just on like becoming the best org, they're now focused on bringing in or raising enough capital to maintain their stature in this title, even though they know that the prize pool doesn't even pay a considerable amount of the salaries itself.
Yeah.
So I think that at the end of the day, if we want more revenue opportunities, we need a governing body that at least says this is what the average salary within it, like this is a cap salary, a salary cap, so that more people can actually compete in these titles. If it's a league like Call of Duty, League of Legends, or Overwatch, guess what? That doesn't need to exist, because these teams have already shown that they have these marketing, like the capital in order to join the league in the first place. So that's not needed. But we're talking about like, you have to like separate esports into two different ecosystems. You have the league focused ecosystems, and you have everything else that's fighting to become a valid esport. Because the ones that are league, valid, cool, I'll throw it, I'll give them the bone and say they're valid, cool, whatever. Everything else needs to fight for it. And then you also have this small other ecosystem over here called Smite, where they pay you to be in the game, which is like, what?
Oh, man.
Okay. Man. Sorry, like that's you have to, like, you asking these questions, you
yeah.
can't give it a blanket. You have to give these three different verticals. You have to have the verified and valid high money esports opportunities and ecosystems, leagues. You have to have everybody else in between, which is Apex Legends, Valerant for right now, Dota, like CSGO, everything in here. And then you have to have the paid to be in it in the first place, because they understand that it's just a marketing.
It's a marketing, yeah. Wow. You know what, Lee, we have to talk about this some other time. We are out.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. We are out of time. But Josh, I would love to give you the last word here. I just want to ask, what do you think, if you could give anyone who's trying to do what you do right now, if you could give them some advice, what would that piece of advice be? And then this panel is over.
Sorry.
I would say that a genuine appreciation and excitement about the video gaming industry is critical to actually being a player in the industry at any level, whether you're an actual player, whether you're on the coaching staff side, whether you're on the operating side, or whether you're on the investing side. A genuine passion, appreciation, and engagement in the gaming ecosystem is I would say critical, and that helps you keep a pulse, right? And so for me, you know, I learn more about how to invest in this space from my weekly Tuesday night League of Legends matches with my friends than I do about 4 hours of reading and research. And because one friend will be like, hey, like, man, I just hated how this happened.
Yep.
And I literally will write that down. And that informs how we look at investing in the space. And then you connect that with normal due diligence and the rest that we do on the investing side. But I would say it starts with a genuine passion, and then it leads to a more pragmatic approach, which Lee shares and a lot of other people in the industry are trying to do, because we're trying to build something here. We're not trying to just ride a train here.
Yeah. Well, guys, awesome. I just want to say, Lee, I swear we will be on another panel together soon because we could talk about this stuff all day. I just want to say thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are two sides of the same coin that I really think are needed in order to make this industry go, right? I really do think you guys are crucial, and I hope more people learn from this. I hope there are more people and investors who take the approach that Josh does, and I hope there are more people who operate this stuff that has the passion and know-how of Lee, because I swear, man, anyone who is sitting back comfy in esports doesn't realize where we are in esports. You always got to be trying to think outside the box in an event. Anyways, my name has been Nick Durazio. This has been another of our Inman Global Esports Conference panels. You can check out our conference at inmanglobal.com/IGEC. You can follow Lee Massey at MasseyGG, and you can follow Josh at Josh Chapman. That's Chapman without the A, just Chapmn. All right, guys, thank you so much. I will talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.
All right, see ya.
Awesome.
sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Okay, guys, we're going to start in just. Wait, shoot. Okay, yeah, cool. We're going to start in just a minute. Okay, everybody ready? Nods? You ready? Oh wait, am I muted? Okay, everybody ready? Nods, if you're ready. Yes? Okay, cool. Everyone can unmute their mics now. Okay. Okay, cool. And we are live. Okay, hi everybody. We are at our Valerant panel of the day for IGEC 2020, and I'm super excited to have these panelists here today. One of them that we just saw a couple of hours ago. So my name is Kelsey. I'm the partnerships manager here at Invin Global, and I'll let these panelists introduce themselves. And we'll start off with Joe, which he's been a local of IGEC, and we love him for it. But Joe, want to give us a little rundown of who you are?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Joe Marsh. I'm the CEO of T1, and I did the keynote earlier, so I changed my polo shirt into my more casual T-shirt for this event.
Casra?
Hey, I'm Kazra Jafrudi. I lead global strategy for Valorant Esports at Riot Games.
Awesome. And last but not least, Matt.
Hi, Matt Archambault. I lead business development and partnerships for Riot Esports in North America.
Awesome. So I want to first thank you guys all for being here and taking the time out of your schedules to talk about, honestly, the most poppin' esport I think that's going on right now. If I may say so myself, this last weekend we had the T1 tournament, the first competitive Valerant tournament of the year. And so congratulations on that. That's really huge. What was your thoughts on that and how it went?
So I thought the event was great. Like you mentioned, it was the first true competitive Ignition Series event. And we were glad to kick it off at T1. We were really excited to have a competitive format and have some of the top teams in esports compete in the event. Obviously, bummer T1 didn't pull it out, but props to TSM, who's been on quite a bit of a run here in a lot of these recent Valorant events. But overall, super happy to host the event and also just kind of invest in the ecosystem here for Valorant.
Yeah, on a Riot Games side, I'm not sure, did both of you, Castra and Matthew, watch the tournament or have help in putting it on at all?
Yeah, I think we were all involved because of Kazra's role as well as mine. I think from myself and our team, we were the ones who were able to work with Joe and be able to pull that whole thing together. I think note to everybody listening, the squeaky wheels sometimes get the oil. If you send enough emails and enough text messages, I'm just kidding. I think as we really went through the whole thing, we were trying to figure out like how we would kick off Ignition Series in NA, and then what that story arc would really look like as we continue through the rest of the next coming months. And with what Joe had presented with both T1 and Nerd Street and the overall competition and a lot of the teams, it really just seemed like a great opportunity to kickstart things. Prize pool was really strong, and I think the competition was really great. Viewership was awesome as well. So we were really appreciative of all things that Joe was able to do. T1 overall and Nerd Street, they put on a really great show, and we're very happy about it.
Yeah, well, congratulations. And I think I'll speak for the common community. Valorant came out at the most imperfectly perfect time in the world. Obviously, because of COVID and because of the whole pandemic situation, we haven't been able to go out and function like we probably normally would do in the summer. But thank God Valorant has been here to kind of keep us all together and keep us entertained. And so as a business dev side of Valorant, what's your strategy for navigating this whole situation? Because obviously you guys are taking advantage of what is otherwise a pretty unfortunate situation for a lot of us, and turning it into something that not only is profitable for Riot Games, but just for the gaming community in general.
Yeah, I can answer that. But I think it's, it's a very unfortunate situation that everyone is stuck at home. I think we're really fortunate to have the chance to have Valorant to come in this situation, not just to, to have a large player base and have such a large launch, but also to give people around the world something else to do and something to connect with each other with. So we're really fortunate to have the opportunity. I think from a strategy standpoint and how it's affected our plans, especially on the esports side, we've had to really rethink what our plans are. The T1 event was great. We would have loved for it to have a live audience. We would have loved for it to be in some sort of a venue and see fans cheering in person. And we just had to be a lot more flexible as we plan for this year, next year, and ensuring that everything we do can still happen. We just have to be a little bit more on our toes.
And so speaking from that point in a community standpoint, because when I was talking to some people before this panel, talking about what I really wanted to talk about during this panel, a lot of the conversation with shooter games had to come with the community and how to build that community. For things like CSGO and for Call of Duty, a lot of it is based in the community outreach, the community coming together and supporting not only the players, but the other community members in general as well. So for Valorant, how do you guys envision the community expanding and growing into something that maybe is different than what you guys have usually done with Riot Games in something like League of Legends?
Yeah, I think from the very creation of this game, we've been working very closely with the community. I know along many milestones in Valorant's development, we have consulted with a lot of players out there to get a lot of feedback. So this game was really created with community in mind. From an esports perspective, we're really trying to think about what this can look like in 5, 10, 20, 30 years. And we know what's really going to be important is to set a really strong foundation. And ultimately, for an esport to be successful and big, you need to have a really big community backing it up. And ultimately, that means creating an esport with the community, with the fans in mind, ensuring that anything we create has the most entertainment. It's something fans want to watch. And we know that we really have to embrace the community from the beginning. And then with the Ignition series, we knew that third parties bring a lot of value to us. They were able to innovate. They were able to experiment with different modes. And ultimately, we can see what fans really like. So we're really excited to have not just the community really involved, but third parties like T1 in the community actually producing some of these events and having their own take on competitive Valorant.
Yeah, I just quickly add on to that too. I mean, I think, the community focus first and player experience first. I mean, that is literally stitched into the DNA of every single Rioter. Like that is just who we are. That's how we built everything up. I think we've also, said for many years, like the community and the player base is what drives an esport, right? We don't want to come out and on day one say like, here it is. It's now a franchise system with amateur and majors and this and that. Like you can do that, but if you don't have a fan base, you don't have a player base, you don't have people who are competing, you're potentially setting yourself up for failure. So I think a lot of what we want to do is we want to put on these events. We want to put on these community events. We know that there are third parties that are really strong at what they've done, and they've continued to do this for a number of years. There are orgs and teams that have been in our ecosystem, T1 being one of them, and others that have been adjacent to the ecosystem that are within the FPS world that are also very culturally fit and they know what's going on. So for us to be able to listen to them, to learn, to continue to grow and evolve, I think that's really how we want to move ourselves forward. And I mean, it's true for every title that we put out. It's the first year that we can actually say that we have multiple titles, so that's also really exciting. And of course, to your earlier statement, it's the perfect year to launch multiple titles is during 2020.
I'm excited that you guys finally got the S on Riot Games this year. So kudos to you guys. The joke is gone now for everybody. So props. I think just real quick from the team side, I think the community knows what you're getting with a Riot game, and I think on top of just outstanding user experience and the ability to solve the game like a math problem. With League of Legends, there's a bunch of different ways to win, and it's the same thing with Valorant, different strategies. But also too on the community side with the lore of the game, as they keep rolling that out and the backstories of the agents, I think that's going to be a big part of the game that's going to differentiate it from some of the other FPS games, and something that fans that have grown up League of Legends fans will really appreciate.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest tokens for me when it did come out that I really thought was cool, and it's really simple, but just that the agents were from, respective countries across the world, and it kind of tied everything in together because this is a global game. League of Legends is such a large game throughout the world. I was fortunate enough to go to Worlds last year, and I went to Worlds back in oh gosh, was it 2017 when it was in LA and SKT won? And it is such a world phenomenon. And seeing where we're able to combine all these different cultures into one game, make it accessible, and then transfer that hopefully into an esport is really big. It's something that I think a lot of teams and a lot of orgs really strive to have success in. And speaking about that, with this whole path towards becoming an esport and the format changes there, you can either go in a franchising format like League of Legends has, which you guys are already exposed to and have experience with, or something like a tournament format. Something that I thought was really cool and I really wish we could have saw was Overwatch and how they incorporated just the global traveling and going across the world, competing there, and really making it almost like a normal sport, which was a huge idea, and then COVID hit. So rest in peace to that, but hopefully we'll get to see it back when everything's back to normal. Is this something that you guys looked at and said, we want to do something like this? Or what was the thought process there?
Yeah, I think ultimately, like Matt said, we're thinking a lot about players and thinking about what they want to see and what our fans want to see. We're actually very careful in the beginning to not be too rigid. We knew that, I'll be honest, with how well closed beta did, it would have been fairly easy to come out with a franchise league off the bat and write that hype. But that's not what's best for this esport in the long run. And we're trying to consider everything. We want to make sure that we build a very strong fan base, a really strong community before we try to put a rigid structure in place on top of that. So we're definitely exploring all types of competition formats, whether it is sort of like a league or whether it's more of a tournament where what really matters is the best teams winning at every stage to move on. We want to explore a lot of these formats. We know all these Ignition Series events are exploring different formats. And ultimately, what we want to create is something that's best for our fans to watch. And we want to make sure that we can grow that community before we try to establish any system that may not be necessarily a tournament format.
So Joe, speaking from your standpoint, obviously T1 has heavily invested in Valerant, and I'm excited to see it. I'm sure everyone on this panel and everyone watching is super excited to see it. What for you, in such a beta phase in its gaming life still, what really stood out to you and where do you hope that it goes to?
So from the T1 perspective, for us, being historically South Korean with our league team, and that's what we're known for. And with our joint venture with Comcast closing in October, we were trying to find that tentpole game that could be something that we can plant in North America and really get behind. And when we spoke with Riot earlier in the year about which was then Project A, and heard about a little bit more about what Valorant would become and what their thoughts were, we knew that was a game that we can get behind. And for us, being a first mover was really important to kind of set the tone for, to kind of put the other teams in NA on notice that, hey, look, T1's coming in and we're going to invest heavily in Valorant. That's why we signed the first pro. That's why we've hosted 3 events already. And for us, it's just a game that we feel, look, Riot knows how to make global ecosystems and competitive formats. And we felt really comfortable with them, given our relationship with the LCK and Riot Corporate as well. So we knew that you can kind of trust that they're going to build it the right way and not rush it. I think that's the best part here. We're getting so much learning from these next 3 months on format or format or tournament versus franchising, event size, banning maps, not banning maps. And I think the game will even develop even more once there's more maps and even more agents. Because if it's like League of Legends and there's 140 plus agents to choose from, each with different abilities and skills, it's going to make the competitive format that much more fun to watch.
Yeah, no, I think that's something also that's so exciting about it right now. It's so free. You can't really have bans right now in Valorant, or that's such a huge size of the characters that you can play. And some of them are so vital. We saw in the T1 tournament this last weekend, Cypher was played, 100% pick rate? He is such a useful, he's one of my favorite agents, I must say. But, it's just such a useful champ. So I'm excited to see that come out. But speaking on the development side, obviously you guys can't leak really what's going on behind closed doors. But do you guys have a plan on what that's going to look like? If it's going to be something where it's, 200 characters at the end of the day, or if you're looking at maybe let's keep it to 20 max for its whole lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't know if we've decided what the max number will be per se, but I think it was actually just today or yesterday where we also announced that we're looking to do about 6 per year. We think that's like the right pace because ultimately we want to introduce new agents and change the gameplay style, give players new tactics, new ways to play a map they might have thought they already mastered. But ultimately, we're still listening to the community and learning about what works best as well.
I think one of the other things too, just building off what Cosra said there, and yeah, I think it was Anna who announced that like two days ago or yesterday. I'm forgetting what the date is actually today in COVID times. But that I think yes, 6 agents per year. But I think it's also really interesting, and this goes back to a little bit of the lore side of it, that everything is like based off of episodes and acts, and it's a slightly different model than just saying like, hey, it's the summer, like here's a bunch of skins, or here's this, or here's what we're doing. And I think we have the luxury at Riot of going back the 10 years that we've had League, right? And we have the infrastructure. We've seen how it's taken off in every region and what works and what doesn't work, right? So we don't have to rush, to what Joe was saying and also what Cosra was saying earlier. It's not that we have to run out and say, we have hype, we got to take advantage of the hype right now, go, go, go. Like, of course, we're excited to do that, but there's also opportunities for us to really be able to understand what we've done in different sports, right, and different titles, and then be able to append that to this new sport, to this new world that we're living in, and obviously the new mediums and the methodologies through which we have to actually talk to partners, right? Discord did not exist back then. Twitch did not exist back then. So we're in a very different dynamic, and I think being able to utilize all that knowledge is going to be very helpful for us, and hopefully also helpful for owners and teams and orgs across the board.
I'm just excited for that T1 Ignition Series skin that's going to come out soon because when you go first, you get to get a skin, I heard.
Don't you have to win, though?
Oh. That's fair.
Can't wait for those TSM skins, I guess. No, jokes aside. But I did want to bring it back to something you said, Matt. You said that you guys are focusing on more of, it's about like acts. So, I'm assuming you're saying almost like how a stage play would be. There's like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. And so different phases where things come out, if that's what I'm understanding. Maybe?
So, and I could probably let Cosra speak a little bit more to that, but I think generally there's meant to be different episodes, right, which are communicated to be 6 months in length. So effectively there would be 2 episodes per year, and then there's 3 acts within each of those episodes, and we're meant to flight different agent launches at the beginning of that. That's where you get the 6 per year. So I think that goes into a little bit more of the storytelling and the lore as people are seeing various elements around the boards, and you're looking at Haven or Split, bind, and you're like, ooh, what's that? What's going on? And so a lot of this is all kind of beneath the surface, and we're going to start to explain more of what's going on. Where are these agents coming from? Why are they agents? How did they get the powers, right? So start to bring people in. I mean, I know for myself, that's one of the things that I love about this title in particular, and it's one of the things that I started to love about League when I got into it, is not just seeing it, but also trying to understand, like, who are these champions and where did they come from and why do I like them? I might be trash at playing them, but I still love them because of who they are. Like, I'm a horrible Gragas, but I love Gragas, right? Completely different thing. But like, yeah, I think that's kind of where we're going with this. And again, Cosra or Joe, you can probably add more color to that.
Well, for me, I think, I mean, maybe this is me just kind of fanboying out a bit, but do you think we'll ever see kind of a crossover champion to an agent from League? Is that like a thing of beauty that those things like exist in the same world? Or because some of them are human form, right? Like Ash could technically come over and be an agent, or I mean, you're not going to see, I don't know, like, Azir coming in, but.
Well, banking off of that, I did happen to see an article where apparently the lore for Valorant and the lore for League of Legends is all on Runeterra, or is it Runeterra, or it's still on the same globe, on the same planet, it's just on different land masses. From what I understood from the article, maybe that's not 100% correct, but that does add to it, where like, do these games exist in the same world, on the same plane, where one day there can be something a lot bigger? You're laughing, and now I'm nervous.
Matt's great.
Maybe. I think there's a lot of I would say there's a lot of things within Riot beyond just our games that we've barely scratched the surface for, right? If you look at the IP that we actually have, if you look at some of the stuff that we've done, and yes, Runeterra is where League is based, but if you look at all the things that we've done and some of the things that we've announced, like there's a lot more to come. And I'm not familiar necessarily with that article to say that there might be crossover champions, maybe not. I'll kind of look at Khazra on that one, but I mean, I think everything's potential at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that article sounds a little bit more speculation. I think they're fairly different worlds.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean I think down the line that we're going to be exploring different ways to have collaboration between the two worlds.
I just got.
Can you imagine a Mordekaiser on like Haven, just unstoppable, just charging for the spike?
I mean, it leaves a lot of open doors, and like for me with League of Legends, that's the main game that I do play, and the lore is everything to me. I love the lore, and so learning about this was something that, or not just about Valorant, but just like learning about different agents, different champions is something that I take a lot of happiness in, and so seeing stuff like that and seeing Riot develop it is something that I think a lot of people do appreciate, and I'm glad they still do it, because I think a lot of games give up on the lore, think that people don't really care about it anymore, when they definitely do. But besides that, we do have a question from the chat, and so Yane asked, so Valorant has already taken a pretty solid stance against toxicity in the game. We've seen a lot of people in beta, would it be beta or alpha, be banned? Be banned permanently, and then for either toxicity or for cheating, and it's a very solid stance, which I think is very important, especially in such a large release. What else are you guys doing to really keep that hold on containing this?
We have a team that's very focused on this, and our overall goal is to make sure that we have a healthy and positive community where players can play the game and feel safe and feel good playing the game. A lot of this stuff isn't easy, but Riot as a company is super committed to this, and it's something that we've been working on. I think, specifically in closed beta, a lot of the tools we had weren't necessarily up and running yet. We were testing a lot about it, and I think as this game goes on, we're learning and we're developing so that over time, that stuff just has less presence in the game.
Well, great. No, we love to see it. And I think that also shifts into another question that I did have originally. And so in this progression towards an esport, obviously there's always going to be roadblocks that each developer does hit in the whole scope of it. But for you guys at Riot, what's been your biggest roadblock so far?
I wouldn't say a roadblock per se, but I think something that we definitely know that this game needs more work on is the spectator tools. When we watch this game, we know that, hey, there are definitely some things that need to be created to bring it to parity to other FPSs or what the audience is used to. But we're really trying to not only make sure this game becomes more viewable, but really think about what does it mean to watch an FPS game? And what can we do? Because we have a blank slate. We have actually a chance to create something from scratch and not have to build off of something we've pre-built. So we're really taking that opportunity to think about what can we create to make this much more fun to watch, to make it a much better viewing experience, and ultimately much more engaging as well.
I would also, I think, just add, I think the rank system that we just rolled out was obviously very, very helpful, and would give congrats to Joe for being the first Radiant player. But I think beyond that, being able to get to a place where we have that, and then we have a potentially a leaderboard system or something where you can actually see people's growth that goes across these acts and these episodes, and as we continue to roll it out, I think those are some of the elements that to Khazra's point, not necessarily a barrier or a block. It's just, this is a blank slate, right? We are the opportunity. The game is still very, very new. It's not 10 years old. It's not even a year old, at least publicly facing, right? So everything that we're trying to do now is learn and iterate and get better. And you need to put something out into the wild to let it see how it goes and and how it comes back together. And so I think there's a lot of really positive momentum that we have as we continue to move forward through the rest of the summer, and then even getting ready for 21 and 22.
Yeah, no, that yeah, it's always looking towards the future and seeing what can actually be accomplished there. But yeah, just to let everybody know in chat, if you do have any questions that you would like these wonderful men to answer, please let me know, and then we will be asking questions throughout the day. But Joe, so,
yes.
So you play Valorant yourself.
I know, bronze 2. There's a bug in the game because I can't get out of it, but yeah, bronze 2.
We've launched your account actually. It's bronze 2.
Oh gosh. But you know, fostering this environment over at T1 where you do heavily invest in this as well as other games, like what's when you like invest in something like this and you take a risk, like obviously I think with Valorant it's not like it's a new developer, right? Games has been around for quite some time, it's established itself, so it's less of looking at, you know, if this game is going to be successful, it's more win. And obviously you guys did come out of the gate super strong and make this dominating presence, and now we're here. But when you look over at the team-wise and fielding a team, because you said you want to invest heavily in NA, but looking over to other regions, what's your outlook there? Is that something that is in like the long-term future, or what's your game plan?
Yeah. So in NA, we obviously have our main roster, which, you know, competed this weekend, and we also have an academy roster because, you know, that's how we built up a strong team in League of Legends in Korea. Was, you know, Faker came from the academy team, and, you know, we're kind of running the same play here in North America because this is, you know, whenever Riot decides to either franchise or go tournament based or whatever they decide to do on the competitive side, you know, our home's going to be in NA. But at the same time, you know, we're investing in a team in Korea as well because, you know, a strong, you know, Korean Valorant scene is really important to us, given that's, you know, where our HQ is. And so even though long term we won't be in Korea forever, the goal is to find, you know, at least 1 or 2, you know, top Korean players and have the ability to bring them here to the States to compete. And obviously the language barrier is the biggest thing, which at T1 we do teach players English who want to learn. So we're definitely going to invest in NA and Korea. But when the chips go down, we're going to be heavily in NA to be here for the long term.
And spinning that over to the Riot side of things, with League of Legends, obviously there's the League Partner Program, and you guys do work with some influencers to help promote the game, promote new skins and all of that. Have you guys started looking into that for Valorant at all and seeing some of the signed streamers or signed teams and seeing what they can use their platform for you guys?
It's definitely something we've been looking at. You know, I think when we think about this game 5-10 years from now, especially as an esports ecosystem, I want it to be sustainable. You know, I know, for example, T1 is investing a lot into this. We want to create something where 5-10 years from now, Joe looks back and says, wow, wasn't that the best investment I ever made? And that means really taking time and ensuring that anything we do, whether it's skins, it's any way that third parties and Riot interact in the same ecosystem, it can create value for them. So it's definitely something we're thinking about, but we're really trying to address this from a blank slate and really think about how do we recreate what an esports ecosystem looks like, because a lot of the ones out there either aren't sustainable or have been around so long that they don't have the chance to innovate. And we want to make sure that anything we do in that, from that standpoint, really takes third parties into consideration, because ultimately for us to be successful, it can't just be Riot. It has to be Riot and everyone else that also decides to invest in Valorant with us.
Yeah, I'd also just say I think the LPP program and just what Kazra was saying has been a huge benefit, specifically looking at North America. It's been a huge asset for us just in terms of the conversation, the dialogue. We learn from each other on a regular basis. You know, we've been able to put on a bunch of cosplay stuff, like utilizing this community too. So it really goes back to our roots and our core principles. And, you know, I think, you know, to what Kazra said, like, of course, we're probably exploring everything, like whatever the regions have, whatever we can do on a global scale or a regional scale that's going to allow us to blank slate, figure out what's going to work, and then, you know, create that moving forward. It's a really interesting and unique time that we're in to be able to launch a title like this now in particular.
The cool thing is too, you guys are investing in not just the top 1% of the pros. You're actually investing in the community base, like the casual like player, you know, and the amateur scene as well, and then obviously the pros. So it's good to have that whole system, because you need those casual players to drive viewership when we do start going to these more, live events or online events.
Yeah, and speaking of that, and just the investment return, it's because Valorant is in such an early stage, obviously, and it's in this, it's Riot's baby, or not. It's actually technically not, because you guys have a bunch of other stuff coming out, but it's their newborn child that they're letting run, and they're like, okay, let's see how you grow. But have you guys even started looking to the future of other ways that you guys can make money? Like, the first thing that pops into my head, like for League of Legends, how you guys have released or announced the release of Arcane, the series that's coming out. Obviously, there's board games, there's the mobile esports game, and stuff like that. Like, that's probably very far in your mind. But is that even something that is a discussion at this point? Or can you not say anything about that?
We're exploring everything. I think the good thing about being Riot Games is that we've learned a lot from everything we've done, and it's very easy for us to look at what's successful and apply it to some of our other titles. That's the power and advantage we have. And we're exploring everything for Valorant. With the lore of Valorant, we're not just trying to create a world for a video game. We're trying to create a world that everyone can be part of, and that means exploring every other way that world can interact with our fans.
Awesome. So we do have another question from Colin, and he is asking about if Riot has any plans for getting Valorant broadcast, a Valorant broadcast ready. So I'm assuming he's speaking in terms of, scouting for people that would, or like scouting for a system that would kind of be like LCS, where you would have casters that are the Valorant casters. Has that even been a question for you guys right now, or is it more you're pulling from other esports and seeing what we can do from there?
Man, I'll quickly answer that. Oh, okay. No, you go.
Yeah.
Speaking as my role from Riot, I will.
Go ahead, Joe. What do you think? No, I mean, I think it's like, look, again, right now, the way that we're looking at Ignition Series is that we're using like TOs and third parties to be able to go out and do that. And we want to be able to support them through publishing efforts and empower them that way. We obviously have our Twitch channel that we're able to co-stream and co-broadcast and all that on. I think once we get to a place where there is a Riot event, right, an actual Riot event, we do have casters internally, right? Obviously, we have Riv, we have a whole bunch of really amazing casters just on the LCS, let alone every other region in multiple languages that we can tap into. So I think there's going to be opportunities there, but to say that we would only focus on them versus exploring the whole breadth of like who might be able to be used. Again, as Kazra was saying, it's kind of blank slate right now. So yes, we have those incumbents that are internal, but they also have their other day jobs, which might be League of Legends, right? And so as we continue to go through this, we can't expect somebody to be literally an everyman and be an expert at every single title that Riot has from top to bottom. I think we have the personalities, we have all of that we can tap into, but at the same time, there's probably a chance for us to expand that, not only here, but in every other region too, as things continue to roll out.
And speaking about the whole acquisition of just looking at different regions and looking there, I do have a scouting question that does come from Reed to Joe. When T1 was scouting for its Valorant team, where did you guys base? What was the thinking process? And this person needs to be picked up. Was it people that were already established, or did you look kind of in the boonies, kind of seeing where you can pick from people that are undiscovered talent?
So we did a bit of both. We definitely wanted to reach into the CS scene because we felt that game would translate the quickest and have the most early success for us. So that's why you saw us. Our top 5 guys are all former CS players. And then with our younger players, it's definitely looking at other games. And the good thing about having top tier pros is when they're playing in scrims or they're playing in other games casually, they identify talent for our scout. And Wanjun Choi, who's our GM for Valorant, does a really good job working with our coach to identify those talent. And the good thing is when you have top players, they're in games and they're saying, hey, check this guy out, check this guy out, check this girl out. And that's been really helpful for us. Also, it doesn't hurt to have inbound people wanting to come to play for T1 now with seeing Ska and Brax and AZK and what they've been able to do with Crashies and Food. people are reaching out to us. For us, which is great because again, we're still getting established here in the States from a competitive standpoint. So to get those inbound requests, it certainly makes it easier. And we've been able to trial players on an interim basis, and you really kind of pick the right fit for what we're trying to build at T1.
Yeah, well, it's really great to see an org really taking a step forward ahead of everybody else and establishing that. And I mean, I don't think anyone expected anything less from T1. Obviously, they've done that in most games, and they continue to. And so you guys are doing a great job there, I think we can all say. Another question coming from Alex Mushu Beef was asking about the transparency from the Valerant team. It seems like through this release and through everything, you guys have been incredibly transparent, which the community and the fans, I mean, I love. Like we all love when we all love a little secrecy, obviously, when things are behind closed doors and you have that build up, but if it's too much, it can be just a hype killer. And then almost if you hype something up too much and don't really release too much, and then it comes out and you're disappointed, that could be the end of a game right then and there. And obviously, you guys have taken this transparent movement towards your release. Was that something that you thought in mind before you were doing all of this, or is it something that just kind of happened with the flow?
I think we definitely kept it in mind, and as Matt said earlier, I think thinking about our players first is like deep in Riot's DNA, and everyone wants to build this game and this esport for our fans. And to really understand what we're building for our fans, it means we have to talk to them. We have to go and have conversations and get feedback. That is something we deeply care about. I think while it's not surprising to Riot, I would say for us to have so much transparency, because we do have it with League of Legends, I think it was something that was refreshing for a game in the FPS space, where other developers traditionally don't have as much transparency. But it's really important for us to have that constant dialogue, because we want to understand, we want to have that feedback. This game, when we launched Valorant, we didn't see it even as an end of our development cycle. It was actually the beginning of our journey. This is a game that's going to grow over the next 5, 10, 20 years. And that means we have to grow it for our fans and grow it into something they want. So we're very deliberate about the choice of having that open communication. It's something that we'll keep having for sure.
That's great to hear. From I think any video gamer, we always appreciate that, especially for times now, because there's not much else in the news, and so when you hear anything that's new and exciting, we love to see it. But just to talk more about the future of Valorant and where it's going to go, hopefully after post-COVID, is it something that you want to have a big presence at these events like TwitchCon? Like we saw Fortnite come out at the last TwitchCon and basically had a whole entire room to itself, and it was I don't play Fortnite personally. I'm not a huge fan of the game, sorry, but that's just it. But is this something where you want to go on that side of marketing and really connect with the fans there, or is this something that you're probably going to keep primarily online? Because when you go to TwitchCon, you usually don't see huge League of Legends booth. Obviously, most of the fan art there is League of Legends because it has such a big presence. But do you guys feel like you have a need to do this?
I think live events are key for any esport, so it's important for us to make sure we show Valorant esports to our fans where they are. Now, COVID has really thrown a wrench in that, because to be honest, I don't know when the next convention would even happen, especially something like a TwitchCon. But we do want to have events, whether they're at a convention or separate. We're not sure, but we definitely do want to have physical events where Valorant fans can come together, meet each other, make friendships, and ultimately enjoy a really cool live experience, which is watching Valorant live, competitive Valorant.
I'm just hopeful that like the first ever World Championships in like a hotel conference room, like the old days, and then you grow it to be an MSG or the Wells Fargo Center or Staples Center, just to like pay homage to like the journey of Riot's esports.
Well, I mean, I'd even say, like, if you go back to some of those major, cons or other events, right? Like back in the early days of League, we were there, right? And it was all about finding those connections to the community and to the players, and being able to surprise and delight them in very unique ways. And that was where the world was, and that was how we felt that we needed to, have those conversations with those individuals. Obviously, as Kazra just said, and Joe too, like, we don't know what's going to happen as we move forward with everything. So, when those opportunities present themselves, I don't think anyone's going to say no. But if there's other unique solutions that might come up, and, I think, anytime we run into these situations where there's so many barriers and so much of that, like that's where a lot of the ingenuity and really a lot of the creativity comes out. And you find new ways to talk to people, and you find new ways to interact. And I think for us, like, as long as we're doing that at our root, regardless of what bounds that is, if it's in IRL, like, awesome, we would love to have that happen. I'd love to have people show up and be able to celebrate, and you find that safe space where everyone can just get together. And we say this all the time, like, if you've never been to an esport event and you just think it's a bunch of nerds sitting around and everyone's quiet and no one's talking, and you walk in and you see face painting and apparel and merch and people are going crazy, and it just completely changes your perception of the world and what it is that we're doing. It's not like it's just like, you're sitting somewhere in the middle of the ninth hole of a golf course where there aren't any pros coming up and everyone's just sitting around like having a drink or whatever it is, right? There's a lot more power and feel. So if we can get to that point again, we're all for it, but we're going to try and find as many ways to do that and connect with those players and that community to our best of our ability.
Yeah, I feel like the conversation here is always, especially right now in the time that we're in, it's so iffy. It's like, well, we want to do this, but we don't know what's going to be the status of everything in about a year. And so I appreciate you guys trying your best to fill us in on what you can, because it is so uncertain. And that's something that I think worries all of us right now. But at least there is contingency plans in the case that something like that, does turn out for the better, if you could say. Like I would love to go to a World Championship just like it is for League, where the stadium's filled and we have like a music group on. I would love to see all the agents as put something like Giants, but just with the Valerant agents, and then have people like that. Like, that would be awesome. And because there's such a small lineup now, like, that's something that could feasibly happen. So I appreciate you guys being so open with us and making sure that we are getting all the information that we can get from you guys. Is there anything else that you guys do want to promote or to talk about before we do end the panel?
From my standpoint, the thing I'm most excited about is that, the best Valorant player in the world is not even known yet. I think in 8 months, there's someone that's grinding it right now that we've never even heard of. That's a 15-year-old kid that's turned 16, and the story that you've seen over and over again on the League side, I think you're going to see the exact same thing happen in Valorant. I think teams will be super vigilant to find that up and coming talent, and I'm really excited to see more of these Ignition Series events. I'm just excited to be a part of the community.
Yeah, I'd plus one that. I'd also say I think one of the things that's really interesting about Ignition, and one of the things that we're excited to see here, is that yes, a lot of the pros that have come in are coming from other FPS genres, right? Just because of that's where it is, that's where we're going. But it's the opportunity for those 5 unknowns, those amateurs to get in and start to churn and to put in the time and to build and build and build. And even I would say again, thanks to Joe and both T1 and Nerd Street for putting together that event, and even having open qualifiers where you had an opportunity for some of those unknowns, for some of those amateurs really to get a chance to play up against Ninja and to play up against those teams. I think it really just opens the world, and it makes it so much more inclusive. You don't have to be 6'9", right, to play Valorant. You don't have to weigh 400 pounds and be a lineman. You don't have to run an under 4 40-yard dash. Like, all you need to do is just have ridiculously good skills and being able to click a mouse, or potentially in the future a joystick or something else, and be able to just sort of align that way. So I think we're really excited about the future of where it is, and I want to say thank you to all the current Ignition Series partners, those that are unannounced, that we will be announcing here in NA as time goes on. So get ready for that, and thanks to everyone.
Yep, and as I said, we're super excited to see this sport grow around the world. Ignition Series is something that has a different spotlight each weekend. Last weekend it was North America and North Africa, which we're really excited to do. This upcoming weekend is Latin America and Southeast Asia. We're really excited to just see this game play competitively around the world, and we can start seeing different styles, different players. And I think it really starts setting the stage for hopefully in the future when different players can actually travel around the world and start playing each other.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again for such a wonderful panel. And you can find Joe and Castor on Twitter. Matt, unfortunately, doesn't have Twitter, but he also, thank you guys for being here. I mean, I really appreciate it. And next up, we do have our IGEC 2020 pitch panel, so stick around. And I can't wait to listen to that. So thank you guys so much, and we'll see you on the next panel. Okay, we're off. Nice. Okay, awesome.
Hey, Kelsey,
Hold on, give me a second. What's up?
Yeah.
Huh?
No, please. You can finish saying like bye and stuff.
Huh?
You can finish saying like bye.
Okay. Yeah.
I made a really quick PowerPoint about the absolute basics of pitching. And at first I'm just going to give a little talk about, hey, you want to make your esports dream a reality? This is how you pitch it. Please don't fight them.
wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice to sing some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sing. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
roll with this. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to our IGEC 2020 pitch panel. So we've had a slight change of plans. We did have three companies that were going to pitch, but you know how these things go. Someone had to go out last minute. So instead, you get me. I'm sure you guys know I'm hosted all sorts of panels today. My name is Nick Durazio. I'm the Director of Corporate Strategy at Invent Global. And before we get to our first two pitch panels, I am going to go over the very, very quick absolute basics of trying to pitch to investors. So I know a lot of people in our audience have gone to this conference because they want to find a job in esports or they want to try to make their gaming dreams realized. I hope this very brief presentation and the two subsequent pitches give you guys some inspiration on how you can take your very big idea and hopefully get some big support for it. So let's go on. First of all, if you're trying to pitch an idea, the first thing you need to do is identify a problem. So let's say in this case, in gaming and esports, it's a problem with esports revenue. You think that streamers and players can be making more money. Okay, great. Number one, you need to identify a problem. Number two, you need to figure out what is the upside of solving this problem. So say that, okay, here's the problem and it's pervasive around all of esports and gaming. What is the good thing that will happen if I solve this problem? Now, hint, if you're trying to pitch an idea, you're going to be pitching to investors. So the upside should probably involve making tons of money, or it should probably involve creating the infrastructure that will eventually make a bunch of money. Because at the end of the day, you are asking for people's financial support to make your dreams come true. So number two, what is the upside of solving this problem? Number three, and this is probably the most like esports, this is the thing where people can really relate with in terms of being strategic gamers. What is your unfair advantage over the other people that are also trying to solve that problem? So, I know we'd all like to think that we're the most clever people in the world, but even if you have identified a niche in gaming and esports, there's probably dozens of other people who are trying to solve that same problem and get those same gains. So you have to figure out, okay, what is the thing that makes me unique? What is my edge? This can be anything. Your edge could be you have a unparalleled understanding of the game in this community. Your edge could be that when you're working with the biggest influencers, or your edge could be you have tons of experience in some other field that has nothing to do with esports, but you have identified a synergy that no one else has. The reason we use unfair advantage is because investors are looking for something unique. They're trying to find something that they say, you know what, this will give me the edge over all of the other investors who are trying to make money off of esports. Now, the fourth thing you need to explain is how are you going to use the money? Now, this seems like it would be the most straightforward thing, right? This seems like, of course, I have to explain how I'm going to use this money. But believe it or not, most people who I try to help pitch, or most people who I see pitch, they don't even think about this part. They just think, well, yeah, once you give me the money, because my idea is great, then I'll think about it. No. Now, these presentations, we don't have as much time as you need to give a full demonstration. So these pitches are going to be shorter in nature and traditionally would lead to a meeting with an investor that you would then go on and in great detail explain, this is how much I'm going to use for this. This is how much I'm going to use for this. This is how much I'm going to use for this. Think of this as if you need to provide a receipt. This investor is purchasing something. So, they want to know what you're going to do with the money. And the last part, who is your team and why are they trustworthy? I'd say one of the biggest things that I've learned about working with investors and subsequently helping people pitch to them or trying to pitch to them myself is that they meet a lot of people. And every single one of them is confident, is a slick talking, and says that their idea is just the greatest thing in the world. The type of investor you want, the type of investor that knows, how to make something small in to something big is going to want to work with someone they trust. They're going to want to work with someone that's going to be there for the long run. You know, trying to be an entrepreneur and trying to start your own thing is hard. There's going to be tons of obstacles. And if you're the type of person that will easily quit, or if you're the type of person that would easily, run away once things get hard, well, that's going to make it very, very hard to find investment. So I could literally go on for a very, very long time about, what it is and all sorts of techniques on how to raise capital. You're more than welcome to ask me questions. But with that quick primer, we're actually going to get into our first pitch. So I am super, super excited to introduce this group of women. I won't spoil anything, but please introduce us. Please welcome the Gamers.
Thank you so much, Nick. So hi, welcome to the Gamers. I'm Heather Owita, and on behalf of myself and my 3 awesome co-founders, I'd like to thank you for inviting us here tonight. The Gamers is a media platform that connects, supports, and empowers women who game, as well as women who work in the gaming industry. I don't think I need to tell this audience just how huge or lucrative the gaming market is, but what people often forget is that about 46% of gamers are women. So a bit about us. This is actually the second company we've built together. The first one was a social and educational community for new and expectant moms, which we sold to a large media company in 2016. We were able to monetize that company in much the same way we plan on monetizing this one, through sponsor content, advertising, focus groups, and by building a pay-to-use app that connects our community. Since then, we've been designing toys in the gaming space for Al Khan, who is the visionary behind Pokemon and Cabbage Patch and a bunch of other iconic toys we all played with when we were little. And while in that space, we noticed a real need for a community platform for women and girl gamers. And here we are. And we knew we were onto a good idea when we went to our first 2 PAX events, and lines of people, as well as media, all came to our booth telling us how needed this space was. And we knew we were onto a good idea, and we spoke with industry experts from all over the country who said not only was no one doing this, but that in fact we had to do this and we had to do it now. But having said all that, the Gamers is needed now more than ever. And on that note, I'd like to turn it over to our amazing CCO, Verta Maloney.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Heather. So I'm going to talk a little. And as a Black co-founder who happens to also do 3 things that I wanted to make sure were involved in any company that I was to start: that it was going to be profitable, that it was going to be equitable, and that it was going to be relevant. And the Gamers is all of those. As Heather said, we don't have to name for this group how big of a billion-dollar industry this is. And as women founding a company, we wanted to be a part of that. We also wanted to be a part of bringing other women into this industry in many different ways. The Gamers is also the S in ESG. We are diverse, we are equitable, and we are inclusive. I have spent the last 20 plus years as a racial justice facilitator and doing anti-racism work, and doing lots of work for Black Lives Matter before it was even trending. And it was really important to me that any company that I started would have that at its foundation. When we, the Gamers, say that we are for all women, we mean all women, we mean marginalized genders, we mean non-binary folks, and all of the humans that support that mission, as well as the fact that we are also in a time that no one could have predicted COVID-19. And one of the things that we've realized is that so many people, even people that weren't gamers before, have really been leaning on gaming as a way to heal and a way to make it through this time. I'm going to talk a little bit about our community and our unique content. And so we believe that community and content are queen at the Gamers. So we have started a website where we are creating a media hub, quite honestly. We have a blog that we put out about 1 to 2 articles a week, and they range from things like grandmas that game to women that use gaming as a way to deal with sexual assault and rape, to Black trans women who have used gaming as a part of their process in transition. We also have a career spotlight on our website where we do a day in the life of women in the gaming industry, all aspects of the gaming industry. And we also have a podcast that we launched, and our podcast is hosted by Kylie Vernoff, who is Susan Grimshaw in Red Dead Redemption 2, and she just chops it up with some of the most amazing people in the industry. And we also have a community that is growing vastly since we launched in March. And the thing that's been the most amazing to witness is how engaged our community is, and also how our community is finding that we have created a place that feels safe to discuss a lot of things, to empower each other, and to build on the community that already exists. And I'm going to hand it off to Laura, who is going to talk more about our community and our unique content.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura, and today I will be talking about our YouTube, Discord, and Twitch. So 95% of gamers actually turn to YouTube for entertainment and information, which is why our YouTube channel focuses on how-tos and tutorials, which is one of the most popular themes, therefore lucrative type of YouTube videos. Our first series, entitled Twitch Streaming 101, is created and hosted by two prominent female streamers in the gaming space, Jennifer Vargas and Erin Simone. We also have a highly interactive Discord server, which we just launched last month and already has over 1,000 members. We consider our Discord the heart of the gamers community, with people who are constantly engaging, forging new friendships based on common interests. And also having gated channels available for people who upgrade offer us the opportunity for monetization. Lastly, we are highly anticipating the launch of our Twitch platform. The purpose of our channel is twofold. The first is to create unique, entertaining content that will help our channel stand out in the gaming space. And the second is to create partnerships that uplift and elevate women, streamers of all backgrounds. If you look at the top streamers, you'll notice that most are men, and we want to break through the streaming glass ceiling, building a robust team of streamers who we support. In addition to promoting all of our YouTube, Discord, and Twitch via traditional outlets, we will also have our gamer ambassadors promote them as well. And now I'd like to pass the mic on to Rebecca Dixon, our awesome CMO.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so how are we going to monetize this company? Well, we expect to have 100,000 followers by year end across all platforms. These will not only be followers, but engaged followers. Our Discord grew to 1,000 members in its first month alone, as Laura mentioned. Our Twitter and our Instagram engagement are far above average on both platforms. So these are the women that are the type of gamers that advertisers and gaming companies should want to meet. We will monetize in 3 ways. Number 1, advertising and sponsored content with both endemic and non-endemic companies. In our short company history, we have made relationships with a number of the big players in the gaming world, as well as a number of brands who advertise in gaming. Number 2, market research, including focus groups, panels, bulletin boards, and data analysis. And number 3, subscription. The subscription model will be for our app currently in development. The app will have 2 sections. First, a social section where gamers can meet other gamers who play the same game at the same time and have a number of other common interests that match. We know through conversations with our community that gamers are used to paying for in-game purchases, and upgrade subscription model is something they will be accustomed to. Second in our app is the professional section, where women looking for jobs in the gaming industry, whether it's developers or designers or illustrators, will be connected with companies for networking events, experience in the industry, internships, and jobs. For far too long, women have been left out of the conversation and have not had a seat at the table. So we are building our own table and invite investors to have a seat with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Hey, Nick. Yeah, I can.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your patience. Without further ado, I would love to introduce you to our next pitch. Here is Nick from Grin Gaming. Thanks, Nick.
Hey, thanks for the intro, Nick. Let me real quick rejigger that.
Oh, there
Cool.
you go.
All right, so hi, as Nick said, my name is Nick, the CEO and founder of Grin Gaming. We are a live hey, is this live?
Yeah. So we're good now. Sorry, I think we may have lost you there for a bit.
I'm hearing my previous words replaying over.
All right, looks like I think we may have solved the echo now. It seems to be good on our part, so why don't we just take it from the top? Sorry about that little technical hiccup.
I can still hear the okay. I'm gonna assume this is live and it won't replay again on me. So
So it's how about we're gonna take a quick break? It seems to be we have an echo problem, guys.
Hey, Nick, I'm still hearing the replay.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna get right back. We're gonna fix this audio issue, but hold on tight, guys. 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, let me Let's try it again now. I think it may have been another window open. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, guys, we are back. We figured out exactly what it was. Don't you hate it when you have multiple instances of the same call up? Well, that's exactly what happened to our next presenters. So, without further ado, I would love to once again introduce our next pitch, Nick from Grin Gaming. Thanks, Nick. All right, Nick, take it away. We're all good now.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. So yes, as my fellow Nick said, I am Nick Bucalaris, the founder and CEO of Grin Gaming. Grin Gaming is a live prop wagering layer on top of your favorite streaming esports and video games. And without further ado, let me just dive into it. So I started this company about a year and a half ago, and it was a web product at first. And we found out that most of our users were accessing our streams via mobile. So we set out, commissioned and built our mobile apps, and we launched those just a couple of months ago. You can see a couple of screenshots of them here. So we allow users to wager on event outcomes in streams like Fortnite, League of Legends, Call of Duty. Things like, will the streamer get a kill in the next 2 minutes? Will they die in the next 5 minutes? Will they finish top 10 in Fortnite? Really topical, contemporaneous questions to the action. And as you can see here, we've got a sleek dark mode first UI. And users can wager our virtual coins called Grin coins. We have a really interactive and informational, active and completed bet tabs. So you can see how your bets have resolved, what you have open. And we allow users to cash out their coins as well. So we've gone through a couple different cash out options on Android. There is a straight cash out, so you can convert your coins to US currency, but we are overhauling that for a sweepstakes model, a true sweepstakes. iOS is a little bit more strict on this. The wagering space in general is growing and evolving a lot, and we're trying to create a unified product across app stores so that users on different platforms can have a shared experience. So the new Grin is designed for your phone. The first product was designed for desktop. And a lot of our users use both. So they'll, maybe during the day at work, they'll pull up a Grin stream on their phone. Then at night, they'll settle into their desktop and watch the stream on a full screen as they would normally on Twitch. Let's see here. So we're really more of an engagement platform than a wagering one. We want to build communities and a social network around the competitive nature of wagering. Since our mobile launch, we have acquired around 2,000 users in the last 2 months, and we're acquiring users for $2.03, and their lifetime value is $2.87. So we're already seeing really strong feedback from our audience, and right now our current setup is what we call a scheduled setup. So we schedule a stream, say Tfue from 4 to 8. We throw it on our schedule. You can see, we on the home screen here, it'll show up as an upcoming stream, and then you'll get a push notification when it starts, and you can jump in and start wagering. What we're finding though is that users don't necessarily want to adhere to our schedule. So we're really excited to be working on our V3 technology, which will allow for on-demand wagering on any stream you want. We're currently building out an API and web scraping-based technology that allows users to search for any stream that they want and automatically populate a wagering layer on top of that. So, you're no longer bound by our content selections at our times. You can hop on the bus and say, hey, I want to wager for 20 minutes on my friend's stream. So that's a really exciting part of our future that we are currently raising money to build. Yeah, so this is a sort of high-level breakdown of our business model. Users get free coins when they join, and then they wager those coins either against the house on streams like this, or you can send these wagers to friends. So I could, I could wager against Grin, and I could also send it to my buddy. So we're really leveraging the execution layer in a peer-to-peer setting as well. Oops. Yeah, so we kind of pared down this deck a little bit. I figured I'd do talk a little bit more. But yeah, so also in our V3 is going to be included more social features. So you can join groups, say a Fortnite group or a Call of Duty group, or you can create a custom group with your friends. And part of our experience is delivering analytics on how you're performing and leaderboards. We've got prizes for 24-hour leaderboard winners. And part of the advent of groups is you can have leaderboards and competitions with your friends. So we're really not only building out the excitement of wagering on live esports, but we're allowing users to interact with one another and build out a social network around the competitive nature of streaming. Yeah, and with that, I guess I'd love to take some questions.
All right, guys. So we actually don't have time for questions now. However, if you would like to ask Nick a question, please reach out to him via Umbrella networking software. So for example, you can just search for Nick's name on our Umbrella software, and then bam, you could schedule a meeting with him. Actually, if anyone wants to schedule a meeting with either Nick or the Gamers, please reach out to any member of the in the global team. With that said, I want to thank all of our presenters for joining us in our pitch panel. Up next, we have our very last panel of the day, and I think if you're a fan of Korean League of Legends, this is going to be the panel for you. So thank you guys so much, and thank you for your patience on our technical difficulties, and I'll see you guys for the next panel. All right, see ya.
I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice and sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Hey there, everybody. Parks Owsley here with Invin Global, and I am joined by Yeon Jin. You are the head of product at the LCK, and we're going to be talking about globalization in esports, and specifically how it pertains to the LCK. But I'd like to give you a moment before we get into it to kind of introduce yourself and what you do over there, so that everybody has kind of a general understanding.
Thank you, Parks. I'm Yeon Jin, and I'm a esports broadcast global producer at Riot Korea, and it's responsible for live production, content production, and talent management for LCK global production. And I always sometimes coordinate LCK productions for international events like Worlds or MSC, and collaborate with other regions to connect the league scene globally.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we get to see some of your work later this year at Worlds, since we didn't get to do that at MSI. That's really cool. I think you obviously have a very interesting position because of the global network that esports has, which is kind of unique, and probably you come up with a lot of issues that you don't really have like a traditional sports scene or something like that to look onto. So I want to get into that a little bit about like some of the weird things that you might experience when it comes to like talking to an English audience from a completely different culture. But before we get into that, I think it's kind of important to talk about the LCK's history a little bit, and like the identity of the LCK in itself, and then we can expand on how the other people view it. So what is kind of the LCK's like understanding of itself? What's the history there that you guys are working with?
I think in terms of a global landscape, I think LCK stands in a very unique and interesting position. We are the league with the most glorious history and abundant stories, like home move Faker and many, many other legends. And although some might think that reminiscing on the good old days seem like dwelling in the past, many of the industry professionals and personalities I speak with still believe that KR still owns the best individual players, and I do trust them. And even during this summer split, we're seeing a really interesting attempts that are happening within LCK. So I think the future of LCK is still bright. And also, we are in the process of franchising, and I guess business-wise, Korea might fall behind in terms of capital size, given the size of the local market. Yet, Korea is a country that owns strong cultural presence globally also. And for example, like BTS, K-pop, and K-dramas and films, and which is also very beneficial in perspectives of content production for us. So I guess at this stage, we're not yet fully embracing the potential of LCK in global market, but we're pretty major in local, but still very niche in global landscape.
I think,
yeah.
Oh, I think the history obviously is something that is very unique to the LCK. I think the fact that you guys have a player like Faker, that even when we look across to other teams who win Worlds, everybody right now is talking about Doinby because he's the most recent mid laner to win. I think the reason why people are talking about Doinby is because of Faker, because we're looking at the mid laner, because Faker was the star. And so we're comparing Doinby to Faker, and not always directly, because Doinby is very special. And maybe we would have talked about him anyway, but I think that's kind of a pull that the LCK has, that anytime someone does something, we're still measuring them to the LCK. And could they have beaten this team? Could they have beaten Samsung Galaxy when they were in their prime? Or could they have beaten Faker this year or this year or this year? So I think that's something that's really interesting that you guys have. And the other thing I want to touch back on, the kind of the uniqueness of your position, is we don't see this in other sports necessarily. Like maybe in soccer or football. It's interesting, we're in a globalization conversation and we have two different names for the same sport, depending on where you are in the world. but like people don't play baseball globally. That's kind of an American thing. And Koreans actually play baseball. But then cricket is really big in some parts of the world, but not in America and not in some other countries. And it's kind of like soccer, but even then they have this really strong, like each league itself is really big. Like the Premier League is a really big thing. But for us, the LCS means nothing without the LCK and without the LPL and without the LEC. Like we don't have like a big, like Cloud9 won this year and they made history, but everyone's question is what would happen at MSI? No one cares that they won. No one cares about that. It's what would happen at MSI, and then we didn't get MSI, and everyone's like losing their minds because we don't know, because that's how connected we all are, and that's not really a thing that happens in other sports or in other industries, really even. So, how does that change your job? Like how, without having MSI this year, how does that impact what you were able to do to help globalize the LCK?
Just to start with the Faker question earlier on,
Sorry.
I guess like Faker is more like Michael Jordan of basketball. So of course we're not gonna see someone who has that much of marketing power pretty soon, I think, because it's really been difficult for like even for LCK, the local market, to find someone to replace Faker in some ways, because his presence is such huge and he's a legend, and I don't think anyone in near future will be able to measure up to Faker, but I think we'll see a lot more new stars coming up in next years or so. And it's similar in traditional sports too. And going back with the traditional sports comparison, I think it's just esports' innate nature of the globalness that it owns. Because when you think about it really carefully, it's almost a miracle. Like notion of competitive play has existed as long as ancient sports, but it has never been something people from a whole world could watch together and are excited about together. And I mean, we sometimes take it for granted, but I still remember the days when I used to stroll into a local arcade after elementary school and stand behind people, because I didn't have enough money to play all the time. So I stand behind people and watch them play fighting games. And a few years later in middle school, it was like more like dance games like DDR or Pump. I really sound like a boomer now, but anyways,
that's fine.
So after that, like thankfully in Korea, we could watch earliest esports leagues on TV, but pretty much in all of other places, had to use software like Shoutcast to broadcast audio over the internet, like radio, and then sync it with the video that they let you like download it somewhere else. And it's only been like 10 plus years ago, and one of this screens in our control room shows all the different channels where LCK is simultaneously being delivered in many different languages like Korean, English, French, German, and they all got their own like chat rooms too, and it's really just impresses me every time I see it. So I guess that like in esports we're just like global in born nature. But like for me, what globalization of LCK would mean more like content globalization. It's a process of altering our contents, and because we are based on the KR broadcast and then we're sub broadcast of the KR feed, I think it's altering our content and delivery to fit the needs of our global audience. And losing MSI has been, I was disappointed, but with that, we also found new possibilities that we couldn't think about before. And I think this like whole difficult situation we're facing together as a globe is actually pushing us to work on things like new technologies, like LCS is doing a remote broadcast, and MSC because we couldn't meet together, we had to manually control the ping to like 30, and try new things, and I think it was a huge success. It's not been easy to prepare it, but I think we're definitely discovering new possibilities that where we can move on from here.
Yeah, I mean, COVID-19, of course, has probably made your job even more difficult. And of course, losing MSI is tough. But the MSC was incredible. And that was something I think, and I don't know, obviously I don't know the whole planning and when things happen, but I know fans here where I'm from in America were like, oh, we really want MSI because we want Cloud9, but we also, we want to see these other talents that we're so familiar with. And then they got the MSC, which was so cool. So I don't know. I mean, just praise to you and the team for being able to put that together. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I kind of think of the LCK as like a big brother to the other leagues, because I think a lot of times you'll see like maybe a younger brother is watching their older brother like play sports or something when they grow up, and they're like, I want to be like him. And that's kind of what the LCS is like. And I think that's what the LEC and LPL are kind of like, watching the LCK be so successful. But I know you said something about like the talent isn't 100% there. It's not, they haven't won in the last couple of years. So then it's like the little brother is now in the high school and the older brother hasn't been playing sports in a little bit. So when they meet up, the younger brother is actually a little better. So maybe the LCS is like a really, really younger brother, but the LPL, I guess, has already kind of overtaken the LCK. What does that do as far as you trying to connect with the audience? Because people are now talking a lot more about the LPL and the style of play they have. There's a lot of interest there, which takes a little from the LCK. So what does that mean?
That could mean a drop in viewership from casual fans, I guess, for me. But eventually, I'm seeing more of a potential in LCK these days. I've been really sorry. Like, I was really sad during the Worlds last year, and then also that not having a Korean team on like MSC finals, it was a huge hit for me too. But with the new teams like Dynasty or like Sarhaeon Prince, we're seeing more of a, I don't want to call it like very brave, like more of a LEC style, LPL style plays that are actually working in LCK. And I think after MSC, more players are watching other reasons plays. And I had a chance to talk to Naguri recently, and he's like all into LPL these days too. So I think we're still strong in terms of like managing the whole game and controlling like what we want to do as a strategy. But I think individual like plays or in terms of like team fights and stuff, I think a lot more of LCK players are watching other reasons play and learning from it. And considering that KR players are really talented as an individual players and like they have a lot of skill sets, I think those kind of efforts will actually drive LCK into a better future. So I'm not that worried about the current situation.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm sitting here in Los Angeles watching the LCS every weekend. So when I do tune into the LCK, I feel pretty good about you guys and your level of talent. I think something you mentioned earlier is the fact that you are still very respected and you are watched all over the world. But I think you said it was still considered a niche market. So I wanted to ask you about what you meant with that.
We do have a lot of people joining LCK from all over the world. Like, I did a little survey during the spring season, and out of like 68,000 and 6,800 of the fans, and we asked where do you live in, and then we got like 126 countries, even all the way from Maldives and Fiji. and which I'm very grateful for. And just imagining someone from Maldives sitting in their like beach houses, and like it just warmed my heart. However, it also means we're dealing with unspecified masses from all different areas of the world. So that's where we face some of our biggest challenges in. But and our fan base is pretty hardcore compared to LCS or LEC, because they do have more of a casual fans joining in from their local areas. But for English production for LCK, the KR's viewers are not part of the English broadcast, so we don't have that huge local fan base. But because we're very hardcore and with high loyalty fan base, I think I'm considering it niche. But still, this global niche is, in size wise, is much bigger than KR local markets. So I think that there is where the potential is.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, that definitely does pose a challenge as well. The 129 countries or whatever it was. I mean, yeah, I can't imagine having to localize between that many. Seems impossible. What are your when you look at localization and how to connect, I guess, with all of these audiences, where's the list of priorities? Is there like a tier list, or like, oh, this is where the majority of the fans are, or this is what's easiest? How do you kind of decide how to spin the content, I guess?
I think the most like our top two challenges is like cultural differences and language barrier. And as a reason, LCK production always has been very memey, even in KR production. So that also brings more challenges in like translating the content in both cultural and linguistic context. And sometimes it hinders our English viewers' enjoyment, sometimes makes them like cringe a lot. But I'm not gonna lie, the image of a Twitch chat with spammed web faces is pretty hilarious, and it's not always a bad thing. Even Dududunga used to get them with WTFs in its early days, but I actually enjoy it. But after initial reaction passes, I get all the global team is all thinking what we can do differently or better next time to bridge this better. And we'd definitely prefer to have our viewers type in like ROFL or like KR production pog instead of wall faces.
Yeah, I think they're not to harp on this too much, but I think that's something the LCS is struggling with as well, and that's with our local audience, even not even talking about global. So, which definitely also we're receiving a lot of what faces when some of our plays are viewed by other audiences who are used to maybe higher tier esports. But I think interesting thing there, obviously, you have content that is run on the Korean side. Like there's a K-drama thing that you did with some players, and what's the benefit of running that for the English audience as well, rather than not? Like, is that something that you're like, yes, this is unique, this is our culture, this is something our fans love, so we want to share it? Or I imagine that's one of the things you're talking about when you're saying, what can we do differently in the future? Like they're spamming this chat. What's the kind of conversation around like that? That's something that's just very unique to Korean culture, like the K-drama.
So when we were discussing about Bubu의 세계 production, and I guess like we already knew that it wasn't going to translate well into global audience, because it's like really based on the storyline of the drama, and which is also from Dr. Foster from like, it's like UK drama actually that Korea made into K-drama. And even Koreans without the knowledge of the storyline didn't get much of the stuff when they first saw it. And so one of the things we tried to do was, but I really wanted to show it to the global fans also, because that's like the spirit of LCK in Korea. And we're not afraid to be memed or like look funny, but we just want to makes you laugh and then enjoy this like whole storyline together, because it's all based on the like East League and West League thing that we used to have as a meme. And so one of the things we could do from the global side was to have our global caster actually act in it. So they weren't originally part of that production, but like we talked about it and then we tried to give them a role with actual sentences to speak with, and then they spoke in Korean, like half Korean, half English, and that was really funny for Korean side too. So I think that's the little things that we're trying to do, but like we also got a lot of well faces for that too.
Yeah, for sure. I know that the Korean part of our company shared that over to me, and they're like, just with no context, we're like, "What do you think about this?" And I was like, "I have no idea what's going on." But I think that's a great, semi solution that you have to get some of the faces that they're familiar with involved, so they have some connection there. But what about the Dururunga thing? Because that was another one that you brought up earlier. What was the inspiration around that advertisement?
That was actually made by TF2 team in Korea, and then they asked us to air it online, and we took their request. And Dururunga like at first got all the like weird reactions from the KR side and global side also, but I guess it kind of echoed with LCK fan spirit, because like very memey and then light, and it's just like cute to watch them. And it also included so when we changed the lyrics and made it into an LCK song for our finals, we tried to incorporate as much memes as possible. And from the global side, it was Take It Away, that we specifically asked the Mush Venom, the artist, to please use this phrase for our global fans so they can understand what's going on. So that's the kind of things that we're trying to do.
Well, I thought that was very fun as well. I know that was kind of a big meme right when it first released. I know you've brought it up a couple times, the meme side of the LCK, which obviously I have a hard time kind of understanding that when I watch the Korean broadcast. But I do know that it is very true on the global side. I know you mentioned earlier it's sometimes hard because memes can be very specific or sometimes hard to understand if you don't have the context around a situation, which might be hard if you're not in your native language. But also humor in general is something that's kind of pretty universal. Is that kind of the reason why it is a more lighthearted thing? Is that an intentional aspect of your broadcast to make sure that it's lighthearted so it's a little easier to connect with?
Yes and no. Yes, in terms of like our global broadcast being more casual because of the actual airtime in many other different like areas, and sometimes it's like really late at night and some people watch it like early in the morning, and then we didn't want to like just spam them with like seriousness, and we just want to like sort of provide some sort of like casual like enjoyment that they can watch when they're taking some time off. And it's not, and no, because it's not just like our intentions these days, but it's just LCK broadcast traditionally came up with, like even from the Doha and Monty eras. That's the kind of spirit that was originated and with Papa, and I guess we became sort of establishing our own characteristic. And then I guess like now I'm in the role to actually inherit that and then don't mess with that.
Yeah. Yeah, don't let, or yeah,
Mm.
something about the status quo, and I don't know, there
Mm.
was a phrase there, but I forgot.
Mm.
I think we were talking earlier about some of the the unique content.
Mm.
I know recently you started putting out a podcast,
Mhm.
the Pog State, I think,
Mm.
and that's doing pretty well. And that's
Mm.
something that the LCS, we have so many podcasts, and so
Mhm.
I don't know how well they're doing, obviously, and I don't know how
Mm.
well they do compared to yours.
Mm.
Why do you think that one is doing so well, especially if people
Mm.
often come to the LCK expecting
Mm.
the memes and stuff?
Mm.
What's the situation around that?
So we knew that we lack in English content and wanted to do something because we don't have social media presence or like any other ways to listen to our viewers that much, except the communities. We wanted to make a content that could actually connect our viewers to us like regularly, and then somewhere we can explain and give more context about the things that they were missing out.
Mm.
And also with the podcast we were able to discuss various of topics, starting from like just like mentality or just meta, and it's been a great test bed for all of us too, to understand what global fans want or not.
Mhm.
So I think that's probably one of the reasons why it's been doing pretty well in terms of podcast market. It's been hitting like number one in like Apple Podcasts in like in game category in like many countries in Europe, Asia, and even I think we even got near like top 10 in the US too. So
Yeah.
I think we're trying to find some sort of like universal appeal that works for both KR market and global market.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not easy to do, as we've discussed. So, but it also does make sense. I think the other, helpful thing about that is if people are always having to have weird sleep schedules to watch the
Mm.
LCK, a podcast is something they can listen to
Mhm.
anytime. So I guess that's another kind of added benefit.
Mm.
I think I have a couple. I know we're like encroaching on 6.
Mm.
Well, 6 for me. So I have a couple questions to rapid fire through, and then a couple that maybe could be a little longer. First, do you ever have content that performs better globally than on the Korean side that wasn't necessarily expected to perform better globally? Is that ever a thing that you can kind of look at?
Dududunga was one of the things that we didn't really expect from the global audience to actually be like really excited about, because like originally it was like all in Korean, and then we later, after they were excited, we made an English subtitle so that they can understand better.
That's pretty funny. I wonder if there's maybe patterns as you keep doing more and
Mhm.
more. There will be like patterns you can find.
Mhm.
I know we've talked obviously a lot about the challenges, especially with localization and the 129 different countries you now have to pay attention to. What about the challenge of marketing new talent? I know you brought this up earlier at the very beginning, but obviously Faker has history and SKT has history. First off, were you concerned when SKT was like changing their name to T1? Because that's a really big thing. Like Dignitas changed their logo and people got angry. SKT changed the name of their legacy. They have Faker still though, so thank goodness. What are the thoughts? What happens when Faker leaves? What is the LCK going to do to make sure that there's still something to compare to always kind of draw back on?
Like I said earlier, I don't think anyone's gonna live up to Faker in anytime soon. But yeah, that's a thing that we talk about a lot too. Like, what are we gonna do after Faker? But thankfully, we're seeing more of an interesting characters in our player base, and I think we're not gonna have Jordan, but we might be able to find some of the new talents like impressing enough, like global enough. But like I guess like it would really help if we could do better in international events and then raise more awareness toward their like professional plays.
Mm-hmm. I think, obviously you can also look at what the LPL does since Uzi just retired. I don't know, maybe that gives you a little bit more of breathing room, and if the LPL survives, then the LCK will too, of course. Although hopefully Faker doesn't retire anytime soon, because I have not gotten tired of watching him play yet. And then there were a couple other like quicker questions I had. Were there any other kind of big challenges that you have that you're still working through? That's like, once we figure this out, maybe we can expand more, or maybe we'll have more meaningful content and delivery to the global audience.
I guess like we're just like in the process of figuring out what to do. I only joined the company like a year ago, and before me there was no like, I guess like no global team separate from the KR side. So we are working with whatever we could and trying to bridge cultural differences better, and then try to listen to the fans more and to understand what their needs are. That's why we're doing surveys and stuff. And I think we'll be the more like some of the new contents you'll be able to see like within this year, and then I think those new contents will also teach us a thing or two about where we should go next.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Is there any other further outlook on how you guys are doing? What hopefully, I mean, I know that Worlds obviously is a great place. Like the big international events are great times to advertise. Like this is Noguri. Like you didn't know about him last year, but now everybody does because he uses this rune and no one else does it. But now everybody's copying him. Other than Worlds, any other like things that you're looking forward to as far as reaching out to more people?
I don't have anything solid to share with you right now, but I think there are some interesting discussions going in, and with given this like this like, strange time, I think nothing's impossible. So I guess like please keep an eye on us, and we'll come up with something.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think luckily there are so many eyes very willing to consume content right now, because we are all, at least in the US, we're all still stuck at home for quite a while, I think. So thank you so much for the content that you have helped us be able to consume. Yeah, and thank you so much for coming online with us here. This was the last panel of the day. It's been a very busy day for all of us at Inman Global, and I really appreciate you being a part of it. So thanks for that.
Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, of course. So that does it for us. I hope you all learned some stuff about the unique challenges of globalization. But yeah, thank you again for coming on. For all of you viewers out there, thank you for sticking around till the very end. I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to Nick DeRazio. He's been running the show, and I will let him close it out and let you all know what is happening tomorrow. Yeah, thank you all again so much.
All right, everybody. Wow. Okay, so that does it. That was our last panel for the day. I just want to give a huge thanks to everyone who showed up for day one. I hope you had all sorts of awesome networking. I hope you enjoyed all of our panels. But guess what? We're not done. We're going to be back. Day two is happening tomorrow. We got 10 more awesome panels, and of course, all sorts of awesome esports networking. My name is Nick DeRazio, Director of Corporate Strategy for Inman Global, and I will, for the first time, but not for the last, say goodbye, IGEC 2020. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, and I'll see you bright and early, 9 a.m. Be there, make a friend, connect in esports. That's the last thing I'll say. All right, guys, see you later, and thank you so much for coming.